Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は174日目です。It is day 174. We are... This is interesting. I guess we're gonna have some staggered stuff. We might be 2 days away from some new lessons. It's gonna be a weird one. 2 days, 3 days. 1-2 days kind of situation, and then whatever this is, what is happening here? Oh, this might actually be, yeah, we have 34 today, so we probably have the other half of this. So tomorrow we'll have some lessons. Kind of a weird breakup. Don't mind it. Okay, lots of things to go over yesterday. Yeah, that stuff. So okay, so the first one was... What did I need to think about? I need to think about the onyomi of take. And it was... okay. Oof. Not warm hands. Oop. Oof. Right. And the weak one part was true. Shuzai. Shuzai. Ne. Yes. So here. So covering. Covering an event. Or taking material, or recording material, right? And Chusho. Different shoe. Wobbly. Sho. Sho. This is the weak one. Right. And it's for the alt meeting. Prime Minister. Both these will have additional uses at some point. And coincidentally, this was Aika. Wait. Yeah. Oops. Aika Warazu. Two coons. And as usual, which actually, what was the problem with this? Not too much. So we're gonna use Warazu, or as usual, as usual, or even as usual. It kind of sounds like as usual. All right. Then we had Mukashi Banashi. Mukashi and Banashi. Which is folktale, self-explanatory. And I think the weak one, probably Banashi. Sturdy. Sturdy. Kanjo and Kanjo. Oh no, Ganjo. So Ganjo had Gun, I think. Gun and Joe was the weak part. Ugh, wobbly. Gun was fine. Joe was not. And it was more so the meaning, right? Sturdy, solid, using Jobu as a relatable association. And then Te, it was Te something. I lost the right side, right? Lightweight, right? Tegaru. R. No. Yeah. Ugh. There is a chance this is not. It doesn't have a slide. We'll see again. Right, Tengaru. And this was the key too. Simple and easy. And that's it for yesterday. That was a bit of a rough one yesterday though. Today, I think we have 34 from normal, like this stuff, right? That's about it. So pretty quick today. Let's get right into it, shall we? All right. Yeah, it looks good. Okay.
Naosu.
直す。
朝ごはん。
朝ごはん。
晩ごはん。
晩ごはん。
相変わらず。
相変わらず。Wait. Wait. Uh-oh. I lost it. Yeah, it's gone. Let's come back. That's not a bugle.
Seishun.
Seishun. What? Oh, wait. Oh. Alright.
Nakimushi.
Nakimushi. I have a habit of typing chi instead of chi. Okay.
Mazui.
Mazui.
Hiru gohan.
Hiru gohan.
Kawaru.
Kawaru. Oops.
Ototoi.
Ototoi.
Kigenzen.
Genzen.
Nakigoe.
Nakigoe.
Gairaigo.
Gairaigo. Oops, I misspelled loan. And then did this come back to me? It's one's wish, right? Oh. Nagai goto.
Negai goto.
Alright. And that's it for today. So let's go over our mnemonics. Usually the stuff within the first month is okay. To the strength of SRS, of course. Okay. So criminal, comfort, nothing, good luck, tiger, poem, guard, and festival. Do our reads. So we're gonna have a staggered thing tomorrow where some of these are gonna turn over, and then the following day some of them's gonna turn over, and then some of these are gonna be unlocked and so forth. It's interesting. I particularly like front loading a little bit. It works with the schedule. Not too anything destabilizing. Okay. So, 一现在花川川and soba 営業どうしよう先はいか梅飲料式式安で小安どこ愛小連絡現象 Alright. So that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigato gozaimasu. Right? These days are relatively short because we're reviewing. We're near the latter end, right? Always feel free to stop on by, share some stuff, follow along if you want, pick up WaniKani for yourself. So until next time, those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne. Right? See ya next time. I'm gonna switch right on over to HanziHero, being that relatively short, right? Give me a second. Thank you, thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第167天 It is day 167. Have a few actually. I think I'm gonna write them out. Have a few characters as of late. I've been wreaking havoc. One of them. Oh, and I think I remember the two from yesterday too. I forgot. So we have Jing. No, Jing. And it was actually combined with Shen. So Jing Shen. Like spirit, essence. And Osha stuff. G. Immediately. And then there were 2 others. So there's 3. Die was one of them. Is to treat. I don't remember which vocabulary word it was, but it was definitely die. And then 知, 知. 知 is relatively new. That's Japanese stroke order. Right, it's the bugle and the ears. Which is a job. And those are the 5. Okay, that were clogging up the drain at the end. Not too bad though. I think 2 of them are off chances because these 2. And then these 3, yikes. And that's a vocab word, so don't want that to creep up on us. Alright, let's get into our lessons.
森林
森林. Wait. I could have sworn I had 森林. Did I not have 森林 yet? Huh. Alright, well, forest and woods is forest. Is a forest. 森林中有 something 多什么 多 something 生动物 wild 野生 and 许多 oh, I suppose I should sorta get used to 许多. This isn't the first time in it. Forest fire 火什么火 火灾 interesting. For fire
森林
森林
身后
身后 oh, ho is... oh no, that's new. That's new going in. 身后 so deep, thick. Not sure how I feel about that. Deep, thick. Deep is used to figuratively describe something that is deep or thick. In other words, something that's substantial. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. 身后的感情 fair enough.
身后丈夫
got the Chinese yard or height or like head and then the husband, right? The word husband describes the ideal husband in China, at least 1 Chinese yard tall. That's a very tall. That's a very tall person. Figuratively. 我的丈夫是一名医生. Oh, interesting. 她的丈夫 想离婚。Oof. Okay. 丈夫。
丈夫。
Okay.
既然。
既然 oh no, it's another since. Okay, how do we do this? 既 is since. Oh, okay, that's fine. Since so. 然 Okay. Yeah, since so. The word since is a word used to indicate that since the situation is already like so, then something may. Yeah, now that. Oh, I kind of like now that. Huh. 既然天气这么好 Oh yeah 这么好既然天气这么好我们去公园吧公宴吧既然这么办了你还是回家吧。Interesting. 还是 ended up being should. 既然你 I like this type of structure of speaking. Enjoy the having a conditional with a statement. 既然你不喜欢巧克力就借我吧就给我吧就给我吧 Just give it to me.
既然。松树。
A pine tree. Quite pine tree. 我喜欢松树的气味 The smell, the scent 气味松树
森林。
Oops. Okay.
丈夫。
Oops.
松树。
松树
既然。
Wait.
身后。
Alright. Thickness. Yeah. 厚度 the degree of thickness. 这块莫夫 should know this one, right? 模板，这块模板的厚度是2公分。What is 公分？centimeters。公分。这块木板的厚度是2公分。
这块木板的厚度是2公分。
厚度，松林，
松林 ，pine woods makes sense. Pine woods. 在松林里散步。
松林，阴森，
阴森 a negative forest. Gloomy. You know, that's kind of funny because gloom, Pokemon, gloom, a negative forest. The negative part about going into a dense forest is how gloomy it can be. Not really, but it could be. It could be. Uh, 森林里的 something actually. Yeah, something 十分阴森 totally or very totally gloomy 氛围 oh wait no, never mind. On closer inspection, that is way for surrounding. So 氛围 what is that? Atmosphere? 氛围 interesting. And 十分 is interesting too.阴森
火冒三丈，
this one okay. Well, we did it's you can come up with something before. If you are truly furious, you begin to shout out fire of anger. Oh, that's kind of cute. Fire of anger, and nobody risks getting within 3 Chinese yards of you. Oh, that's much better than the way I would have went about it. What did I say? Something. It is very risky to set. One would be furious if you accidentally set fire. A risky fire across 3 Chinese yards. Like set something. But I like this. Fire of anger, and nobody risks getting within 3 yards of you. Fly into a rage. That's very awfully specific. Fly into a rage. Alright. 火冒三丈他听到这消息后火冒三丈。
他听到这消息后火冒三丈。
火冒三丈。Okay. I'm not sure. Probably the best time I would use something like or hear 火冒三丈 is probably in a video game.
火冒三丈，
How did 冒 work? fail. Yeah.
既定
既定. 既定 sense set established. Okay. Something that is established has long since been set clearly. Yeah, fixed. 既定. 我们有something 既定的 compromise plus something agreement. Maybe we'll go with 互议 or 协议. Oh no, I should know 议, right? Yeah, I should know 议, but 协议. Oh, that makes sense. Huh, that actually even sounds like agreement. 协议. 我们有一项限定no一项 right that's 项我们有一项既定的 what is it 协议
我们有一项既定的协议。
Okay
既定 厚度阴森
Oops
既定
Okay right
火冒三丈
Okay
松林
right
闭嘴
Yep 闭嘴 Close your mouth what was it suck into boca or suck in la boca BJ 给我闭嘴 That's kind of funny 给我give me shut mouth 给我闭嘴请闭嘴 Please shut up 请闭嘴请闭嘴闭嘴我在工作他叫我闭嘴我没人 shut up
闭嘴
I think most of the time I've used the word shut up in a joking manner most of the time. I don't really use this phrase too often outside of joking. Extreme behavior is largely what I use or extreme behaviors and exclamatories are almost predominantly used for a contrast or joke or ironically used most of the time for me. Not that I don't appreciate it, but it's hyper normalized on the internet, so I don't typically partake in it too much. Have plenty of other examples and exposure to it.
马尾
Ponytail? Oh, horsetail, ponytail. Sure, I got you. Oh, because it can be figurative. Not like a pony's tail, but a ponytail in the hair, right? Yeah. 那个女孩 Yeah, 那个女孩的马尾很 长，很长。
那个女孩的马尾很长。
厉害。OK，
马尾，
马尾，
公尺，
公尺，公尺。Why is that meter? It's actually that's okay. We just saw centimeter, right? Oh, didn't they switch up 尺? It was gung something else, like gung wei or something. Gung 尺 for meter. Okay. I think gung is where like it's a public unit. So lots of gungs with point of measure. If you like any, not just distance or length. If you find a ruler in public in most places in the world, chances are it is a gung shi long in like a meter. Gung shi. That might be tough. This is gonna be tough. Measurements, like grammar related things come up pretty early on, and then like height, depth, that stuff. Gonna be tough. Gonna be tough. I'm already starting to experience it in Japanese too. We're like, all right, you gotta use these things, and well, it's a little bit tough because I bounce between imperial and metric a lot, back and forth. It's whatever is appropriate. So this stuff gets halved, and then even then I feel when it comes to observable metrics like these things, they don't come up very often. Like I don't remember the last time someone used meters to talk to me about something. I've talked about like kilometers, but I'm not even sure what kilometers are. And it's very different than adding a suffix and a prefix to to this phrase. Like I will be pleasantly surprised if they add one character to 公尺 for kilometers. I doubt it. I really doubt it. 这条, and I don't talk to my parents about measurements at all. It's usually either it's long, it's short, you know, use relative forms of size, and then also use body language, right? Non-verbal communication. Non-verbal communication is quite effective when it comes to observable metrics. Like it's about this long or this long. It's longer than this. It's shorter than this, right? You know, 比这短, right? 比这短, 比这长, right? 长, 比这长, or 比这长. More than this, longer than this.公尺. 这条房间有5公尺长. I don't even know how long that is. Wait, but that's only one dimension.
这条房间有5公尺长。
Oh, that's 条 is 2, not 4. 这条房间有5公尺长. 5公尺长.
公尺，训，
That's gonna be tough. It'll be some growing pains. I already know there will be growing pains. What is... Oh, that's a new combo. I haven't really written that one before. Shun. Shun. A glider? Oh, that's not bad. It kind of looks like a kite though. Attached to the end of a sturdy cross is a huge special aerodynamic wing. together they form a glider. One just holds onto the cross and jumps off the summit, and the glider will let you glide down smoothly. Is this part of glider? No. I think we're also gonna write kite. Just because. Where there's a glider, there can be a large kite. It's fine. There's some pivot room here. If it meant glider, then I would be okay with it. We're using our legacy now. We kind of understand how components fit into this mnemonic system, so I have leeway in creating the thing on the spot.
训
Xing. Okay. Xing. A glider and a road. Alright, hit me up. Something about Professor X? Maybe... Oh, this might not... In the bathroom. Okay, that might be a problem. Rapid. Professor X is in the bathroom of the infirmary of all places too, where he is planning his rapid escape. Okay. The doctors there don't understand his mutant powers are not a disease. That's fair. But a gift, okay. He has a glider attached to his wheelchair and rolls them one side of the... Yeah, now come to think of it, Professor X doesn't have telekinetic powers, huh? I just realized that I've been using I'm taking some leeways on his abilities. And I typically think about like moving things with his mind, but I just realized I don't think Professor X has telekinetic powers. So, oh no, I've ruined the canon. He has a glider attached to his wheelchair and rolls from one side of the huge bathroom to the other side at rapid speed on a road of slippery soap he laid earlier. He zoomed past the other patients and nurses in the bathroom at rapid speed before launching out the window and down the road in the distance. Gotta fit in the wheelchair thing, you know? Although it is interesting that the doctors there don't understand his mutant power, given that he has telepathy. You know? Although that is one of his moral compass things, right? He has a glider just wheelchair. All right, let me picture this. You know what I'm picturing? I'm picturing Portal, the game Portal, and it was, I'm pretty sure it was blue, right? The blue paint. The blue paint was slippery. Oh no, it might be orange actually. Orange might be the accelerator. Blue is the bounce, right? As it's a whoop, off you go, right? Guess we'll try this. All right. All the keys are there, right? Mutant powers, wheelchair, but imagining zipping by the doctors and nurses taking care of the other patients, rapidly going by, slipping, you know, speed on a slippery with slippery soap, a path or a road of slippery soap. You know, I might change this to way as well. Road and way. Glider. You just wrap it. Oh, Shinsu. Shinsu. Rapid. All right, they're related. Useful.
训
Xing, not Shin. Xing. Xing Su. Okay. Glider. Sure.
公尺 闭嘴
闭嘴。
训
Xing. Xing.
马尾
马尾。 Alright. Give me the other characters. Me. Oh, yeah. Mima. First password. Probably how we get me. Secrets. Alright. Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse is in the bathroom of his house, sitting at the top of a slide that goes into the... Oh no, it's gonna be a heart thing again. Sitting at the... Because this is B. B is the left side, the right side, and it's like Bigfoot playing with a heart, sliding on things. That's kind of what it is. But sitting at the top of the slide that goes into the bathroom, bathtub. He takes out of his pocket a secret grain stalk in the shape of a heart. Okay, that he carries everywhere with him. Where it is from, nobody knows. It is a secret. He stares at his secret heart-shaped grain stalk where he slides into the bathroom reminiscing. I got a different way to go about this. So Mickey Mouse is in the bathroom of his house. Being a Disney character is very whimsical. He's sitting at the top of a slide that's propped up by a very large grain stalk. And as he slides, it goes right into the heart of the bathtub, right? A very extravagantly large bathtub. And that's good enough. That's just done. Like, it just stops there. Maybe it's a secret, you know, it's a secret portal. We can say it's a secret portal to a magical world. You know, a magical underworld or something, like a underwater world, right? Or he's imagining himself being in a secret underwater world. I'm making a reference to Little Mermaid as well. Let's see. Secretary. Oh boy. Secret, right? Or book, Mishu. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What was ascribed to this? It's just book, right? Okay. Okay. Mysterious. Shangmi. Shangmi. God's secret. Interesting. Oh yeah, me. Yeah, me. Pretty sure this ends up being secret. Although I don't have the other right one yet. Oh, they don't have it. Pretty sure Mima is password. Enigma. Oh, me. That kind of sounds like Enigma. It feels like Enigma. Secret of success. 秘诀. Okay.
Me.
So we have both the me's together. Me. Okay. Just imagine it. Right? It's pretty whimsical. You just see Mickey Mouse climbing this gigantic... I could even draw this. Man, I can't wait to start drawing some of these mnemonics for October. It'll be a lot of fun.
Ke.
A plant. What was... Joy. I always have the pleasure of seeing Twitch bot spam. Thank you, low effort runner. I hope your I hope whatever your venture is crumbles into dust. Okay. So predatorily feeding on people's insecurities. Kermit the Frog is in front of the electricity plant. Oh no, it's another alright. Something about fruits and trees. This is super interesting. You like the mnemonics? Haven't seen this website before? I see. Are you interested in Chinese? Traditional? Even? Another maybe less appreciated thing would be this is traditional Chinese, which may not be as frequent or popularized as simplified Chinese. Kermit the Frog is in front of the electricity plant where he's growing some plants. Kermit the Frog growing some plants. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. He uses an electric watering can because he's near the electricity plant, sure. Can to help his plants grow with some water. His favorite plant is a huge fruit tree that he has decorated with some electric lights. Okay, we're really leaning in on the electric for the electricity plant. So how does Kermit the Frog? Is it okay to imagine Kermit the Frog planting something? Yeah, I guess. He might pull out a guitar to serenade the plants. All right, I got you. All right. I think that's fine. 3 trees. 3棵树. Probably. 3棵树. 3 trees. That's awfully specific. It's not capitalized, so it's not a location. Interesting. Huh. Maybe it's telling you that it's a counter. It's a counter for like vegetation.
蝌斗
Oh, measuring cup. Oh, hey, that actually lines up with the radical from WaniKani. Oh no, wait, does it? Oh no, just kidding. It doesn't. No, ladle. No, not really. Doll. So we got the vanilla measuring cup component. Dracula is in the bathroom of Dracula is in the basement of the bakery. Okay, go on. Where all of the flour is stored. Bakery. He goes up in one of the big vats, makes sense, and takes a measuring cup and scoops up a bunch of flour. He sneezes and the flour goes out of the measuring cup and all over his black clothing. Black clothing is what is tying Dracula. I was gonna say maybe he has a secret stash of like red food coloring. We'll say he's also measuring out some red food coloring. You're interested in Japanese and Chinese either? Haven't started learning anything yet though? Oh, I see. You're currently learning French. Hey, another French enthusiast. So you're honestly kind of scared of starting down a path that involves such a different writing style, but it's still super interesting to you, and you find yourself watching a lot of people on Twitch learning them? Oh. How often do you find people learning Chinese? I think they're really trending now, for sure. And then you have the French and Spanish angle, right? I am brushing up on my Spanish right now. But yeah, you typically have those pairs, right? French, Spanish, and Japanese, Chinese, especially from a English perspective, an English-speaking perspective. They kind of pair up very well. So, of course, you're at the moment. Yeah, I totally get that. For sure. Yeah, I'm doing the Spanish thing right now. Speaking of French, have you played Clair Obscur yet? That's a wonderful way to expose yourself to some French. I played the French dub and then the English dub, but the French dub was very enjoyable despite not having any comprehension of French. So the sound, I usually pay and listen to the sound, the cadence and pitch of French. Pretty neat game to enjoy watching, playing, or something while also listening to French. There were quite a lot of clips that I got from YouTube that were shot to me from the algorithm on YouTube with French speakers playing the game. It looks, oh, not yet, but it looks neat. Yeah, I think if I'm, this is my personal plug, if I am learning French, I would probably come back to Clair Obscur from time to time, like even doing a run or something, just coming back to Clair Obscur. I don't have such a thing for Spanish at the moment. You would have to go into like the bigger games to get Spanish though. In terms of Chinese and Japanese, like if you're on Twitch, you're likely remotely interested in some form of entertainment, and of course Chinese and Japanese are pretty trendy. Yeah, Chinese is trending a bit harder than Japanese at the moment, but Japanese is already like they don't really need to trend because fairly high. So yeah, this is are you using any form of SRS for French? I imagine French would have your usual SRS stuff too. I'm actually not familiar with what type of tools are out there or what's popularized for French outside of your usual talk to someone, grab a textbook, ideally go to a class, mix those up together. Yeah, SRS is this is my first time with SRS, and first time being like first time in my life, like, across the board. So I'm using a pair of apps. WaniKani is the Japanese SRS website thing, and then this is HanziHero, which is applying similar principles with SRS as well. So I kind of do them back to back for just talking topics and picking up some vocabulary and character reading. Yes, you use Anki mainly, but in terms of just normal learning, okay. You currently use a Bushu and Speakly. I see. Hi native for getting feedback from natives. Ah, I see. Pretty robust mix of things. Normal learning. I see. How long have you been learning French? Yeah, Chinese, Japanese, different writing system. Writing system, that is definitely can be daunting, but it's also one could look at it as part of the fun aspect. At least I see it as the fun aspect. Kind of like learning a secret language, but it's a secret language shared by a large population of the world. Let's see, measuring cup. Okay, measuring cup. All right.
斗 金
Jing, like 围巾, right? For scarf. Owl. So Jing. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the infirmary. Right. Oh, and since you use Anki, right? This would be Anki. You can customize Anki to have a similar feel. I'm not entirely sure if there's an Anki deck that someone constructed that uses like the structure of this mnemonic, but this mnemonic system is different from WaniKani's mnemonic system, which is even closer to some of the Japanese decks that are available on Anki. And by normal, you just mean non-SRS related? I understand. You took French in, yeah, that's what made me chuckle when you refer to normal as everything outside of non-SRS related. Because formal schooling uses SRS. You took French in 7th to 10th grade in high school. Remember absolutely nothing? Oh, 7th to 10th. Okay. And you came back in it a little over a year ago and got serious about learning it maybe 8 months. Ah, 8-ish months. 7th and 10th grade. And then you came back to it a little over a year ago. So you're about to graduate? We went from, yeah, 6. It's actually pretty similar. Spanish was a little later for me. So Spanish was like ninth grade to 9th, 10th, 11th, and then I took Spanish in college. Oh, you came back. Oh no, wait, just kidding. I read your statement incorrectly. You said you came back in a little over a year ago. I thought you meant you came back after the 7th to 10th grade. So like you went from 7th to 10th grade French in high school, and then you came back a year after. Not that, so that would be 12th grade, and then now you've been rushing it out for 8 months. But I get what you mean now. You came back from the current present. You came back a year ago. I see. And then it can be any number of years. 10 years ago, huh? That's pretty. So it's 10 years ago. I see. Is learning French part of your curriculum, or what you do, or are you doing it simply for a hobby? What is the nature of your French interest? High school was 20 years ago for me, or the end of high school. The end of high school was 20 years ago. I graduated 20. Yeah, 2 decades. It's been 2 decades since I graduated high school. Let's see. Jing. How do we get Jing? Jimmy Neutron is in front of the infirmary wrapped in nothing but a towel. One of the experiments has gone bad, Jimmy Neutron, and disintegrated all of his clothes. But why is he? Oh, and then he has some mild burns on his body. He limps, wraps in a towel towards the entrance of the infirmary. That works really well. Works very well. Mao Jing. Interesting. That's how you get towel, huh? And then yeah, Wei Jing. Scarf. It's kind of funny. It's a surround towel, but surrounding what? Scarf? That could have been something like a towel.
Jing 笨
Are you imagining a use case for your French anytime in the future or currently? It's just for fun. You always find it to be a beautiful language. You want it to be different in high school. Everyone's taking Spanish. Your French class has maybe 10 to 15 students. They moved 8th grade to the high school, but I guess technically 7th grade was middle school. You misspoke earlier. Oh. Wait, they moved 8th grade to the high school? That's interesting. Are we talking about the US education system? What was, I guess back in wherever I went, 9th grade was high school. That's interesting. And I don't quite remember, but I'm pretty sure 6th grade was either elementary school or middle school. There was that flex there too. just for fun. So how are you? Do you have any plans on applying your French? I guess everyone was taking Spanish. That's true. I took Spanish not because everyone was taking Spanish, but more like there were people who spoke Spanish or in the environment. So I found it applicable. Back in my when I was younger, I was like the pragmatic kid, the Chinese raised American kid who makes decisions solely based on pragmatism, right? Nowadays, not so much. A very, very long story regarding that, but generally, doing things with the idea of bringing life and color, color to the everyday routine, as opposed to pragmatism. So Spanish, I chose Spanish because it had applications. Hence why I asked if you had any ideas in which you are going to apply your French. Stupid. Good. How does... I don't have a phrase for stupid. Interesting. I have a phrase for fool, but not stupid. I usually don't use words like this, so... Dumb and idiot, I see. Okay. Done. Oh, I know a phrase. Oh, I do know a phrase. And I think it's inappropriate. So I'm not going to say it. Unless... I don't think they're going to give this as an example, but we'll see. Bart Simpson... It's funny, Bart Simpson. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the infirmary where he finds a notebook. Right? Of one of the nurses by the sink with some bamboo hanging out of it. Okay? He gets a permanent marker and writes stupid onto the front of the notebook and steals the bamboo from it before putting it in the toilet. That checks out. Why he's in the infirmary? That's fine. We have nurses as a keyword, and then yep, he's definitely doing something Bart Simpson like. Oh no, this is it. It's okay. It's not that bad. Like bendan is the word I'm thinking of. Idiot. I wonder if this corresponds with baka or boku, boka or bok, something like that. Yeah, USA. Well, 8th grade is not technically considered high school, but they moved 8th to be in the same building. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. And they also changed classes to high school level classes. You hope to travel to France someday and guess that'd be your application use? Ah. You can't work because you're disabled, so applying it to a job just isn't an option for you, but that would have been a neat use case as well. What do you mean by being... Are you vocally impaired? Or, I could imagine being an enthusiast, you could apply it like in a technological standpoint. Or like a communication standpoint. Is there any other forms of impairment that impairs your form of communication? I suppose mobility would be very... I'm not entirely sure how accessibility works in France. I'm sure being like a English, like a language instructor of some sort would be fairly approachable. Not that I'm suggesting you're interested in acquiring a new occupation, but the whole like comment about job isn't an option for you. Sorry to hear about your disability. Something that prevents you from being in a labor force. I imagining as opposed to like a intellectual pursuit. I did think if you did think about possibly be a translator of some kind, but in terms of disability, you have a physical disability, no vocal disability. Okay. Yeah, intellectual pursuits. I'm obviously I don't know if it's obvious. I'm I've been in a service position or an academic position most of my life, outside of like younger self doing your labor work. So oftentimes when I think of people with disabilities, I often have to ask them if it's a physical or intellectual one, because sometimes intellectual ones will disable you from applying to a larger range of jobs. But intellectual pursuits sound pretty nice. Maybe you'll be inspired by something. I'm not sure what the foreign exchange like a academic visa situation is with the United States and France. Times are kind of very tricky right now, as current events have also suggested. I'm not sure if you're a news reader or a current events person. It would be very difficult to be around the internet without encountering the current events of the world right now. The times are a little bit turbulent, quite turbulent. Yeah, Ben Dan. Ben Dan is definitely the one that I hear very often. Okay. Right. Take it. Dump it. Got it. Okay. Pull it. Flip it. Pop it. Sorry. Dunk it. Gotta imagine, right? Alright.
Me.
To be fair, you were in the workforce up until 2021. That's when you were injured at work. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there any ability for you to recover? Are you able to have some rehabilitation and whatnot? You didn't do anything related to language though. You were an assistant manager at a gas station and an assistant manager at a grocery store. Ah, okay. That seems like honest work.
经
Any possibility of rehabilitation? Right, okay. What was this? Yep, he's planting stuff. Electric water can, yeah.
科
And then, yep, he's going down the stairs. Scoop. Got it. Ah! Oh, I typed the wrong thing. And then... Right. What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing again. Hold up.
走
We gotta be careful.
笨
Alright, time for our reviews. 30 less. Interesting. There's chance of recovery, but you require surgery that has a high chance of making it worse instead of improving it. Yeah, that sounds like a serious gamble indeed. It was a back injury. You're currently still able to walk, but it's limited. The surgery has a chance to cause paralysis. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sounds like spinal related. Well, how are you going about it nowadays with your limited mobility? That really sucks about the high gamble. I don't imagine you're in. I imagine there's chronic pain in the equation as well. You do anything to how do you go about your day? Like trying to enjoy your day, I suppose. What do you do for fun? Maybe raise the spirits. I know it's been, what is it? You said it's probably going to be some very trying year since 2021, really. Oh yeah, serious chronic pain. Language learning is kind of like an escape for you. Helps you not focus on so much on the pain. I see. You do anything else? Maybe like engage in some French shenanigans. When it comes to French things, it's often coupled with Spanish for me, and I like watching content or listening to content from multilingual people. So people who like to celebrate multiple languages and cultures, and they tend to compare and contrast them. So there is this one guy, I keep forgetting his name, but he wears a jean jacket. The most identifiable thing is he wears a jean jacket, and he does a lot of French, Spanish, English, cultural, linguistic comparisons. And every time Spanish comes up, French is in the mix. So I might end up having some associations between Spanish and French over time, largely because of my use of Spanish. I think Chinese and Japanese go well as well. Not like in your face yet. There is some cultural reasons why you don't commonly find Chinese and Japanese as like content creators and whatnot, but from a diaspora, like people outside of China in Japanese, like your occasional Japanese something else and Chinese something else, there are often chances where both Chinese and Japanese will be in the same conversation. But generally French and Spanish play pretty nice with each other. So whenever I'm watching someone making like poking fun at French, then they would poke fun at Spanish, and then they would throw English in the mix, and it's very lighthearted, raises the spirit. You're a mod on another language learning channel, Twitch channel, so that's a nice distraction. Oh, French? Especially when he is learning French. Oh, okay, and can use your knowledge to help him. Oh, okay. Interesting. Another language learning Twitch channel. Whenever he's learning, what is, may I ask, what is this person currently doing outside of learning French? You say when he is learning French. So I imagine he's doing something else as well. That's kind of a neat thing to do. I haven't ever modded for anyone. Most of my private time is used to chat and largely do exactly what I'm doing right now, only minus the task at hand. So keep people intellectually busy, right? Where your body, like, I'm sorry if this might be a painful topic, but for myself, whenever I think what is the saving grace or silver lining when it comes to the human condition, especially when one gets older and or lose utility in their body, however the circumstances occur, the mind has a wonderful way of finding respite from the fairly, sometimes can be depressing or morbid constraints of the physical body, right? The mortal body, mortal shell, if you will. So that's what I do most of the time. I spend most of my time trying to intellectually stimulate or stay intellectually stimulating in a manner. He does play other games, I see. He's currently doing a playthrough of Blueprints. I think Blueprints, doesn't Blueprints have, yeah, Blueprints does. He's learning other languages as well. His main language right now are French, German, Italian, but he did take a Japanese in college. Where there's one language, there's another language. Yeah, blueprints. I have yet to cross the blueprints bridge yet. However, I typically buy video games in 2 different occasions, and one of the occasions is in 5 days. So a blueprint would probably either be picked up now or in winter, spring, or summer or winter. I did make an exception for Clear Obscure because I was tracking that game since its drop, like since its announcement, maybe like over a year and a half to 2 years ago. It was a very particular special title that I made an exception to. Otherwise, I play Like a Dragon games. Those are the games that I will be purchasing on release every time from RGG Studios, because RGG Studios have a running relations with a Japanese, Chinese, and English dub for all of their games. From henceforth, I like to think that the newest game, which is called Stranger Than Heaven now, they gave it a new title, or gave it a proper title instead of calling it like Project Century. Stranger Than Heaven, the game that takes place in pre-war Japan. I would be very surprised if they continue to add another Chinese dub, but if there's any developer and publisher, it would be Sega. Sega, along with RGG Studios, which is part of Sega, has done a wonderful job and like consistency when it comes to producing Chinese and English dubs with their Japanese dubs. So that's one of the biggest motivations and applications that I'm using both these languages. Spanish is every day. Like you just encounter Spanish. American, right? Being American, Spanish, French. By coincidence, my family have a family friend that happens to be a French Chinese family, so it would be kind of fun to pick up a French phrase here and there. Last time that I was with them, we were celebrating Lunar New Year's, and I was introduced to raclette, the process of raclette. I forgot what the cheese is called, but it's used for it. And then he told me what the wine was. I can't remember what it was in French. Sometimes it's just nice to listen to French. Like for me, French is music. Any language that I do not have a higher comprehension for, it's interpreted as music, melodic things. Do you happen to be a musician, like a musician background? I think quite a lot of languages, despite like not knowing what they mean or something, there is quite of a melodic nature to hearing sounds and combination of sounds. So I don't know if this has any impact on language acquisition or like pronunciation and whatnot if you have a musical background. However, for me, it has often been, I watch French, German, and Italian entertainment, right? Media, and hearing things is a very sensational and visceral experience that you may have that is quite different when you do not have comprehension of the language. And Japanese have often been like that too for some time. It still is kind of like that, not so much anymore lately. It's a different transformative experience now. Chinese has been that way. My parents are Chinese, by the way, so being a heritage speaker, listening does not elicit that same mystique of hyper focusing on pitch, volume, and stress and cadence, much like it unlike a language that I'm not familiar with. So like Russian, Polish because of Witcher, among other languages. German, from media, for sure. And then a bit of Norwegian stuff. In terms of music, you were in show choir in school, but never anything professional. I was in the orchestra. Again, also, and never anything professional. There's so many languages you're interested in aside from Japanese, Chinese. You're also interested in Spanish for obvious reasons. Yes, Italian have a ton of You have a ton of Italian family. Interesting. Polish have a ton of Polish family. Oh, and Swedish just because you think it sounds cool. I'm gonna sound like a dilettante here, a bit of a dilettante. The most Swedish I've ever heard was probably just PewDiePie. Like, and I'm telling you with a really grain of salt, the only place that I've heard PewDiePie speak Swedish was when he was a guest on Magnus Meatball, the mountain climber, who is a Norwegian, on one of his videos, because I was like watching mountain climbing and whatnot, and got into it's like trying to motivate myself, of course, to do what I can despite any physical limitations, right? Try to do a little bit more each day, despite wherever circumstances are. Like if you are able to walk a little bit more, right? That kind of situation. If you can take 10 steps, try to take 11 steps tomorrow, that kind of deal. So watching mountain climbing was it was like a kind of a emotional bump. And I remember a few phrases that PewDiePie said, and that's the only time. I haven't ever watched anything from his stuff, but it just happens that they cross over. And nowadays, content creators tend to be crossing over quite a bit. I think for Russian, and I'm not even sure if the guy's Russian, was that one Albert. I think he does a Slavic thing, but I'm not sure if it's supposed to be Russian or not. The pitch seems on point enough. Italian is probably this cute couple. It's a American Italian couple. What is his name? Aliso? No. Well, it's an Italian American couple who like does food related things. And then Polish. I don't think I have a Polish example yet. Like a steady Polish example. Yeah, I think YouTube is a wonder. Like having avenues for language is pretty wonderful when it comes to being strapped somewhere. The internet does offer quite a lot of ways to engage vicariously, right? Vicariously. You got a lot of languages going on. You play any video games? That's another hobby of yours as well. You were adopted, so you've done a ton of genealogy research on your bio family. I see. Probably have spent hundreds of hours on it. Even learned to translate Sicilian birth, marriage, death records. That's the extent of your Italian knowledge, though. I see. In terms of Italian, my post-baccalaureate boss in the government, like I used to do government research, and that mentor that I had happened to be a very, very proud Italian woman. And by coincidence, our co-worker, her colleague, and their student was my colleague, was French. So it was a French-Italian duo. I believe that old boss that I had, he was Jewish from some. I'm not sure if he did Hebrew or not. Bosses are boss. They're big guys. You don't have too much chatting time with them. But yeah, French Italian. Like one person was French and one was definitely Italian. One of my former mentors were. That was my exposure, like direct exposure on a daily basis for 2 years. Yeah, 2 years. Being in academia, you kind of get very, very acquainted with the social norm that I am typically in our multicultural environments. Even to this day, I typically expect that I react and communicate assuming that it is a multicultural environment, and as opposed to a monocultural environment. You do when you're able. Oh, okay. So money is tight right now for obvious reasons. Yes. So if you can't play it, you usually watch someone on YouTube or Twitch to play. Understandable. You play pretty much anything. Not too picky on genre for gaming. What are you currently looking at that is striking your fancy? Like what about recency? How is the spectating and the playing of recency? I tend to be a little biased towards recency because it's what's happening in the present that one should, in my opinion, should be encouraged to appreciate and enjoy in the moment. So what are you currently watching and or playing, or both, even tangentially together concurrently? Sometimes I play the game that I'm also watching. Right now I haven't had the most amount of time to do so, but the most recent you played was Blueprints. Okay, and you convinced the streamer you mod to play after you finish. I just happen to know a little goober by sheer coincidence. This is by sheer coincidence. I know someone who tangentially met through this type of arrangement, right, on Twitch, and this person is not a streamer, but they do watch other things. I told him that I would flex this whenever I have a chance, but he really got into Blueprints, and he, I think, is still the current holder of the speed run for % curse, because I think pretty sure he submitted a % curse and a % dare. I don't know what that means because I haven't played Blueprints, but he is the current world record holder for submitted runs for both those. I have no idea what that means, but it's fantastic. I get electrified when I hear or know of other people who happens to know me doing just things that they love, and I hope you do too, right? Fictitious is what his handle is. He goes by Fictitious. I'm pretty sure when he submits his things, it's also fictitious account, maybe the whole thing. But there's this site. I don't speedrun, so I'm not too familiar with it. It's just, it's lovely when people share what they accomplished and I happen to know them, so I'll most definitely flex them. Yeah, that's my closest thing to Blueprints. He talks about Blueprints, he shows some Blueprint stuff. So I will probably hit Blueprints either if it's this summer or the end of the year. Yeah, I don't have anything particular. Oh, I do have things that I need to continue though. There was a DLC, a paid DLC drop for Dave the Diver, and it's been quite some time now. It's been a year since I last completed Dave the Diver, the vanilla base, and since then there's been 4 or 5 DLC editions. Right, Dave the Diver. It's quite a vibe. I'm not sure if you played Dave the Diver before. That's quite a cozy one. Sometimes I think games with cozy vibes can be very cathartic escape, especially a game that can really remind oneself, not in a bittersweet way, but to escape, right? To escape. And I think Dave the Diver really captures a lot of that type of thing. Other than that, I do delve in like very depressing mental health stuff. Claire Obscura would be one of them. But another one that I talked about like 2 days ago was What Remains of Edith Finch, which still sits in my the back of my cranium every once in a while. The people at Giant Sparrow knows how to spin a very tumultuous, emotional journey. You watch anime at all? Free?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
Or
福 晚饭
我们晚饭吃鸡，好吗？
whoops.
离婚
离婚。
他们离婚了。
Oh, right, bureaucrat. 赢得
赢得正午
正午时最热。
实验
实验在实验室进行。
Okay. Oh, I missed the G. Rule. 入境
入境
入境时请排队。
or entry. Entrance should be part of that. We'll add it.
了关上
请关上电脑。
英国
因果倒置。
I guess they could also do result. Result would be closer. Entry. Yeah, entrance. Entrance is. Whoops, that's not how you spell flare. 工资
工资
他们在争取更高的工资。
Oh, that's salary actually. Or wage. Wage is closer. Dave the Diver is a neat game. You've only played the vanilla, haven't played any of DLC, but have watched others play them. You've dabbed in anime, but you haven't really watched much in a few years now. Okay. It was something a friend of yours and did, but we grew apart, so it kind of feels weird to continue. That's fair enough. You're obsessed with a manga and anime Agami Bachi. Okay. As a result, but they only made 2 seasons of the anime. I see. That's understandable. The feeling weird to continue. I think having a little bit of a meetup, you know, like Discord meetup and stuff. I try with like 2 other goobers like once a week. It's kind of like a book club, but like a simul watching book club. So those kind of things can be very wonderful little activities. Like the modern day, I call anime watching or watching together sessions, you know, just syncing watching or watch together stuff. It's like the modern day technological equivalent of having like a movie club or a book club. Are you interested? Have you been like considered the idea of like a book club or a movie club or even like a language learning communities often, like various closed language learning communities, have their own particular way of doing like book clubs where they're like, oh, read every day book clubs or starting this book club. So whenever I think about ways you can apply, you know, like apply but still have a hobby is that type of thing. So I'm probing you for background event. Hopefully you're okay with that. Probing you for particular points of inspiration to offer maybe some academic enrichment. If there's anything I tend to be a little bit more obvious about is, well, if you're physically not on the ball, then there's certainly room to be mentally engaged in things, and that can still keep someone very young and happy despite all of it, right? Despite all of it. Nowadays, I'm not even sure if people are mentally healthy. A lot of times start wonder. I watch anime on a regular basis as a form of immersion or application of the Japanese I learned. And then donghua Chinese anime tends to come up every once in a while as well. So those are my applications while trying to like fit in with the cool kids, if you know what I mean. I'm a very big boomer. I think I've resonated with being a boomer in in American culture. I grew up in the American culture, like an Americanized culture, as opposed to like staying in a cultural hub. I was from New York City, but we didn't remain in New York City, which would end up being a cultural hub. My childhood before 18 years old was largely in an Americanized, like a double American, like multi-generational Americanized environment. So that led to certain behavioralisms that made me very different. So when I say I am a boomer most of my life until now, I'm far edgier now, being out of time and out of age group, than I was as a kid, because culturally Eastern cultures tend to have emphasized and instill certain value systems in the household that would be considered the characteristics of an adult Western adult, right? So whenever the kids were playing ball and having, I don't know, crushes and chasing after, goobering around and shenanigans, I wasn't doing any of that. I was mostly, we had to get our straight A's, we had to study, hit the ground running with like jobs and stuff, and then when 18 rolls around, you go straight into whatever else. But then, because I left the nest, long story short, I've become far more acclimated with the reverse, which is all the stuff that I talk about now: book clubs, movies, extracurriculars. You can work hard, but you can most certainly also find forms of catharsis, self-improvement, self-satisfaction, while trying to maintain as much as possible the obligations of pragmatic needs like food, shelter, etc. You wouldn't mind joining a book club. You've also in some discords that offer book clubs for language learners, but you're still not super confident in your French to read an entire chapter book and be able to discuss it in French. That's fair. I don't know if all those book clubs are that aggressive, and you're always able to automate and aid, right? Technology is fantastic for that. So definitely can definitely find ways to bridge that with technology. Technology has been such a wonderful boon in the language learning department, if I have to say so myself. I spent most of my years in formal education, and I have rarely ever engaged with the level of technology aided than I've ever done in the last like year and a half of language learning. I like things like this. It blows my mind how it's double-edged. It's double-edged, but how aided and convenient these things are. Usually, the reason why I say it's double-edged is it also reveals what a heavy reliance on these tools, which you might be suggesting also when it comes to your confidence and the application of tools. Tools aid in the connection between people, but it may not necessarily elevate or compensate entirely for one's confidence and or rigor in their comprehension. Maybe you'll get there soon though. Your mental health is all over the place too, but that has more to do with losing your parents. I'm sorry to hear that. My condolences. Grandparents and one of your brothers all in the span of around 6 years. That's pretty devastating. Well, I hope there are greener days and happier days ahead of you. And around 6 years, that's also when you got injured, according to the timeline you've painted. I don't want to be a bearer, but when it rains, it also clears up and are brighter days as well. But in this case, it seems like it's more of a when it rains it pours situation. I can imagine your mental health being all over the place considering the stacking unfortunate series of events. Is the streamer you mod for providing a maybe a source of a source of relief or respite from all of this? Perhaps the internet? What do you do typically when you want to escape? What are there any specific routines that you have in place while you're trying to maintain I guess a steady mental health? I talk about mental health a lot. Sorry if that's a little too personal. Feel free to stop me whenever. Like, you can simply say things like, oh well, I don't want to get into it. That's fair enough. I spend myself distracting myself from language learning for the very nature of double downing and investing in people's mental health. Whatever happens in this moment can just stay in this moment. We may never see each other or talk again, but I like to seize the moment of providing, at least for the time being, a place where one can express themselves. Right? I think expression is very cathartic in various transformative ways.
吵架，
我不想再吵架了。
Okay. I can't spell Barrett. I don't want to talk about it. For sure, you definitely consider him a friend. Very nice. He's always willing to hop on a Discord call when you're feeling down. Awesome. Or just need a shoulder. That's wonderful. But you've lurked on my channel for a little while, just have never chatted, so there's a good chance you'll probably see you again. Oh yeah, feel free. Again, I have no other motivations. That is like, it's not a secret. It's not an ulterior motive. The primary motive is to do something and leave myself available for any type of conversation. I believe, in my opinion, regardless of the vehicles or the turbulences or tribulations of life that's being thrown at you, having another human being acknowledge your existence and being willing and invested to share experiences leave imparting memories, and you just don't know how transformative that might be in the future, right? Someone can alter the course of at least your present life in many different ways. And I'm happy to hear that you have found that Twitch has become a source of connecting with a friend, a good friend, and I hope they continue to be a really wonderful friend. Otherwise, right, you can always you know where to find me. Obviously, I try to do this every single day. But language learning is a great hobby, but it also gives an opportunity for people to express. You're an open book for the most part. You find it cathartic to share with others. Exactly. And also, I really get that impression from you as well. And so am I. So, in the words of John Green, right? In the words of John Green, when open generosity encounters reciprocated generosity, magic happens. It's magical for both individuals, or all the individuals, or even a random onlooker. It's one of the qualities of the human condition that I want to naively and ideally hold on to. If it's not misery deserves company, is that sharing and talking about people's existence is cathartic in its own right? No, if one has to suffer with company, right? But that's like the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum. The sky's the limit when it comes to the way humans interact with each other. It's kind of disheartening for me and disappointing for me, so I'm trying to push back on the idea that lots of current lives, the current life's conveniences is kind of mitigating the opportunities to have online interactions or celebrating human interactions. So it's kind of a privilege that I like to double down on. That might come off as a little strong, perhaps a little bit personal for most people, but since we're out in the open about an open book for the most part, I feel like we've already had this similar empathy when it comes to, yeah, know where to find me. Say something, I will try my best. Give me 5 minutes and I'll give you 40. No, give me a question and I'll give you a 6-hour digression. Starting with like a hot take, maybe. I've been getting a little bit better at giving people hot takes in case they're really only interested in like a 1-minute answer. But typically my discussions and whatnot go beyond that. And I monologue to myself for the most part if the opportunity presents itself. One can also exercise self-love, right? And self-awareness. Introspection is wonderful and powerful as well. Yeah, thanks for the candidness, Bree. Always appreciate it. Jen, what is that? We're gonna say
人类
全人类都住在地球。
人类. This sentence just says all of mankind lives on Earth. Or all the mankind currently lives are from Earth or are on Earth. Yeah, that's the extent of the vocabulary at the moment, or the extent of the context sentences.
打
Do you have any heritage languages, Brie? Being adopted, right? You mentioned you have being adopted and you have a large genealogy interest. Do you have any? Are you a heritage speaker of any language? I am a heritage speaker of Fujianese, which Fuzhou is a dialect of Chinese, and in China, when characteristically when the English people talk about dialects, they imply that it's intelligible. In this case, Chinese happens to be unintelligible. So the extent of dialects in China, they're colloquially referred to as dialects, is the word that I adopted. But generally speaking, functionally and mechanically, they are different languages. So Fujonese does not necessarily help me with Mandarin, which is what this is, and or even help me with reading. So I was largely illiterate, but I am a heritage speaker, which is where, like, you know, you have Anki cards and whatnot, and they read out the sentences. They basically go through one ear and then translate out the right ear as a form of like being in a multilingual household for so long. However, I'm learning to read. Reading and producing is something that is very deficient in heritage reading, in heritage speakers, and I am no exception. I am part of the large statistics. In fact, the largest minority group in the United States for these like extracurricular studies, like in linguistics and stuff, is the demographic that I belong to, which is Fujianese, Chinese, American, where diaspora tend to have this very coincidental heritage speaking aspect, and it's a kind of a field of linguistics curiosity for a very long time, where you can somehow intuit the language on speech by exposure to input, but yet may be somehow deficient in very specific aspects of language. Largely because this is interesting because language learning is a thing, and often you have theories and principles and methods that promote the whole immersion thing, but there's a very distinct caveat to it that I don't necessarily think applies to adults that are invested in a intellectually active way versus the kind of like trendy explainer where, oh, you just immerse and be exposed to it. That's often leads to passivity, and that's one of the deficiencies, in my opinion, that aligns with many heritage speakers like myself, where I can't necessarily explain anything nor understand specific things, and often illiterate, and also have production deficiencies because they offset it using common language. So my common language is English. So whenever I find a deficiency in my Fuzhou with my parents, I substitute almost immediately and instantaneously in English. So you have that classic thing that most people talk about: Spanglish, Chinglish, the idea of hybridization. And you can see these in like other diverse countries. Arguably one of the most diverse is Malaysia, and Malaysia has this type of instantaneous code switching. Alternatively would be multicultural couples. After maybe a couple of years, multicultural couples then would experience very similar, like it's to the point where they form dialects of their own with the hybrid of the two languages. You can also have like very purist approach where they segregate the languages. So like my parents could have been one of those groups where they would say only English in the household or only Spanish in the household. Then you would get the segregation, and that's when it differs, which is pretty interesting as well, where when you enforce early on a separation of language, do they ultimately inherit intuition in hybridization, like hybrid language speaking? Typically no, but they're very proficient at the separate languages though. So it's a very interesting topic that I have less experience with until now, until I've actually engaged in language learning again. Now I can contextualize it a little bit better. Like, why is it that my listening aptitude is far behind from my reading aptitude in pretty much most languages? Actually, Japanese and Chinese, it takes me an ample time reading things than listening to them, despite having dramatically different sound systems. Like, for example, the tonality of Chinese. In fact, my English is incredibly tonal. It's very identifiable because if you have an ABC or an American-born Chinese next to each other, they sound more like each other than they do someone who is from somewhere else. That does not have a tonal language. It's interesting. So many interesting questions. 重要
重要
我们在讨论重要的事情。
Not really. Not really. Your adopted dad's parents came over from a very small village, Czechoslovakia. Yeah, in Czechoslovakia. He knew a little bit of some kind of Czech hybrid language, mostly cooking related, because he loved being in the kitchen. But other than that, that most of the people in your bio family were already deceased by the time you discovered them, so you never learned anything from them in terms of language, really. What about your adopted family? Oh, wait. Oh, it's just your adopted family's dad's parents. Oh, okay. So then your adopted immediate family, your father and mother, or your family in the immediate sense are English. They're largely second gen plus English speakers. I have no knowledge of how that area has a funny, interesting family of languages, the Czechoslovakia like region, but yeah, I have no familiarity with any of that. Interesting, a hybrid language. I have met a couple people who have the Creole variety, which is very similar in my opinion to the diaspora situation that I'm talking about, where the hybrid language becomes its dialect of its own. Like Fuzhou in the United States, the way they integrate seamlessly certain English words are not present in China. So that type of hybridization is probably what I imagine you're referring to when you said the Czech hybrid language as well, where regional things create a selective hybrid language later. You didn't have an adopted mother, only adopted father. Oh, okay. So your adopted father spoke English, yes, other than whatever he learned from his mother. Ah, okay. I see. So now you're basically just teaching your adopted father French, right? What does your adopted father think of French? My parents always give me this weird look, like, why do you even bother? Like, I have to keep in mind my parents are first generation Chinese, and Chinese are, for lack of a better word, they're most consistently incredibly pragmatic. So when we're living in the United States, their question is, why are you spending time learning a language in which the United States do not utilize, right? That's kind of thing. It's not to say that they don't appreciate what I'm doing, but he's deceased now. He passed in 2023. Oh, okay. Sorry for your loss. Do you live, like, this might sound a little personal, do you live alone? I hope you have other support systems like extended family, friends. I really feel a little uncomfortable knowing that with all the things you share that you might be a person who's trekking it out alone. I think if it's not too personal, it's a very reassuring if you're in like a place where there are other people, right? It's something that I wish most people have access to, especially one that might be overcoming and dealing with a lot of personal matters. Like, do you have any siblings or extended relatives that you hang out with? I'll continue this while I asked a lot of applicant questions. You're not obligated to answer all any of them. I'm just very very invested. Very invested immediately. God. Oh, well, no. Why? Why? What am I looking at? I don't actually know what I'm. Oh no. So. I want to say this is unfold. No, it's not. Okay.
餐 整
I have no idea why it's Jung. That's just a gut feeling. Let me see. Jung, how does this work? Oh. Power of mnemonics.
因为
因为火车太慢了，
赢
You don't have really any friends? Only the streamer aside from that? You're in a relationship, but they are autistic, so they don't really help emotionally. Okay. As for siblings, you have bio siblings, but only know one of them. Okay. You all have the same mother and different fathers, so many were adopted out at young ages. You think you have 8? Maybe 9? Wow, that's extraordinary. Obviously, including the half brother who passed away. Okay, okay. That is, What are your thoughts about writing about your life story? It sounds like a really... I suppose this can be viewed in a very... how do I say? In a very opportunistic way. However, it sounds like your life story is incredibly fascinating. At least in my opinion. And when it comes to like maybe potential emotional trauma or catharsis, right? Or tackling such things, I think a wonderful form of expression while also perhaps being opportunistically pragmatic, however you want to look at it. Writing something about it is something incredibly beautiful and transformative, and can be also pragmatically a way to apply your, making how you say, making lemonade with lemons, right? Like it's an your set of circumstances sound possibly even statistically extraordinary. What am I looking at? Nope.
玉米
吃一根玉米，
导入
这个国家最近导入了一种新的环保技术，
Thanks, Jazz. Hello there, Jazz. How are you today? All right. Dunfu. What? Is that not what real is? Oh, no, he was in a suit. What? Cause? Oh, is it? It's probably like cause and effect. You do enjoy writing. You kept a journal, but haven't really dabbled in writing a book yet. Your grandmother bio wrote poetry, even had a few poems published in a small local magazine. Oh, that's wonderful. That's a way to connect with your legacies. Good day, everyone. You kind of plenty of things to catch up on. Good day. You kind of have plenty of things to catch up on. Oh yeah. What kind of things you have? If you don't mind sharing, Jazz. What is this? What's that? Sure, why? Something. And help that I'm not sure what the right thing is either. You're behind in daily journaling by 2 days? Oh, okay. Nope.
鸡 黄瓜
黄瓜很新鲜，
哪怕
哪怕全家反对，他也要跟他结婚。
Even if, yeah, that's fine.
肥肉
有些人喜欢吃肥肉，
奋力
他奋力爬上山顶。
公园
他们在公园里玩。
未婚妻
我的未婚妻是我最爱的人。
Hold.
折断
他不小心折断了筷子。
叶 肥胖
如果你吃太多，你会变得肥胖。
What are you? Hold up. I can get to the bottom of this, right? Oh,
外卖，
是外卖披萨。
that's pizza. Okay, fine. Whoops. How do I screw that up? Oh, that's select.
挑选，挑食，
我年轻时是个挑食的人。
You're out to eat some dinner? I was just about to ask, are you gonna have dinner? Yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure, Bree. Have a good one. I hope dinner is very satisfactory. Good luck with everything. And I look forward to our next stories. Like I'll try to build up a bit of stories. I look forward to the next time we chat. Thanks for keeping me company for a while. Good luck, good luck. Good night. I don't know how to say good night in French, but good night. It was a pleasure. Mucho gusto. We've met before. Have a good one. Good night. Oh, bonne nuit? I have no idea how to pronounce that. Hold up. Hold. Give me this.
Bonne nuit.
Bonne nuit. Bonne nuit.
Bonne nuit.
Bonne nuit. Oh, I tried. Good night. Free, good night. Buenos noches. Buenas noches. Oh, okay. Ah, that's not that. That's definitely a wheel. I swear it's like... Oh, the other thing is wrong. Wait, is it? The other thing is wrong.
申报，
我需要申报货物。
Express report. Present.
又，
Propose. This is a variation of it. To declare. Oh, report. Okay. So they take report. It's fine. I was like, present is okay too, and propose to some extent. Declare is what they want. All right, fair enough.
阵地，
攻击敌人的阵地。
It is location or position. not like a literal location, but someone's active location. I know that sounded the same, but not particularly. A kettle. 隔日
隔日
他隔日跑步，
西瓜
这个西瓜又大又甜。
免一南瓜
他做了一道很好吃的南瓜汤。
Ah, no. Oh no, that was a little embarrassing. I got caught in thought.
香水
喷香水，
That was a little embarrassing.
种族
他是哪个种族的？
What? Wait. Hmm. What? Oh, whoops. Okay. I misread that too. Hmm. Why wasn't that correct? The two before. Okay, this is a little weird. Headdress, clips, paper clip,
圈
chin. Okay.
警车
警车正在追捕逃犯。
预约
他没有预约。
不用
你不用带雨伞。
Maybe like cause and effect. Okay, that's fine. They're both. It's 大丈夫です。没问题，没问题。No, está bien. Blah 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 blah. Yeah.
奋起
奋起来，面对我们的问题。
美议题
重要的议题。
重要的议题。Off discussion issue. It's probably issue. What? hold on.
年幼，
这位老人照顾年幼的孙子。
Excuse me? I guess they don't take youth, they want it young. Oh, what the... What happened here? Oh, wait. No? Oh.
终止，
政府已经终止了这项计划。
We're terminating, huh?
凶，会，
that one's gonna get lost somewhere at some point. Uh... Who is it that gets encountered by that? Oh, right. Okay. Young and youth don't even, I'm not gonna mess around with that.
降水，
4月是降水量最多的月份。
Yep. Marvel rangeness. No. Wait. Legolas.
了，
Oh, Link, not Legolas. Link. This is
之，
of. Of. This is connected with the other one, right?
照， 戏剧，
参加戏剧社。
YOLO?
手，
What is that? Oh. Oh, right.
落户，
我们最终在一个小镇落户了。
No. What did I say? Not discuss, not talk, issue?
家具，
这家店卖家具。
煮，
Oof. I keep misspelling pursue.
腰， 之一，
这是我最喜欢的一本书之一。
Okay, so how did I screw this up? No. Wait.
夫妻，
夫妻俩要互相扶持。
影，
What am I looking at? YOLO. That's not it. My gut feeling failed me. Alright, I guess we're gonna Onyx for that one too. What happened here?
批评，
我们必须批评政府。
绿，
Oh, what? Wait. No Slender Man.
玉山，
玉山是台湾最高的山。
Okay. So what do we have here? Flowers, paper. I know you, and now I don't know you. Largely because I'm not entirely sure what the bottom left thing is. That a whole piece, or is that wood, flower, page? Why can't I have a sun block on this? Feels bad, man. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I almost have it. I will stay with it. Stay with it.
平，
Okay. I have no idea. Oh, this thing is weird. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this. Yeah, I'm not gonna get this from the mnemonic. I mean, we can try a couple times.
命运，
你相信命运吗？
武， 壮，
Oh no, that's not it. Do I really only have one example of that? He goes over, he digs, he finds... Oh! Oh, I found it. I know what it is. I know what it is.
序，
What about you? What are you doing? I want to say it's still yellow. Oh no, that's not the button I was going for.
不宜，
这部电影儿童不宜。
流浪，
流浪街头，
流浪街头。Ah, I missed the one. It's fine.
跳动，
他的心脏停止了跳动。
家，倒闭，
工厂倒闭了。
倒闭。Bankrupt. That's when we practice. 即使
即使
即使下雨，我还是会去。
even though or even if again.
猪，
Oh, close one. Very close one.
标题，
我不喜欢这部电影的标题。
It's not that. The problem here is the person, right? Making sure nothing is remaining, but it's the person that is not hitting right now. That's probably gonna be a block. Unless... Oh no, maybe I didn't type it the... I'll check again.
透， 示弱，
示弱。
他坚决不示弱。
Wait, what am I looking at? Wait. Excuse me?
“痛”，无
Oh, it is Wu. Okay, that's fine. I must have... Oh, I must have hit 1 instead of 2. That's okay.
破坏，
不要破坏公共财产。
破坏。What's another way to say broken? Damage? It's probably damage.
乡，东北，
我来自中国东北。
创，皮，试卷，
这份试卷很难。
弱点，
每个人都有自己的弱点。
心，
Yeah. Oops.
封闭，
这片森林已经被封闭了。
Damage. Break is fine. Broken to break. Oh, I didn't even write. Okay. Alright, sure.
冠， 深，
Today was pretty good. I had a few sticklers, like one or two, but it came out a lot more smoother than the last 2 days. The last 2 days were a little bit rough. We had dropped a couple characters that had been stinkers in isolation. And I just couldn't connect back. So not too bad. Not too bad. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. Okay. What are you? A glider? You're a glider. Where are we gliding? Shin. Shin. Me. Jing. Ke. Do. Do. Ne? Do. And Ben. Okay. Sunling. Sunling. Jiang Hu. Song Chu. Ji Yang. Shen. Ne? Shang Yo. Ne? Wait. No. Ho. Ho. Shang Ho. Wait, what was Shang Ho? Be profound, yeah. Ho Du. Ying. Ying Sun. Ying Sun. Yep. Ji Ding. Oh, I can't read that. I think it's Mao. Huo Mao. Huo Mao Sun. Sun. Huo Mao Sun. Sun. Jiang. Huo Mao Sun Jiang. Huo Mao Sun Jiang. 松林 公指 闭嘴 At some point, we're gonna get to insults or things like negative things you call people, and it's gonna be kind of weird. Like, we already got 闭嘴 and 笨蛋 already. Like, it's gonna come up tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. I'm like, wait. 什么? Door. 破 No, no 麻破 麻沃 No. 麻沃 No. What? Current flag? What is this? Oh, no, 马尾 马尾 Alright. Okay, so we have Professor X, right? Professor Xavier, who has found himself stuck in an infirmary. So he ended up escaping, running to the bathroom, and jerry-rigging in the infirmary. Right? Maybe like a psychiatric infirmary. And he's convinced that the people don't understand his human powers. So he jerry-rigged a glider, his wheelchair, to a glider. And set up this ramp, road, or a way, right? A way with slippery soap in order to make a clean getaway out the window onto a road, right? Wait, does that give me a rapid, right? A rapid getaway, right? Escape through the bathroom window, I suppose. Elaborate, but that's okay. Mickey is in his house filled with magical things. He went to his bathroom of his house, which happens to have a secret portal in the way of a slide propped up by a very large grain stalk, which slides into the bathtub, into the heart of the bathtub, as a portal to the heart of an underwater whimsical world. That's very Disney-like. Trying to embellish now. We've got this down. Alright. So now we have Jimmy staggering into the front of an infirmary with nothing but a towel on because one of the experiments went wrong and he got kind of injured, right? Really straightforward, easy peasy. Then we have Kermit the Frog, who is trying to protest the electricity. No. Trying to kind of make lemonade with lemons, right? He's in front of the electricity plant. He's a frog, but he's planting things. He's planting things with the use of electric equipment and electric watering can. So he's planting trees and fruit trees to do what he can for the environment while also using electricity, right? That's Kermit the Frog for you. Okay, and then we have Dracula working at the bakery, He's trying to give up his ways, his vampire ways, right? Or maybe masquerading among the living. So he made his way to the basement on his part-time job at the bakery. At the bakery. He has flour all over him, but he went downstairs next to the vat to go get a measuring cup in order to measure out some flour. And pick up the occasional red, red food coloring. Your red, what was that red? Red 60, I don't remember, but there was a recent current events dealing with the red dye, right? The red coloring dye. Food dye. Dracula. That's for you. Alright. So, and then now we have Bart Simpson, up to no good. Made his way to the bathroom of an infirmary after pilfering a nurse's notebook, that had something that's made of bamboo sticking out of it. Maybe like a bookmark. He took the bamboo bookmark and then decided to write stupid across the book and then throw it in the toilet. Right. Serves you right. Mark Simpson. And yeah, that's it for today. Today was pretty smooth. I didn't see the recurrence of any of the 5 characters in any shape or form, so I'll have to wait to see how well an extra iteration goes about that. Yeah, that's it for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to stop on by, initiate a conversation. I like having conversations. It lifts the spirit, right? And it's wonderful to have tangential things connect to other tangential things. I think being asked or asking questions and learning through asking questions and answering questions can be incredibly cathartic, especially for individuals that might need to escape into their mind, find the silver linings, the lemonade, the creative output, right? Certainly, I have met someone today. I was very privileged to meet someone who is very open about their adversity. Certainly adversity that I am not particularly relatable firsthand. The closest thing I have is I do have my immediate family. My grandparents have since passed, but in terms of like trauma and past circumstances, I didn't find myself particularly in those situations. But one great, wonderful way to perhaps find some silver lining and some light is having conversation with other people, right? I think it is not necessarily a demonstration of weakness a lot of times in these situations when you seek conversation and expression with others. It's in fact that the weight and the things they're encountering is devastatingly useful to share the burden sometimes. I think the ones that ultimately do not participate in expression and connection with other people may be incredibly strong until they're not, right? Again, we're not talking about the negative or opportunistic side of things where someone is deliberately manipulative and taking advantage in order to excuse themselves from, but I'm thinking more of the situation that I have the privilege of engaging in today, where that in that case, that's a weight that I do feel is very seldomly held and managed by the self. Oh, dinner has been successfully consumed. Yeah. You have returned. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm about to take a quick break before I switch over to Duolingo, my Duolingo Japanese stuff. So I'll be back in a bit. I hope dinner was great. More on that later. So for now, as always, you're always welcome to chat, like spark up a chat. I like raising the spirits while doing these things, and hopefully other people find that very engaging. Or creatively inspiring so one can do it on their own with other people. So for now, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见, right? I'll see you next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, walk around, grab some glucose. I'll be back for Duolingo Japanese. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は315日目です。It is day 315. Welcome back, welcome back. We are wrapping up this unit. So this one today is going to be a little bit short, sort of, because we're going to weave in some writing practice, right? Also, we have 2 constructs now, so let's work on those constructs. Last time, kinda wrapped my head around the stuff. Also, Bree, what did you have for dinner? What was for dinner? I have no idea why I said it that way. Excuse me. Alright, that's our Spanish stuff. So, how do we organize our constructs? Let's see, unit 80. So, let's start with the location. I think we can bank off the location. Okay, so we had things in the sky, right? Things in the sky, locations, adjectives, what we can, and like specific things in those locations. So let's start with, yeah, some leftovers. Ravioli and meat sauce. That sounds delightful. Very delightful. You have, did you have a beverage with your ravioli? It's been a very long time since I've had ravioli. I had some applesauce just now. It's what I typically mean by glucose. Occasionally between sessions, I would feed the brain a little bit. Some easily accessible carbohydrates. Let's start with the sky, right? We learn sky stuff. Tayo wa Tayo, and also Hoshi, Hoshi. Hoshi, and we're gonna throw in ski. Right. And these things shine, so yeah, hikaru. Just water. You've been sick for the past 2 weeks, so lots of water. Okay. You also had a few bites of applesauce, coincidentally. Yeah, I do the... Since I do a bit of running and whatnot, and back in the day, I do events and stuff, I got very used to, like, gel stuff, gel packs and whatnot, so nowadays we just hit up, like, some of the Costco, like the Kirtland pouches, and slurp some apple juice, get some brain power going. That's the closest thing I have to what kids do these days, you know, pump some like 200 mgs of caffeine into their I just use some glucose from here to there. Right, slightly elevate the blood sugar. Okay, so we have sky, and then now we have a lot of locations. So let's go into our location. Hamabe, right? Hamabe, the beach. So Hamabe, Mizumi, lake. What is next to lake? Moon? You have hypoglycemia, so glucose intake is super important. Oh, okay. But good. On top of that. Very nice. I mean, not the hypoglycemia thing, but understanding how to manage hypoglycemia. We have lake. We also have Shima, island. Shima, Yama. Specifically, Fujisan. Wait, is that a box? Yeah, it's supposed to be a box, right? And then, yes. And Fuji. We have one more location. Mori. Or forest, Mori, or woods, what have you. And okay, now things we find at this location. So what do we have? Lake. So lake, we have tsuri, or tsuru to fish. And tsuri is fishing. Whoops. Alright. Leaves. Huh? That could be wider. That is really terrifying. Huh? Yeah, forest, island, yeah, fishing, mountain. Do we have climbing? I don't think we have climbing. I have fire, like a campfire. Oh, he. Ice. Maybe like a cold beverage or a freezing lake during the winter. Kori. Kori. Aksa. Grass. Aksa. Wei. Nami. Living things. They use the ikimono. Ikimono, which is life. Mono. Okay, ikimono. I think that's good. Then we have a bunch of adjectives and functional descriptors in all of this. Dry, or to be dry. Oh, I think it's actually two crosses. Yes. What is this though? It's not haraku. No. Something. Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, kawaku? It's probably kawaku. And then we have to be wet. Nureru. As rain. Rained and comb. But those are opposite of each other. Then we have shallow and deep. Asai. Asai for shallow. And Fukai for deep. Then we have thick and thin. Coincidentally, we also have that in Chinese recently. Just today. We have Atsui. Atsui and Osoi. Atsui and Osoi. I think that's our vocabulary for this section. Right. And then this is how we're laying it out. So sky, something that characteristic, shine. These things do shine. All of these things. Hoshi, taiyo, tsuki. And then we're looking at locations because we're describing the outdoors, right? So hamabe, mizumi, shima, yama, as in Fujisan, and mori. Then we describe what's in them, right? So we had tsuru, tsuri and tsuru. Tsuri for fishing, you can do that. Ha, hi, kori, kusa, right? Kusa, nami, ikimono. Then some adjectives and stuff that they threw in to describe more, right? I'm pretty sure this is waraku. It might not be, but this is the most shaky one right here. Waraku. And nureru. Then we have asai, kai, atsui, and hosoi. And we're gonna do the last unit too, as a way to review one last time. Or two. There's still 2 more times. Actually, there's still next time. So unit 79. Unit 79 dealt with the bank or money matters. And let's do the money matters thing. So okanemochi, they have money. Really rich, right? Okanemochi. Okanemochi. We're going to the bank. So ginko ne. Ginko ni. What are we doing at the bank, or things we need to know for the bank, or things we do? Deposit, right? Yeah, deposit, which is yokin suru. Page. And this can be used as a suru. So a deposit or to deposit. Yokin suru. There's also hikidasu, to withdraw. So these are paired. Open or close, right? Open and close like an account. Open. Oof. Hiraku. Hiraku and close. Wait. Yes. They use this one. What is that? Soljiru? Oh no. I'll have to... Oh, this one's weak. I'm gonna say it's like Soljiru. Yojiru. No. Soljiru is what sounds okay. Yeah. What do we need to do this stuff? Need an account? Koza. 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 Also balance. What is balance? Oh no, a PIN number. We need PIN number. Or PIN or verification. Ansho. Ansho. I think that's Ansho. Yeah. Ansho. Show is like evidence. Ansho. And then both of these can be linked, like bank account number or verification number or PIN. With Bango. Bango. Oh. Bango. And with that, we can go and approach using a check. Check and or like a form. Yeah, form. Something shi. Yoshi. 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 And check. Kokitte. Kokitte. Right. And we're using that. Oh, I don't know why I wrote it so tiny. There's a little bit to the left about Domaji. And then we sign and fill. To fill is new, new, enter, kinu. That seems fine. Yeah, kinu. So it's kinu suru. And sign was me. And we're stacking, or placing. So place name, right? Shume. Yeah, shume. Shume. And then also suru, or shume suru. What are we gonna do in this action? We're gonna take this to the accountant, which is kaikeishi, right? Kaikeishi. How do I kaikei this? Kai? This kai. Kaikeishi. Okay. And what can we do? We can do what will we get, right? We would get cash. Oh, cash is genkin. Genkin wa okay, genkin. Oh, we can learn about our balance, which is zandaka. 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 We can exchange. Exchange was like ryo. Wait, ryogae. Ryogae. Ryo. Ryogae. Was it 2 or 3? I don't quite remember. But suru. That's in exchange and then to exchange. We do this to pay for things, right? So shikarau. Shiharau. How do I shiharau? It's like bank branch, right? It's branch. Pay. Yeah. Shiharau. You can pay separately, right? You can do things like pay separately with cash. Betsu betsu. Betsu betsu. And also we have receipt and change. So otsuri. I wonder how fishing is related to change. How did that happen? Otsuri. and receipt. 領収書. How does that work? Was that page? I think it was page. 領収. Shu is accept. 領収 and show is write. Alright. There we have it. Our currently 2 working constructs from us restarting up our Japanese, and this is going to be the typical routine. Tomorrow, or the next time, the day after tomorrow, we'll do these 2 constructs again. Maybe we'll figure out if there are any words missing from our practice, right? And then do this one more time, and then unit 79 like leaves for the next construct. And we'll skip a day. We're gonna do every other day. So skip a day, and then there will be one last recall when the new construct comes in for 81. And then we just keep rotating. This is our recall session. That's how I abbreviate it. It's a modified one from before we had HanziHero and WaniKani in the loop. Alright, so it's practice, practice, practice. Although these personalized practices have been very humbling and rewarding at the same time.
悪くはないです。
悪くはないです. It isn't bad. It is not necessarily bad. Actually, you don't need necessary. I'm kind of curious if they'll accept it. Yeah. Technically, 悪くはないです. It is not bad. It's good enough. But it's like a nai has like a slight I forgot what this is called, like a there's a word for this where when you use the opposites, it is opposite reflection in degree. So this is not saying it is not bad, is not as is badder than it is not necessarily bad. And then that's kind of what that is. That's why there is necessarily here. But when you say it is bad, it is not bad, is badder than it is not necessarily bad. And that's kind of encaptured in the naides. Something wa naides also in Japanese. It's a weird thing. It happened in HanziHero too with Chinese and stuff. What was the phrase? Spare no effort. And the term itself might capture that. Spare no effort, as in spare no effort means like put in all the effort, right? It's the opposite. It almost sounds like it's the opposite of what it's supposed to be. It's a weird thing. I don't know. It happens in all at least coincidentally, the 3 languages. I'm not sure about Spanish right now. I don't have a good Spanish example. Yeah, I don't. Maybe something with like solamente or usualmente. Something of a mente. Like you use a degree, but then you negate it, and it reverts to the opposite. So like when something is usually bad, then it's not necessarily good. Or something like that. I think it's universal, but that's only applying to English, Japanese, Chinese, and possibly Spanish. I just can't think of an example at the moment. It is neither good nor bad. Oh, this is the mo, right? So waruku mo yokumo waruku mo yokumo waruku mo desu. Nai desu. Nai desu. Right. So this is our way back. This is like 6 months ago plus back where we did the neither situation. You can use compound moles, and then you can use the ku version and then add it to the negation of suru. At least I think this was supposed to be suru, right? So, yokumo warukumo, right? Yokumo warukumo nai desu.
この肉はとても新鮮ですよ。
この肉はとても新鮮ですよ。ね? This meat is very 新鮮 fresh. It's very, very fresh. Like super fresh. Exclamatory fresh. Is really fresh. Okay. 肉もね。買いましょうか？
買いましょ
Should we buy
パ
more
ンは
meat?
本当に硬かったです。
パンは本当に硬かったです。硬かったです。ね。硬かった。There is no kanji in this. Wow, this is really far back before the kanji. Because honto. Yeah, honto could be in kanji. So this is katakata desu. I've forgotten what katakata. Oh wait. That's tough, but it can also mean we do have the kanji for this. Off WaniKani. The bread is very tough. Bread was really tough.
ステーキは硬かったです。
ステーキは硬かったです。硬かったです。ね。
ス
ス
テーキは
は
硬かったです。
彼氏と喧嘩しました。
彼氏と喧嘩しました。喧嘩しました。Boyfriend and Ken kashimashita. Oh, ken kashimashita. That's a full phrase. Ken kashimashita. I fought with my boyfriend, or I have a conflict. I had a fight with my boyfriend. Okay. Kana only reading is still, that's gonna be a crutch for the forever. 新しい彼女と喧嘩しました。
ノートをコピーします。
ノートをコピーします。I'm going to make a copy of this notebook. I'm going to make a copy of where are you going to make a copy? どこでコピーしますかね？
どこでコピーしますか？遊園地は混んでいました。
遊園地は混んでいました。Oh man, I need when it comes to this stuff, it's so weird. Like, I prefer to just listen instead of reading this. This makes me secondhand guess what I'm listening to.
遊園地は混んでいました。
混んでいました。So, 遊園地, it's like a theme park thing, mascot thing is very crowded. It was crowded. The theme part was crowded. Yeah, I am not great anymore. There is no way I'm used to this anymore, reading kana. So instead of reading kana, I just listen to it.
遊園地は混んでいました。
Yeah, 遊園地は混んでいました。That's okay. What? 遊園地はとても混んでいました。
手紙を読みます。
手紙を読みます。Alright, we're back to kanji. I will read my letters. Or the letters. It doesn't really matter which letters, but I will read my letter. That's fine. Oh, the letter? Oh, I guess, but it's not true. It can be it can be any of them. I think this is an error. Like, it doesn't specify who it is. It can be my letter, your letter, his letter, her letter. So that's a Japanese thing. But unfortunately, Duolingo is... I need to remember that they go with non-specific first. They prioritize non-specific than personal. Because if I was saying this, it would be my letter. It would be understood by context.
手紙
Interesting how that has changed. I wouldn't have been used to explaining that right away or having these quote-unquote mishaps when we first started Duolingo Japanese like over a year and a half ago. And those aren't like, it's not that big a deal. Obviously that's because we no longer operate in the same context of hearts and whatnot. What am I looking at? 洗濯ね? 洗濯
洗濯
洗濯音楽
音楽
平日
平日
平日は歌
歌
似てwait 手紙手紙で手紙oh no 手紙に no immediately immediately
閉めて
no that's
浴び
yon immediately. How do I get immediately from? Okay, so we got
手紙
tegami, right? Tegami
に
に
4
読んでください,
く
right?
ださい
Or wait. You've heard a lot of people complaining about the new energy instead of hearts on Duo. It's being slowly rolled out and people are saying that they can only do 3 lessons a day before they run out of energy. I have a hot take on that. That's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. I think that should be deliberate. But that is against the grain of gamification and people's lack of discipline. For myself, I wouldn't do more than 3 or 4 lessons. You can already tell that I've already split it up habitually into 3 or 4. You're engaging in different types of routines, different outputs and different inputs. When you like quote unquote grind against a specific input, it tends to have diminished return. So active recall is necessary, and taking breaks and moderating and spacing, right? The energy would be a way to encourage mistakes and not discourage mistakes, while also giving a feedback on how long you have invested within the day. So it creates moderation. I think, although, hear me out, it's also a business move of apps to keep apps rolling too. So it's a coincidental thing that I typically favor in terms of design when it comes to learning. In terms of gaming and whatnot, I'm sure people are upset because they don't like the idea of being told how much they can do in the session, and then tack it on, they might sell energy. So as a business move, they could sell energy, which is very reminiscent of mobile app design, where you limit the lessons and that is viewed as a limit on progress, which then you have to pay money for the convenience, and that's seen as a gamification business move. That's very true. You can interpret it that way. But coincidentally, in terms of learning, understanding how learning process works, and having recall periods and then gestation periods, like maturation of your input, I would do no more than a single set. It would take 3 days to do the sets, but we'll see how that affects my interpretation of it. But generally speaking, you input 10 to 15 new ideas, which is roughly 3 to 4 lessons in the first set, right? I've gone over this in a bit more detail, but the first set is often the exposure. So this is where all your learning is. And then when you get to the second one, this is actually practice. So all these are iteration, these are SRS repetition. This is the repetition part. This is the learn part. So outside of SRS actually. But SRS also has a learning phase. That's the first day, right? Like WaniKani, you would have your exposure and then you would rep. You would rep in days. But if you do these lumped together, then you have one less rep. If you do them all together, this is where the personalized practice is, and then in terms of like Japanese, for example, the layout is personalized practice. Then you have your another rep. You have a short rep, a shortened rep, and then you have a final summary, which is the trophy. This is the current layout for Japanese, not Spanish. Spanish has a little bit more with podcasts and whatnot. When you do this, if you do this all in one day, then that's just one rep. So one of the criticisms of Duolingo is the consequences of the user's behavior, not their design. So if you spent one day doing one unit and then suddenly you've become responsible for 5 kanji characters, like kanji, and however many vocabulary words, you saw the early recall, I would say 20 plus vocabulary words. If you do all of this in one day, which is, in my opinion, the impression that I get from Duolingo, you will remember none of those things. Most of them would be gone within 1 or 2 weeks. Especially the way personalized practice is a fraction of the units. And people don't like that because Duolingo is incredibly repetitious already. But the repetition comes from the idea that you're doing reps upon reps with diminished return. And that's why, by the way, someone did already mention this to me about the rolling out of the energy thing. And coincidentally, I have no qualms with that. Yeah, I split up the sets as well, because they're split up in sets. This is day 3. There's a 3-day rep. I've covered this in a different video, but I will probably modify it new in the future. The first set is the 5 set, right? Or the 7. It's 5 to 7, which is what I think their energy is going to allow, hopefully. You don't really know because the sets actually vary depending on what course you're in. So it's 4 through 7. You can also split up the set as well, right? Because and then they stay. I've already broken this down. So if this is 5, which in Japanese, in this unit, it's 7. So they do vary. So if this is the 7, it is going to be matched by this in the second set. So these are sets, and these are lessons, right? And then the abbreviated will be 1/2. It'll be 1/2 of this. And then there's a personalized practice that's always 3, generally speaking. And then there's a trophy, which is 1. This is the bare bones one without using the flagship examples. Flagship examples will have a story here and a potential podcast here on the desktop version. And then there will be a repeated story here, right before the personalized practice, a repeated story for a different reason. But that's only when I'm doing Spanish, so I have to go over this in Spanish. But in Japanese, it will vary from 4 to 7. But because of where we are, it's usually 7. So if the energy only allows 3 or 4 lessons, then you probably cut this in half. The other alternative is lesson energy is probably not partitioned if you're a subscriber, but even then, if they're only doing 3 to 4 lessons, then splitting these up into halves will be perfectly sufficient, especially for the Japanese section. That means you're being exposed to roughly in where this is, right? 7 concepts of kanji, and then another 7 concepts of kanji. So if you're taking 7, that's a lot. That's a lot to remember. WaniKani, which also use an SRS system, but a vigorous SRS system, when someone says they need to paste their elements, it usually ends up wrapping around 7 kanji. And the reason why I'm using the number 7 is it deals with the concept of new isolated things. Obviously, when you become more proficient, which Duolingo is not about catering to advanced learners, so it's about early learners, right? This concept can be grouped, so then you can take on more. Interesting, you're the first person you see that has said they like it. I didn't use it yet, so I wouldn't know if I like it or not. I'm suggesting that it's very appropriate for the problems that I see and observe that people share with me. It is substituting for a lack of discipline in learning. The learning process is not particularly conducive to speed and haste. It's conducive for time and like efficient use of that time too. When you're going fast, that doesn't mean you're being efficient in learning. You might be hitting diminished return, even going fast. So I guess you just like sticking to a routine and you gotten used to doing your 1 set a day. Like 1 set, you mean like these sets, right? Which is great. That's what I'm used to too. So the energy thing, if it's breaking up your 1 set a day, that can be slowing things down. And I agree with you. That would be very upsetting. Especially when you have to adapt to a new routine, right? Adapting new routines will require an input of effort to change it up. And for myself, using Duolingo, regardless of Duolingo's design, right? Regardless of Duolingo's design, my routine changes after a month, usually. Most of my routines tend to change. So like originally I just do 1 unit in the beginning, like the whole unit, to see what it's like. Then at 30 days, the routine was changed. Then I actually did 25 days. It's a long history with Duolingo Japanese because this is like day 300, and there was a 6-month stint with catching up with WaniKani. But originally at day 1 to day 25, I do evaluation, and then 25 days was pretty good on the retention, so then I paced myself to doing so it went to day 50. Then we decided to increase the range. You don't use Duolingo as a main learning source anyways, more supplemental, so I guess changing it up won't be that major of an upset. That's fair. If you think Duolingo is supplemental, it sounds like Duolingo just does something your other things don't do, so I wouldn't call it supplemental, but optional. I feel like your mentality strikes as me as you're saying it's optional as opposed to supplemental. I would say supplemental would mean that it does something your other things do, so maybe some of your other things do the same thing, but it doesn't sound like it does. Like Anki doesn't do the same thing that Duolingo does. Unless you're referring to the content itself, which I can kind of see. That would be something that I'm not referring to here. I'm referring to the process of learning as opposed to the content, right? So the routine that you're changing, the routine that you're talking about is the process of learning, not the content. So it wouldn't be a supplement. It would be an either optional or a complement of a technique. Because as far as I know, it would be very difficult to suggest that Anki functions similarly as Duolingo, for example, or your other type of resources. So since it's optional, it doesn't bother you that much. For myself, my routine is very different. I'm sure it looked very different. There's active recall before Duolingo, and then there's like networking at the end of Duolingo. So you would have recall, active recall, before the whatever the set of the day, which if that's going to be energy, maybe. On the desktop version, they don't get rolled out very quickly, so we're probably going to be on the heart system. I guess you misspoke. It's quite similar to Bushu. There's a lot of overlap, so you can use Duo as a way to get extra vocab things that you're already learning in Bushu. That's fair. That's fair. Then still optional. So because you're talking about the content and not the routine. At least that's what it sounds like. But now that Duolingo is changing in routine, the routine of Duolingo is changing because of energy. It's no longer the same as Bushu, maybe. And then I'm trying to separate the concept of are you addressing the routine as why it's not a big deal, or the content, right? Because in my opinion, it's very important to understand the effort of changing a routine is not the same as the effort in addressing content. Content is viewed as a supplement or a complement that most people think of. Usually they think of it as a supplement. Routine often is complement, and they usually are either optional or mandatory. So like SRS would be a routine. Your favorite immersion or something like easy listening would be a routine. And like graded readers would be a routine. While their content is supplemental, it's the same. The content is Japanese, or like the content is whatever language you're looking at. So that makes sense. That if you're looking at the content that Bushu covers and Duolingo covers, they're all supplement to each other, right? Like anything that's giving you information on a target language, if their content is overlapping, it would all be supplemental outside of your main source. Your main source would be whatever you choose to get most of the content from. But it isn't your, it's harder for me to understand if it is your main routine. Routines are different from the content that it is being addressed. Like my routine with Duolingo is not strictly based on Duolingo. The thing that I did before I started the session is part of something that I believe does not exist in Duolingo, but it exists somewhere else. So I've adapted that routine across the board. I try to take routines that I have from WaniKani, adapt it to Duolingo, or take Duolingo's routine and then embellish and complement the routine. So now my stuff are indeed supplementary to each other. WaniKani's routine and Duolingo's routine may serve similar routines. So adjusting my routines become less of a problem because overall you have all the routines covered, so it doesn't take too much time to adjust to them. So whatever changes Duolingo will have, I can adjust my routine to it. The content doesn't change. The content does not change at all. despite energy or hearts or how fast or slow you go, the content would never change, right? Because it's quantifiably supplemental. I think that's a topic that I get a lot of traction when I'm talking to other people on how they interact or interpret what is important and not important. Yeah, some, like grammar, for example. I would say explicit grammar doesn't exist in Duolingo, so you can complement the lack of explicit grammar with another source. And then when two sources cover the same grammar, one being SRS, like for example Anki, and then one being a graded reader or a textbook, they're supplement to each other because they have overlapping things. All of them are overlapping in their content. It's an interesting thing. I'm being a little bit pedantic here, so no need to really take it with a grain of salt, I would say. It's how I like to differentiate. I'm a very much an avid person who loves talking about the nuances of learning. Not necessarily language learning, though. These concepts are part of learning in general. I wouldn't be so interested in teaching people and communicating and expressing without an investment in the process of learning. So I look forward to seeing how it affects my routine, the energy thing, because you said 3 or 4 lessons a day, and that's a little bit smaller than I would have liked. I wanted it to reach, like, basically they would say, oh, you can only complete one node, right? One node, give or take whatever, just once you complete the node in a progress track. So I was hoping that since each course has different amount of nodes, right? Or what I mean is they have different amount of lessons in each node. It would be like 1 node a day, regardless of what it is, which I can work with. The reason why 1 node a day would be interesting would be it would normalize all the courses, because all the courses have different numbers of lessons in each node. So you can you could normalize and standardize the length. But the another downside is then the personalized practice would be a shortened node, and this would then make them into 5 days, which is fairly reasonable. At minimum, you would be spending 5 days on a unit. Interesting. The routine is what you're mainly referring to, because the learning content itself isn't changing. Your daily routine for Duolingo specifically is currently doing 1 set a day on Duo. But if with energy that changes to only being able to have the half day, then I guess that's not being of an upset, because you don't focus all your time on Duo, so losing 1 to 3 lessons won't affect it. French, in your opinion anyways, I can change your routine, balance that loss out with others. Yes, but you use the word supplemental. It is not supplemental, is what I'm making my adjustment for. So I agree that you're referring to your routine, but your statement earlier was talking about whether it is supplemental, and I disagree with that. You are not talking about your routine when you are talking about something being supplemental. These are 2 different routines. So if you were talking about routines, you would be comparing them as though they do not overlap. What you're referring to is the lessons again. Your routine is accommodating less lessons, and the lessons, the content doesn't change. So therefore, you're not changing the routine. Like, what I mean is you're able to change the routine, but you're looking the readout as the content, not the routine. Your routine will change and you will learn a new routine regardless of whether you got your lessons or not. So that's a learning thing. You have learned and adjust new routines. I don't challenge your ability to create and adjust new routines, but that has no output, in my opinion, to whether the lessons are lost or not. You're not adjusting to the lessons, you're adjusting your routine. So I agree with you and disagree with you at the same time. I know you're talking about your routines, and I was making a clarification that whether you learn X number of lessons or not, the routine is the thing that's changing. Not whether you get to your lessons or not. The lessons are unchanging. That content doesn't change. Yeah. So it doesn't really matter. Like, or what I mean is, I can definitely tell why you think it doesn't really matter, because you're flexible and very adaptable, which is good. That's what I mean by I like it and I don't like it at the same time. I think people are not flexible in their routine. You are adjusting very well. At least it sounds like you are adjusting very well. Like, because you understand what the routine is getting you. So you can just go and get it somewhere else. You can segregate between content and routine, right? If you're not getting access to the content now, you can access the content somewhere else. That does involve two separate routines, which is fine, right? That means you can do two different things at once, which is excellent. I love when people encourage themselves to be able to do that. Otherwise, every time when something changes, it can be tough. Like, one of the points that I kind of want to make here is something that I've been very forward about, and other people have been very forward against me about. Like, it starts with them being for against me, and therefore I try to demonstrate this difference. When you learn using Duolingo, your routine is different. Now, most people think there's no point. There's no point in learning routine if the content is the same. That's one of the biggest things in language learning when it comes to aggressive arguments and debates. If you're going to learn 2000 kanji, right, for example, this is a big one in Japanese. Japanese gets way more of this, from my experience, than Chinese or Spanish. And I imagine French would be less too. Something about Japanese, because it's quantifiable a lot of times. 2000 kanji. If it takes you 3 years to learn 2000 kanji with a routine, let's just say Duo, and then it takes 1 year to learn 2000 kanji with Anki, which is a different routine, because in order for these to be comparable, a lot of times their routine also has to be comparable. But that's not how people compare them. They compare them based on the content, which is supplemental. So the easy to reductively say that there's no point in Duo is because it takes a longer time to do the same content. And that's how most people, like, in my opinion, my anecdotal experience is how people evaluate readouts of performance, and then evaluating the routine by the readout, right? And one of the readouts is speed, oftentimes. And to me, how does this relate to the energy thing? Because energy is seen to be related as negating speed. For example, like this sort of like a stamina system, right? It lowers speed, and that speed is affecting the content, like the consumption of the content. But for me, there's something that is not considered oftentimes that feed into this. Retention. Retention over time, right? Which is also dealing with speed to some extent. I think the closest analogy to speed when it comes to like physics or chemistry is displacement. Or maybe velocity. No. Displacement is a better example. So where like if you're 0 and 100, right? And you're doing something with great speed. So if you're doing with great speed, what happens is, say, over a 1 week period, someone gets to 100 items. But over a 1 month period, someone gets to 50 items, right? 50 items. However, when you think of retention, across this 1 week, how much of the 100 items do you retain? If you go 100 and you retain 10, then you're actually going back and you're at 10. You know, and at 1 month, if you're retaining 50, then at 1 month, you're going to get 50. Now, this guy has 3 extra weeks, right? Let's just say roughly 4 weeks to the month, 3 extra weeks. So they would end up getting another 10, which gives you 20, 30, and they would end up at 40 net place displacements. So they would overall spend 1 month going fast with a displacement of 40. And then the person that spent a month would be going much slower with a displacement of 50 after a month. So this is where the equalizer happens. There are methods where if you focus on content as a operation of speed, that doesn't necessarily translate to retention. And that's why SRS is pretty brilliant in the sense that they're trying to optimize for that. SRS, the principle of SRS is trying to optimize going just fast enough while tackling the question of retention over time through space, right? Retention over time. And Duolingo doesn't do that in its current state with Hearts. Right? Hearts functionally does not do that. It punishes for mistakes and it gets people to stop based on their attention, you know, when attention is gone. So if you run out of hearts, like, oh, yep, I'm done for the day. My attention must have lapsed, so I must have reached the point of exhaustion. Which is a surrogate readout for you're studying too much, quote unquote, studying too much or doing too much, right? But it's a lot more nebulous. It's a lot more nebulous than using an energy system to force a routine with time, with time as the factor. But their energy system, while it's a time in quotations, it's more of attempts, right? So it's a completion now. Now it's based on completion, which is interesting because that's how formal education works. Which I don't know if that's a great coincidence or not, but what is a very trendy thing that kids these days or adults these days talk about formal education? It's old, it's archaic. I want a more dynamic way of spacing out so I'm not wasting my time. Well, the original system, in my opinion, of Duolingo, there is, quote unquote, a diminished return that is arguably even less spaced than formal education. Formal education, you go to a class, 15 minutes, you go out, you do homework, which is spaced from your formal education, go back to the class, right? Generally, like, it used to be every day in a fraction, so you get that iteration on space, and then there's a space between you and your homework, and then the homework leads to that space to your class, and then you continue to do that, and it's a one-size-fits-all situation, so it's less dynamic. Energy here is not dynamic either. At least I don't think you gave me an impression whether you can restore energy, but you can still buy out of the energy probably. That's a one way that businesses sell stuff. You can probably buy super and sell it. If they don't sell energy, then subscription model dies. As in, like, what I mean is, if they decide to force the turnover of time while in a subscription, then that is in conflict with live service. So I imagine they still lift the energy cap because of subscription, which then can be seen as a greedy move for people to want to progress. But for myself, I probably wouldn't do it in the first place, largely because you hit a gap of diminished return. And one of the diminished return is when you treat routine as an output of content, or routine is involved in content output and input, I guess, input, if we're talking about what you're gaining, right? So if all of your routines are not dramatically dynamic, then you're doubling down on the routine. And what I mean by that is it's gonna feel like a grind because you're treating the routine the same because the content is the same. And that's how I think a lot of people treat formal education and language learning. So graded readers is the same as watching a podcast, which is the same as watching anime, because the readout is how much content you're getting. So they're all the same, even though the person is doing 3 different routines. The reason that works, despite what they think, it's not the same, right? That's why it works. The reason why it works a lot of times when people read some graded readers, then go watch podcasts, then go and do their SRS, is the routine is not the same. When the routine is not the same, you stay active. Your attention stays active, or more likely to stay active, than doing the same routine. If 2 things are truly supplemental to each other in terms of their routine, then it will feel the same, and you would become more passive because you're doing the same thing, the same thing, but they're not truly the same. However, this is where the problem, or like the issue that I often see happen. People are thinking all the routines are the same, so there's no point in having the same things. So there's no point in doing Duolingo with Bushu, for example. Now, if they are the same, I agree. The routine would have no point because they are also supplemental in content. So their routine and their content are the same, then there is absolutely a problem with passive compliance. Like, you become complacent, right? Like using WaniKani and Anki at the same time, where the person made the Anki experience exactly like the WaniKani experience. Then you're equivocating the routine and the content at the same time, and that leads to burnout. Burnout is when happens when you have diminished return. you get to the point of diminished return because you have no discipline to understand that it is the routine, a combination of routine and different content that creates someone to be intuitively active. You either complement with routines or complement with content or both at the same time to keep active. And also not recognizing that means that you eliminate potential other routines and then you run out of routines to use. So for example, someone who believes that Anki is the only thing you need because it's the best. Anki is the only thing you need. Now, my understanding, how does someone get to this comment? Like, how do they confidently know that Anki is the only thing you need? They believe that content is the same, but the routine is not. So you can split your content. You can split the content or even have redundant content, supplementary content, if the routines are different. And one of them is you learn something, right? You learn something in Anki, then you go to your graded reader and you see that same thing occur. That's two different routines with the same content. So the content is supplementary to each other, but the routines are complementary to each other. You have two different routines, and those routines embellish the way you encounter the content. So in order to make things more memorable when you have to practice the same content, right? You're trying to when you're trying to practice the same content, you want to engage, right? The word engage in the same content with more routines. So that works well because, in my opinion, that explains all the arguments that people have. That's so far that I've read. And they are not arguing against each other. That's one of the really funny aspects of language learning that I've learned so far. People are arguing against each other, but they're not arguing about the same thing. Like, it's all of the above. Like, person A is right. Person B is also right. But they're not arguing against each other. They believe A is counter to B, but it's actually a separation, a routine, the learning process, the process, and goals. Goals is the content. The process is the routine. So how many routines do you have to keep yourself at a high retention, a high engagement? You need enough different routines that you can engage in the same content to remember it for life, forever, or however long you want. So if it means like you learn it first in Anki and then you decide to go practice it with your significant other, that is a different routine that engages in the same content. And then when you go and to your journal, you'll write in your journal that I learned this today. And then you go to your spreadsheet and you categorize your thing and create a web. And then you go and draw a picture with the things you learn. That's like 4 separate routines with the same content. And you yourself have to determine how many routines do you need in order to consistently engage in the same content effortlessly so that it can be retained for the rest of your life. It's kind of like the use it or lose it situation, but it's not specifically thinking about it as an endpoint, but a forever point. So for me, this is one of the biggest crutches between people when they're language learning. And I don't think you're doing that. Again, Brie, I don't actually think you're doing that. This is the stuff that I see can be a little tricky over time because people feel like they're limited in their ability to remember things. while I don't necessarily think they're limited in their ability to do things, it's more like they are refractory to juggling many different techniques because they don't believe there's a point to it, because the content is all that matters, right? Like, for example, money. This is a good flex. It's going to go out of the field of field of language learning, finance. You can think there's only one routine to make money, right? One routine to make money. You work hard, you get a paycheck, and that's it, right? You get a salary, for example, or a wage. That is one routine to get money. What is another way? Well, lots of people say, like myself or other academic professionals would say side hustles. And side hustles open an incredible avenue of different routines that you can do. So while the output is money go up, right? Money go up or down, however your initial routine is. What you're developing is you're developing other skills that lead to the same output. So in language learning is very much, in my opinion, adapt a lot of these concepts. The miscommunication often happens when with themselves. Like, it can be miscommunication, like dissonance. It can be cognitive dissonance, right? Self-cognitively, or with others. With others, right? It can also be outward with others, is the idea that understanding the goal of making, like, consuming more of your, like, pick up more languages, like more kanji, but there's no maintenance. You haven't been, while pushing for more kanji, there hasn't been a discipline for maintenance. And one of the things that happen in language learning a lot is discipline is absent. So it is up to the tool. It is up to the tool to impart the discipline. Because in my opinion, not a lot of people care about that anymore. Like, you don't need discipline. Like, manage time. What is this? Time management? What is that? I just want to consume as fast as I can, right? And Duolingo this isn't the greatest. I don't think the energy thing is that great, but it is certainly a little bit step up, personally, from hearts. Now, in video games, that's a whole different story, because if you don't functionally think that learning something is the task, then yeah, don't have energy levels, right? But mobile apps do that to make money, which is terrifying, by the way. I don't necessarily think Duolingo is doing it specifically to make money, but it will likely make them money, nevertheless. So that might be a coincidence. So I'm trying to be fair to those who understand how mobile apps regulate time and then get people to buy things. This does too. Maybe they're trying to kill two birds with one stone kind of situation. But I think maintenance is an incredibly difficult thing. Manual maintenance is like the internet's crutch, in my opinion. Automation is what removes the maintenance. And for myself, I kind of like doing it every once in a while. And you do too, Bree. You clearly give me a person who understands how to do maintenance. Like, oh, okay, well, all right, I'll just adjust this time here. And it's wonderful. I think, though, when I'm considering the average Duolingo user, and if the average Duolingo user is reflective of my encounter with the average Anki user, or the average podcast only, immersion only, all input all the time, that is what I'm referring to as in a misunderstanding in routine. those individuals, I don't believe they have a routine. Like, they do not have a routine. They have a goal, and they're trying to get to their goal as fast as possible, which is like asking Icarus to not fly towards the sun. But they can be young, so when you're young, you can burn out. You can definitely risk burning out, and then grinding, right? Grinding, and then the grinding comes to a halt. Then they go to the next thing, and eventually they can get to their goal. The idea is, if your goal, let's say everyone's goal is to get to 100 of whatever it is, right? You could go here, burn out, or you could do it this way: go fast, burn out, go fast, burn out, go fast, burn out, continue, and you can get to it. This means that you're going to burn 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 routines. 3 routines are going to get burned, right? And depending on how long these periods are, these could be years, like 2 years. So when you burn a routine that takes 2 years to develop, then starting a new routine is going to suck. The input for this is going to be 2 years worth of catching up. And then you're going to repeat this psychologically each time, and it's going to get harder and harder each time. Alternatively, you can go the maintenance route, right? The maintenance route is you start with a routine, R1, and then you modify that routine through this pace. Then when you have R1 not, you increase the rate that it's going. And then you can be a little bit more greedy and push for R1 not 2. So then the distance improves over time. Your efficiency goes up, but your routine is being built on the same routine, but it's a modification of that routine. And that's how my approach would be. So by the time you get to this routine, your routine is no longer the same thing as the first one. And so this is a modification. The routine is consistently changing, but with the foundation. That foundation is your discipline, right? And the change is to offset burnout and diminish return. And in order to do that, you inject new routine while maintaining your old routine. So soon in the year 3, I will no longer be using only Duolingo. And if Duolingo expires, I will take Duolingo's routine and I will slam it into WaniKani, and then WaniKani will be the embodiment of those 2 routines, R1 not, and then I would add a new routine, which we'll just call it R2. And that is, I've already have this planned, which I teased a little bit, but it has something to do with a Boon Pro. And then in the future, it'll be LLMs. In the Chinese routine, will be incorporating LLMs next month. And because Duolingo expired. So right now in HanziHero, it is a combination of the dual Chinese curriculum and HanziHero's baked in system, which is the SRS. However, now that this is being I took whatever aspect that I liked about my routine here that I've been developing for 200 days, which went through its own R1, R not references, right? So I took the most refined version and I added it to this, whatever works compatible. And then next month, I'm starting LLMs. So then I will be simultaneously doing these 2 routines and then adapting whatever I learned from here to this. And at some point, this may become writing reviews in Chinese. which is a new routine, and or speaking to native speakers or something. So that's kind of how I go about it, which is very difficult to describe momentarily, but I do try to chronic these in record these in like very specific days. So for Duolingo Japanese, it's probably going to be at the end of this section, so end of section 3, whichever. So I pick very specific points. In WaniKani, for example, it's every 100 days is the gap, and HanziHero also follows the same pattern. Every 100 days we'll do an introspection, reevaluate, look at our current routine, and then supplement or complement or adjust the routine so that whatever I took from value, it doesn't have to end at the content. Which oftentimes, I think most people, when they reach their goal, they throw away routines. If a routine is less efficient, it's not about taking things that are good about the routine or useful, it's to throw away the routine entirely. So to me, when you throw away whole things, it also demonstrates to me that there's a lack of critical thinking and problem solving. Like they're not involved in consolidating. What's a great example of consolidating? Diversification in investments. So oftentimes if I took like the average American, right, when it comes to finance, so the average finance in the United States, there usually not a lack of diversification. The idea is you stay on a thing because it makes the most money, sort of, or it makes money, not really most. You believe it's the most money because it already makes money. But the safest and most rigorous and consistent way is constant diversification. So when you diversify, you're investing. Oftentimes when someone says you stick to a routine, for example, stick to a routine like put your money in the bank, that's savings. That's the act of saving, not investment, right? So if we're talking about why those are important words, language learning, if you're doing it as a hobby is an investment. It's rarely a savings. Savings impart need. It requires an act of need or an obligation. And treating it like a savings or a need, then yes, that would lead to things that are a consequence of needs. Stress, right? Negative stress, not positive stress. Negative stress, burnout, right? Grinding. These are the mindsets that I've seen associated. And then when you think of hobby as an investment, then it's closer to what you're describing, Bree, where you think of it as optional, adaptable. You know, adaptable, and lots of different routines. You can take in lots of routines and you're able to problem solve, right? Problem solve and critically think, which is wonderful because our conversation, like early on when we were talking, represents that quite well. When it comes to this side of things, then you enter people who think like, oh, here's the right way and here's the wrong way to do things. You have to do this way or else you're never going to reach your goal. For example, you have to learn 100 kanji in 1 week or it's not worth it. That sounds like someone who has a goal confused with process. Right, because 100, so where are you getting that 100? Oftentimes people would start slow. And the people who would think very critically over time, you know, the delta could change. You could have a delta 11 here, but then you can have a delta 12 across the same time. And that's often due to routine adjustment. Not necessarily content. It can be due to content, but your routine in your head has changed. So like, for example, when you think of a learning curve, right? You think of a learning curve. This is real-time routine adjustment in your head. Now, what is real-time routine adjustment? Intuition for most people. So when you build out like a foundational routine, then it takes off, right? It takes off. But you could see it as you're not doing anything different. You could have done, but something is different in your head. You're making connections and association. The foundations are producing a higher and more efficient routine in your head. You can also adjust that and expand that to literal routines. How flexible you are when it comes to adapting to different changes depends on how much exposure you have to different routines. And if you're not an analytical person, if you don't like doing what I'm doing now, the idea is you encourage someone. You continue to encourage that person. Are you an intuition person? Encourage them to keep on adapting and seeing things from a different perspective and whatnot. And eventually, yeah, nothing really phases you. In like you see like, you know, that's too much work. Let's just move on and work on a different thing. But you know, whatever I used here, I could just take it elsewhere. So to me, I'm sorry if this is really long, but I really love talking about this topic. You have already intuit that. And I was being pedantic. Like, I'm sorry if it sounded like I was nitpicky, but I was being pedantic in order to demonstrate that intuition makes up for a lot of things, and analytical skills make everything really extra, like, picky. And for me, it's a topic that I like to pick apart because nowadays people do all of this stuff by intuition, if they can. So does Duolingo's energy, you know, like we're gonna go back to the whole Duolingo thing that sparked all this. Does Duolingo's energy change? Will that make people intuit a result that demonstrates to them that you can actually use less time and liberate that time to practice active recall or engage in other routines and combine them? I don't know, because oftentimes when people think about routines, they find what is lost. So while you, Bree, have a wonderful Bushu thing going on, right? Bushu can complement the routines. So you're already getting a different routine that's allowed. When a lot of people think of a results bound, they would try to replace it. So then they wouldn't necessarily have a change. So if Duolingo was already working, they would replace it with, they would substitute it with whatever they used to have, right? So that means find a Duo Delta, whatever that is. Something that looks like Duo, exactly like Duo, and do the same routine as Duo. So that means this person stays stagnant. So of course, this would feel awful because they believe it's the only thing they can do. It's the only way they can learn with Duo. The old way. The way that is unchanging and never flexing or evolving. That's a non-adaptive person. It's a person who cares about results, but not understanding their learning process, right? I change my routine over time, even using the same tool. It's a natural process. When you learn more, you have more things you can do. So the content, when your content reaches like 1,000 kanji, my routine has changed. How do I maintain 1,000 kanji? It's like when you start a business and you have 100 customers, you can stay and continuously do the same routine to maintain those 100 customers, but you want more money. So somebody comes along and now it naturally expanded to 100,000 customers, and your thought is, I'm just going to do the same routine. Well, yes, you're likely just going to really be capped and learn the same, like get the same amount of money. And now there's a problem that you don't control for, which is, well, your 100,000 customer is going to dwindle back down to 100 because your routine is not adjusting to it. So that's kind of one of those things that the internet has done really, really well when it comes to telling you what the goal is, but not adjusting what the process is to get the results. It's really interesting. Like, I love talking about this. Sorry. I really had to delve into it. Anyways. Sorry, Jazz and Bree. But I really appreciate the share that gave me the opportunity to talk about this stuff. I genuinely do believe that's how people operate. I can't tell you how many times someone told me, man, yeah, grind the good grind. I wouldn't be able to do the same thing for like 9 hours straight, or do something for a whole year consistently. And my first thought was, I think you can, but you don't have to do the same thing for those days. You can remain engaged and dynamic about it. You don't have to change everything. Change enough of things. Then your routine habitually becomes systematically, constantly inching better. So if you gain 1% a day, like if you gain 1% a day, imagine what happens after a year. You've gained like 360. That's not true. That's not how that works. But you get 1% early on, right? Say you get 1% for the first week, and then the first month you get like 1.2% because it has a depreciation value, right? 1.2. But after 2 months, you have like 1.7%. What happens over time is it adds up. And that's something that a lot of people talk about when it comes to habit formation, or maybe like life refinement, like life skill development. But habit formation is a great one. You take one of your habits and you're greedy about it. You go down and you look, oh, this habit takes up 50% of my time. Like, well, how do I get this habit to be 0.1% more efficient, or like the way to achieve it? And then if you can achieve that on a daily basis, then by the time you get to 365 days, you got like 36%. That's wild, by the way, if you're able to do that. Like become like additively more efficient. Usually it's really nice on some of your first changes, and then it starts dipping, but you're still improving over time. So my study habits over the years, or my learning habits, I genuinely don't know if I've ever sat down and tried to ask myself, can I keep coming up with new ways until I run out of ways? I genuinely find it unfathomable to not find a way to learn something. So, and I'm shy of 40 years old, so I think anyone can do it. You don't have to be incredibly intuitive. I actually, the hardest things I've ever seen people do is doing the same thing for months on end. Like when someone tells me, oh, I have to do my Anki, and I watch them use their Anki, okay. Then I check back every like 3 months. Recently, I'm watching this particular person because they're doing coincidentally what I'm doing, where I actually interacted with this person briefly, but I notice I tend to track people because I'm very curious. I hope they're having a good time. So this person started doing the things, and I'm observing what they're doing on day 1 and day 2, and then I wait a couple months. I actually wait a couple months and check back and see what they're doing, and it is incredibly impressive to me that they're able to do the exact routine after 3 months. For me, I don't even know what that's like anymore, because if I had to do a routine for 3 months straight without any alterations or like transformative process in integrating the new information, I would quit. I would burn out. It would get dull, it would get uninteresting, and I would know, for me personally, I'm not talking about other people, just myself, I would know that I'm learning less day after day after a certain amount of period of time without complementing and continuously being interested in my own learning process. The thing gets dull. Like when I work at a job, this is me personally, I love science. I worked in science. The reason why science doesn't get dull is you do a lot of things, but those things constantly change. There's a foundation and bedrock of things, but they have to be turned, twisted, conformed, creatively jerry-rigged to solve things you cannot solve, or like no one wanted to solve, right? So there's always a constant element of not doing the same thing while doing the same thing. So in this way, I'm trying to build language learning the same way that I've fallen in love with science. Now, I did burn out in science. I don't work in science anymore. I did burn out, and it was because of a consistent thing that I did not address. And that was my diet, my sleep, and the way I was handling my like emotional social life. I failed to maintain those things. So those things then eroded my academic side of things. And all those systems require this progressive maintenance, because there are systems that you can't choose to just toss out whenever you want. Life skills, you cannot simply say, I'm gonna switch it up later on. Like, for example, I'm gonna switch up my diet. Now I just want to be healthy now. Like, you know, I'm gonna change my life. Cold turkey. I'm gonna start on this new fad diet, and it's going to be maintained from day 1. It is incredibly impressive when someone achieves that, because it doesn't happen very often. Statistically, you are more likely to fail. Adjusting a current diet and slowly making progress towards a transition point to a new diet, and then finally getting to that point and still continue to improve that diet, is a life skills ability. It requires routine. Crash course people, they're more about crash course, like crash diets and whatnot. That's the idea. And finances is a great example. In order to create financial investments, I don't give financial advice, nor is this any advice. Like I don't want to, this is not professional advice. I don't do this professionally, and I'm not paid to do this. So grain of salt. But generally speaking, there's a reason why I'm able to do this too, and not have to worry about finances as well. Because over time, you're building your skills for finances. So it might not sound like I have a lot of time for certain things, but I work on them progressively over time. And language learning is no different. Like, I look back on my day one video. The first thing I've ever started in language learning was start up Duolingo Japanese. And that first day, night and day. Even the things that I talk about and the routines, how I'm speaking out loud, communicating with other people, explaining certain concepts, those were non-existent on day one. And now they're effortless. I do this day in and day out, but not consistently the same way. I'm trying to do it slightly better in specific time frames. I technically do the same thing for like maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, sometimes a month. And then I know that around that time, I'm going to get diminished return. It's going to feel like I'm trudging along. Progress is going to... So I continue to push to a different way. Not push harder into the same thing, but innovate. Innovate or iterate, which have you. Actually, way too scientific. You like coming up with productive systems? I don't think about how scientifically effective a productive system is. I just like ideas. Some things work, for some don't work with others. That's fine. That's very in line with the people I'm talking about. You might be thinking you're not considering scientific effective a productive system is, but you just said some things work and some things don't. That is in my opinion, that tells me you are, like, I'm not saying, I'm not gonna try to gaslight you on this. When you say some things work and some things don't, that is viewing things as a efficacy. When I look at things, some things work better, perhaps, or less than others, but they have properties that you can take that work to combine them. There's, to me, I don't see a thing that don't work or do work. I see things that work to some extent and don't work to some extent. And all of them can be, quote unquote, analytically and or intuitively combined using problem solving skills. You framed it in a way that it either don't or do, which that is an efficacy thing, right? It's based on how productive the system is. Like, how do you determine what works and what doesn't work? I'm looking at things, whether how well they work and how well they don't work, but all of the stuff works. The idea is to take that information and make something that works from all of those things, or anything. You mix and match and refine things. So there aren't habitually things that don't work. Like, for example, when someone comes up to me and say, Duolingo doesn't work. It doesn't teach you anything. Yes, it does. It does teach you something, and therefore it invalidates your productive efficacy way of evaluating output, not based on the process, but based on a goal. If something doesn't work, why does it exist? For example, right? And you can make an argument, well, people are just dumb and they just don't understand. I'm like, I think the person that is making that reductive argument is the one that potentially don't understand. I mean, I'm not suggesting that both. It could be both. It could be neither, right? Or anything in between. But I think your statement illustrates my point about that. So you're saying you're doing one thing, and I like to think that you're kind of thinking you do one thing and you're doing another thing. And that's perfectly fine as long as you find, however, your mindset, like Bree, maybe the expression is lost in translation. Like I'm misunderstanding what you're saying because it is kind of difficult for me to understand. I guess at this point in time, you don't note down every single minute of your improvement. You don't have to. You're way too present in the moment to even remember noting percentages or exact hours. You don't have to. The whole point of my discussion was that you don't do that. You're prescribing to, like, if what you just described is you are inferring a routine. That routine could include every single minute, even though I said every month, or every year. I didn't even say minutes, but okay. And then recording percentages. Percentages don't tell you anything. It's a form of relative. I use percentages to illustrate a relative. You don't know what those percentages are or what they mean. And I didn't mention any exact hour. Those were used as examples, right? And those examples did not have any specifics. Like, I like to think that I hope most people saw relative terms that don't have any value to them because there aren't any specifics to them. Not only did I didn't mention any specifics, your routine implies that what I said requires someone to do every single minute. Unless you're suggesting you saw someone who did this and you don't have time for that. That's perfectly all right. Routines do not require like micromanagement. In fact, the word I said was intuition more than anything else. Intuition is not analytical. I even made a comment specifically that one does not require to be consciously analytical, right? There may be reasons why you don't like Pomodoro too much. Timers make you too self-aware. That's fair. I don't have a timer on mine either. Or actually, here's one. Here's one to demonstrate that you and I might be on the same page about this. People constantly talk about speedrunning. I don't speedrun, but a lot of people think I'm speedrunning. I don't have a self-awareness. I don't give a lot of weight to the self-awareness of a timer. Occasionally, though, I do some of these for a timer to make sure that I understand what it's like to have a timer. And sure enough, being aware that not using a timer means you're not going to be well practiced in the timing. That's true. I suck with timers, right? So that's a different story. But speedrunning is one thing. How long and efficacious that speedrunning is another thing. That's involving the process. So yes, it does involve some sort of note keeping, right? You do a daily journal. That's more than the average person I expect with a routine. When you're writing a daily journal, or like, for example, today would be the third day we're going to talk about the theme. What is the theme for today, right? I was about to ask you, sorry, I ranted a little far too much, but what is the theme of today? That is far more frequent than what I think people should even consider when it comes to routine. You have a very systematic categorical routine already. In fact, I think you are far more analytical than what I described. What I did was a curation of like 20 plus years of experience, and that is not expected to happen overnight. So I don't record every waking moment of my improvements or percentages in order to achieve that thing. It's to achieve an improvement wherever you can find it without burning out, right? Without micromanaging. And that doesn't have an answer. It doesn't have specifics. So there's no way I can describe what that's like for you, Jazz, or what that's like for you, Bree. Like, there's no way I would be confident enough to know what that looks like. But having a really good friend, maybe some siblings, and other people that love doing the same thing you are, and create that wonderful dynamic to get feedback. I operate largely on my own feedback while analytically looking at other people's things, like other people's behavior. But generally speaking, it's been a very long time since I've been around other academic individuals. Like doing science, every day you're building an argument, building evidence and an argument against your most stringent peers. And that's kind of what makes it not effortless at first. Routine makes things effortless, in my opinion. They are more likely to make things effortless. So what seems like every waking minute might be catharsis in the future. Not that I'm suggesting or advocating that someone micromanage every waking minute of their lives, but I could see it being possible for someone who does it very automatically. Timers make you alert that you have to be in the next bit in 3 or 2 or 1 minute. If you were to be in the productive zone, you're happy doing work, then having to be fast about it. That's fair enough. Fair enough. It's been a while since I've done something with a deadline. My self-imposed deadlines are monthly. So, like, for example, I have projects this month, and actually most of them are flexible, but I do, at some point when it comes closer to a deadline, I must complete it. So, like, Claire Obscura's review was at the very last day of May. I gave myself the entire May window. Originally, it was planned to be spread out across 18 days. It ended up being 26 days. So that's kind of a mix. It's both. Having a bit of a timer, but also not having a bit of a timer, as opposed to all or none, right? This works, that doesn't work. This is too much, that's not too much. Adjustments. A lot of adaptivity. It doesn't make for the best productivity, nor does it make for the worst productivity. However, the human condition, in my opinion, what is default about this is it gives you the power, at least some semblance of comfortable, consistent reliance. Like, when someone says, hey, can you do this? Like, well, yes, I can. And then when the person starts imposing how, when, where, then I start thinking. I start churning, like, okay, all right, so that means I can only do like some of these things. Yeah, this stuff works and stuff. And that's kind of how I view other people. When someone asks me, I have a problem, like, tell me the details of the problem, we'll narrow it down, right? You start with a pool of hundreds of thousands of possible working solutions, and then you gather more and more information about the person's goals or what they want to achieve, and then you start narrowing it down. But the pool has to be in excess. It has to be more than just one method. So once it crosses a specific threshold, that's the exact number thing, I put an arbitrary method. Right? Like, how many approaches can someone take before they emotionally give up on improving their diet? So the moment they tell me a lot of deal breakers that narrows the possibilities down to like less than 10 methods or 10 routines, then I would start to worry. Like, can I get them to include more possibilities? Because I would think a person is able to do or tackle and test for themselves more than 10 potential alterations to their routine for their diet, right? If they focus on a singular most greatest diet ideal and bank everything on that, that is exactly what I'm saying about language learning when I was talking about diversification and as a form of investment, forward investment versus savings. So you bank everything on a specific method, it can work like gangbusters if it is indeed the best method. So it is so the things that I'm talking about is neither the best nor the worst, but they are the consistent. It produces consistence. You can be incredibly productive one day, then you can crash out. That's idealism. So that's how the internet, in my opinion, rolls. You work with idealism. This is the best method, so this one works. This is less than best, so it doesn't work. Nothing in between. And then if this one doesn't work, then the next best is the best one. Again, not anything that's less than the best. Right? Sure. And you'll get there. I drew that like really like 5 steps forward, 4 steps back. 5 steps forward, 4 steps back. You'll still get to your goal. Emotionally, that can wreck people, depending on who you are, obviously. If you don't see that as an attractive way of approaching a goal, there are alternatives. And that gives you catharsis, in my opinion. It lets someone feel less anxious when they understand that there are more than one way to get to a goal. And in order to actually realize that, in my opinion, like actualize that, not analytically, but intuitively, realize there are more ways to get to the goal and you know what they are and you are okay with it, it provides academic solace, like mental, emotional, academic solace. Like, well, I feel like we're gonna start here. It doesn't matter where we start actually, but I'm feeling this. We're gonna vibe this out. We're gonna vibe to this one. The idea is you're always sitting on a bit of confidence. It's different from arrogance because you don't know how well it's gonna work. You just know that it's sufficient to work. You can overcome sufficiency. You'll make it work. Not the best, not the worst. Arrogance and confidence, in my opinion, is born out of idealism. Those people would say, this is gonna work the best. I always do the best. I'm always right. The things I choose never fail. That is, in my opinion, probably the antithesis of what I'm saying. I know that in the process of doing something, some things aren't going to work as well as I planned, and there are things that are going to work maybe even better than I planned, and some are exactly as I expected. But whatever that didn't work very well, I'll take the things that did work to some extent, add it to the things that work really well, and then add it to the things that worked meh, right? And then overall in the process, you'll have something that works. Not the most ideal, but also not the worst. And to me, that creates incredible emotional consistency. There are people, I feel, that think they do this. And then they spend every waking hour trudging and focus on all the things that they did wrong, waste their time, things that they threw out, or things that they should have done. If I were to do it all over again, they were going to do this way because now I know better. That's not the same person I'm talking about. I do not do that. So when oftentimes, right off the bat, one of the most common questions that people ask me when it comes to after like 300 days of language learning is, if you were to do it all over again, what are things you would change? Or what is the thing you most regret about starting with Duolingo? Like, well, I don't think about that, but I could tell you things that maybe were slower or faster in terms of like number, and then you can interpret it on your own. I don't regret what I do. Like things I choose voluntarily, I don't regret those things. They're functional regardless. Like, I do my best in the moment. As you said, if you're always focused in the moment, Jazz, I focus in the moment. All the summations of my skill is ever present in the moment. So when I reflect upon that, I can only rely on the sole comfort that I was doing my best at every waking moment in the past. But my best is never going to be the best that I currently am at, because I have already profit from the present. So my future self is going to be better than my present self. It's highly unlikely that that person that I'm recording this for, this is why I'm recording these things, by the way, one of the main reasons. The person I'm recording for, that I'm talking to right now, that me, 1 year down the line, he's going to be better than me right this moment. But I don't focus on how good he's going to be down the line, which most people do. They're like, oh, I can't wait till I'm fluent in Japanese. Then I'll move to Japan and I'll get a visa. And that is looking at the future self, in which it hasn't happened yet. And then these people are using escapism to make them feel good towards one. And that's fine. That can move them forward. I don't really need to rely on that. I don't need to think about when I become fluent in Japanese. I do brainstorm with other people though. Like when people say like, oh, maybe 2 years down the line we can speak Japanese together, because it would be really cool to do that. While at the same time, I bring them back to the present. What are you doing now? What have all your past skills work up to now? What can you do now and in the immediate future? And in the past, if you have regrets, find functional uses for them. And one of, not like absolutely mandatory, you chip away at it. Write a story. This is why I was talking to Bree earlier. Like, write a story. Write your journal. Chronicle something. You don't have to chronicle like every waking moment, but it creates value from your past. So if there are things that are not valuable now, and they take center stage in your mind and your forehead, you can give them new value. This moment, you can work towards making these things of value. And the moment they become valuable again, they're no longer points of regret, or they are unlikely to be points of regret, because they are functionally gaining new life once again. I think it took me about 30 years. 30 years before I've come to monetize, quote unquote, figuratively, monetize and reevaluate all the things that led me up to my 30-year-old self. And since then, most of my actions, the way I can help people, are rarely ever looking at regrets or things in retrospection that's constantly negative. So I no longer project that anymore as well. Like most of the stuff that I talk about, when people say, oh yeah, like my childhood really sucked. It's like, yeah, my childhood pretty much was like that, you know, discrimination, racism. We didn't have much money, but my father saved up all that money to give me a Genesis when I was 5 years old. And then someone would say like, oh, I'm sorry you feel like, I hope that like your better days. Like, no, I don't feel sorry about that. Like I wanted to share with you what it is that led me to the person you see today. I want to tell you that it is important that I had those experiences. And let me tell you and explain to you, or like try at least express to you, how these things that are seemingly incredibly negative and possibly a point of empathy can also be your source of strength and your source of introspection. So when that person thinks like they don't have a lot of money, what can you do with all the money that you currently have, right? Thinking about what you could have, which you can't have right now, and all the things that led up to your current position that prevents you from having the things in the future. I don't think it's manageable without a balance of what you can do in the present and how to make things valuable that you already have in the past. So many of those things, like your stories, I love hearing people's stories. Like when someone says they just recently complete a marathon, and then someone said like, back in the day, I couldn't even breathe when I was running. It's like, now you run a marathon. Tell your story about how you couldn't breathe, because your marathon proves that you can. And that, in my opinion, is exceptional when someone writes a story about themselves. Like, you hear these things like, oh, I don't like this part of myself, in the past, like, oh, I used to do that, like, but the key word is I used to do this, and now I no longer do this. But let me share with you what I used to do and show you or explain to you how, because I did that, it made me want to change. It made me want to improve on those things. And now I can share the existing story. I was, a recluse, very isolated. Perhaps if I was born in this world of the internet, I would convince myself I was an introverted, lazy, non-productive, and eccentric that doesn't belong in the public eye. Like, in this day and age, like, if I could probably convince myself that was my 16-year-old self. All those things, they don't necessarily exist anymore. Oh, they, in their original form, they still exist with me today. Like, all that stuff is important to me, but they're no longer in the same context. Like, I understand what it's like to be an arrogant, pragmatic, cold-hearted, calculating person. That person is still there. But because I keep that close to my heart, I also can appreciate what it's like to be compassionate, smile, encourage people to do more, right? And you can too. And that is one of the glorious things about retrospection. And I love when people have stories like, oh man, I used to never be able to do this. And then it becomes their like swan song or something. Absolutely electric. Sorry. Okay. Now we're done. We're done. we're definitely done. But thanks again for the opportunity. I hope that didn't make anyone feel like too uncomfortable. If I sound really cheesy and I'm like pouring in on the you can do it thing, it's deliberate. And I want I know I keep saying sorry, but it's more like sorry in the sense that I really appreciate the time. If anyone watches this in the future and it affects them, I'm sorry for taking up so much time. But if it becomes something, thank you for the privilege, right? Thank you for the privilege of sparing some time for some words. I do aggressively push for this assertive, proactive lifestyle. I think people need to hear that more often. It's not about the best ways and all the worries of whether it works out. Do you have enough sufficient confidence that you can make it work? Because idealism needs to be balanced out with what would we call it? Realism, right? Realism, and believe in your ingenuity. It's wild to think there are times when, or it's a little bit wild nowadays, that the default answer is either you can do it or you cannot do it, as opposed to, do you want to do it or do you not? When someone says, do you think you're able to learn French? Yes, of course. Do I want to learn French? Convince me. That's it. So when I understand there are like physical limitations to this and whatnot, but you can moderate it to a point where it is possible. You can't walk 10 steps today. Can you walk 9? 8. Right? Maybe there's a different way to measure movement. Right? Ingenuity. Okay, alright. So, I have no idea how to do this sentence. Okay. So that's definitely read, please. And then
には
oh, maybe it's yeah. Sugu? Is this sugu for immediate?
すぐ
Maybe like
に
this? 手紙はすぐに like in immediate like next or something. I don't know if it's sugu. すぐに読んで read command ください please. Okay. Alright, so sugu. I don't. Was it always sugu? Okay. Alright.
手紙を読みます。
手紙を読みます。Oh, and for the record, Discord, right? If you want to pitter patter and chit chatter and throw a few hypotheticals around, and you're very, very comfortable in throwing back ideas, not like negating and vetoing ideas, but just constantly like adding to pools of ideas, I'm all for that. My voice ends up giving out for the day, so I try to eventually limit physical limitations, right? So however, I can type all the time because during stream I don't type as often as I do, so plenty of typing. We can link things, we can emote, you know. I can't speak fluent French, but I most definitely could leverage other people's French to my benefit when we're talking about things. Yeah. Where there's a will, there's a way, sort of. Oh, that was just the first lesson? Oh man,
これは私のものです。
これは私のものです。ものです。This is mine? That is mine? This is mine. This is my stuff. This is mine. Okay.
人気のデザートは美味しくなかったです。
人気の what? デザート。人気のデザートはレゾートはレザート。レザートは美味しく。No, wait, デザート。That's dessert, right? デザートは美味しくなかったです。Oh, not good. That wasn't delicious. The dessert wasn't tasty. Oh, popular dessert. 人気。そのレストランのね、船好き。ピザは美味しくなかったです。Okay.
いくら引き出しますか？
いくら引かったわきいくら引き出しました。出しますか？ Wait. 引き出します。引き出しますか？引き出す。So, how much do you want to withdraw? How much do you want? Are you going to withdraw? Much are you going? That's good enough. ATM. Oh, yeah, these are really early, way before the kanji section. But at least you can see hikidashita. Yeah, hikidashimasu. 出します。ATM で、ね ?ATM で、2万円を引き出します。
コンビニはまだ開いていますか？
コンビニはまだ、まだねwhat is,
コンビニはまだ開いていますか？
開いていますかいや、開いていますか開いていますか is the convenience store open again? Or already? Or still? まだ still. Is the still open? 近くね近くの close コンビニは今開いています。Okay. Yeah, it's open now. It's the convenience store open. There we go.
コンビニ
はまだ open. 開いていますか？
もうすぐ彼氏と別れます。
もうすぐ is like soon or like immediate or right next. Okay. もうすぐ彼氏と別れます。Oh, I'm gonna break up with my boyfriend soon. I will break up with my boyfriend soon. Okay. もうすぐ彼氏と別れます。アプリで新しい彼氏を探します。I'll look for a new boyfriend on an app. For sure is ほとんど. No, it's not ほとんど。必ずね。いや、必ず。
彼女。
wait, 必ず彼女と変われます。
別れます。
別れます。別れます。
まだ終わっていない。
まだね。
まだ終わっていない。
終わっていない。it still hasn't ended. Or it's still not over, something like that. It's not over yet. Okay, that's fine.
まだ終わってない。
まだ終わっていない。
まだ
終わ
っ
って
て
な
ない。
い。Yeah,
ここ
that's
で
fine.
歯を磨かないでください。
ここで歯をね、what is that?
ここで歯を磨かないでください。
磨かないで Wait.
磨かないで。
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 So 磨かないで。I don't remember that. What? So what? Please don't brush your teeth here. Please do not brush your teeth here. It's such a weird. Sorry, I'm thinking of like a funny image of like someone brushing their teeth, like at a restaurant or something. They're just sitting there brushing their teeth. It's like, oh please, like the waiter just saying like, oh, please don't brush your teeth here. Oh, I could draw a fun skit. Some of these have some fun skits. It's not over yet. Oh, it's gonna be. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to take some good like Duolingo sentences, like weird Duolingo sentences. Draw a picture, and then take some like weird mnemonics from WaniKani and HanziHero for October. It's gonna be fantastic. Not over yet. まだ終わって
てい
ない。
ない。
Wait. Something is missing. まだ終わっていない。Yes. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. 終わってない. What is going on? Alright.
はい、どうぞ。
はい。どうぞ。Here you go. Looks like here. Yes, here you go. Okay. どうぞ。どうぞ。Oh, I got receipt. Oh, it's probably receipt. Receipt, as opposed to, what was our word that we got? 領収書. Right? 領収書. どうぞ。
どうぞ
どうぞ。レシート。レシートです。
です。
肉まんを2つください。
肉まんを2つください。Two bowls. No, wait. 2 dumplings or 2 buns. 2 pork buns? Alright, sure. 2 pork. How much is this pork bun? いくらこれのこの肉まんこの肉まんはいくらですか？
肉まん
はいくらですか？
か。どんな問題がありましたか？
どんな問題がありましたか？ Yes, can I hear that again?
どんな問題がありましたか？
Do you have any questions? Or what kind of questions do you have? Something like that. What kind of problems? Okay. Were there. That's fine too.
あ、スプーンは大丈夫です。
スプーンは大丈夫です。Okay. Oh, spoons are fine? Or spoons wait. I don't need a spoon? Okay. That's fine too. Not enough context for this. This is whatever they end up hiring because spoon wa daijoubu desu. It could be like, oh, it's okay. No, like spoon is okay, or no spoon is okay. Like there's a lot of there's just so much. What kind of problems were there? What was it? Donna? Did they use Donna? Donna. どんな問題がありますか？ありましたか？ Are we doing? Oh yeah.
ありか。
Past tense. Were there? 近所の人ね？近所の人。近所 neighbor。
近所の人。
サイズ I'm so bad with I'm so terrible with loan words. What is this? Jagaimo. Oh, potato.
じゃがいも。
レシピ。
スプーン。
6月でした。
6月でした。It was June.
6月に遊園地に行きました。とても暑い日でした。そして午後は雨でした。傘はありませんでした。最悪でした。
It was very rainy. Okay. 6月。勉強。
西。
Whoops. シリアル。水泳。
もっと小さい茶碗はありますか？
Okay. Alright, is there a smaller bowl? Chawan? Or did I hear Chawan? Yeah, Chawan. Or do you have do you have smaller bowls? That works too. この茶碗は、少し小さいです。もっと大きい茶碗はありますか？
この店でできますか？
この店でできますか？ It's like deku means a lot of things. In this case, canこの店で am I able to do this at the store? At the store? Can I do this at convenient or a store? Can I do it at this convenience store?
大学の隣のコンビニでできます。
Okay. 大学の
コンビニ
の
大学の隣のコンビニでできます。
隣のコンビニでできます。
大学の隣のコンビニでできます。
Yeah. The 隣 next to the convenience store next to the college or the university. Oh, it's after midnight. I was having too much fun. Alright, sorry. Alright.
昼ご飯を食べませんか？
昼ご飯を食べませんか？ Would you like to eat lunch? ね? Would you like to lunch? Okay. Are you hungry? 大丈夫ですか？大丈夫ですか? No, I'm kidding. But technically, if someone was talking about, like, if they kept talking about food, if you say 大丈夫ですか? 大丈夫ですか? It could be interpreted as are you hungry? Like, are you okay? But really it was implying that it's like, are you hungry? Because we can go and eat, you know. It's not really, it's a really big flex from are you okay? Let's see, onnaka, it's like onnaka ga hungry. I don't know. It's like stomach or something.
お腹
So, お腹が
すきました。
すきましたか? ね? Or
入りますか？
入りますか?
入りますか？すきました。砂糖
Sato is not it.
か
I'm gonna go with this. Yeah, すきましたか sounds okay. I need to see Suki. I need to see Su. I don't remember anymore. Onaka. This is stomach. Stomach is empty or something. Like the status of the stomach is empty. Is what I was looking for.
牛肉はあまり美味しくなかったです。
牛肉はあまり美味しくなかったです。The heckin' dumplings. Oh no, 牛肉. The beef is not really あまり美味しく not very tasty. The beef wasn't very tasty. Okay, fine.
床はベタベタでした。
Yuka? Wait, what type of yuka? Yuka wa beta de shita. Beta is like sticky, right? And yuka? The floor? The floor was sticky. Okay, yeah.
アプリはちょっと。
Apuri wa chotto. I don't really like apps.
と素敵な人を見つけます。
と、素敵な人を見つけます。I found pretty lovely people. きっとね。きっと other? Or きっと sure. I don't know. And then present tense. So I'll find another, maybe other lovely people, or I'll find oh sure. Wait. Ito. A lovely person. What? Hold. I'm sure I'll find a lovely person. Ito. That's a weird. I don't know.
醤油はいりますか？
醤油はいりますか? Do we need soy sauce? I just don't read these anymore. Sorry. You just listen. Just listen.
醤油はいりますか？
Do we need soy sauce?
6月5日
6月5日. 6月5日 is June 5th.
豚肉を 200g 使います。
I need 200 grams of beef. Oh no, pork. 豚肉. Right. Or I use. Or we use whatever. It's whatever the subject is. We'll use 200. Oh wait, yeah, I heard 200, right? 200 grams of beef. Oh, pork. Oh man, I defaulted. I immediately thought of beef, and then I said butaniku or pork, and then I swapped back.
魚はいりません
You know what's in my head right now? Pork or beef? Sakana wa irimasen. We don't need fish.
残念でした
残念でした. 残念でした. What? 残念 is disappointing, right? So it でした. It was disappointing.
牛肉を 400g 買いましょ
牛肉を400 400g 買いましょう. We're going to buy. We should buy 400 grams of beef. We should buy 400 grams of beef. It's not butaniku this time.
玉ねぎを8つ買います。
tamanegi, onions. Tamanegiを8
玉ねぎを8つ買います。
8. Oh yeah, that's right. 8買います. We're going to buy 8 onions. We'll buy onions. Exactly 8.
シチューはどうですか
Stew. Oh, stew. Stew はどうですか? How was the stew? How about stew? Oh my gosh, my brain.
昨日の映画は面白くなかったです。
昨日の what?
昨日の映画は面白くなかったです。
The movie was yesterday. The movie was not interesting. Yesterday's movie short wasn't interesting.
7日に彼氏とデートに行きましたか？
Did you go on a date yesterday? Did you go on a date on in July? Did you go on a date on July? Wait, oh no, on the 7th. Did you go on a date on the 7th? With a boyfriend? Something. Oh, I missed something.
7日に彼氏とデートに行きましたか？
No, yeah. Did you go with your boyfriend on a date on the 7th? So wordy.
いつ彼氏と別れますか？
いつ彼氏と別れますか? Okay. Yeah. How do I screw this up? Oh no. That's just asking when. When are you breaking up with your boyfriend? When are you going, oh my gosh, to break up with your boyfriend? I think it takes longer just to find the choices.
カレーを作りませんか？
カレーを作りませんか？作りませんか? Do you wanna would you like to make curry? Oh, or cook curry, that's fine. Ah, the satisfaction of practice. It feels like Spanish now, basically. At least this part, like using Duolingo feels like Spanish. So you just listen to it. Just listen. It's fine. And then occasionally you read the kanji. Occasionally. Until we get back to the current unit. Right. Some of the personalized practice is still going way back before they substitute all the kanji. So, describe.
イギリスは島の国です。
イギリスの島? No, イギリスは島の奥ない。Wait. Oh no. イギリスは島の国です。Where's イギリス? イギリスは島の国です。Island country. 光。
彼は一人で島に住んでいます。彼は島に
二つ。wait.
一人
で島に住んでいます。Right?
住んでいます。
Okay. 星。
今夜は星がたくさん見えます。
今夜は星がlots たくさんね。たくさん見えます。See? I don't know why I did this hand motion. I'm thinking of like the stars, like twinkling. Spirit fingers twinkling. 浜辺ね。
浜辺。あの国には多くの浜辺がある。
あの国には多くの浜辺ね。浜辺がある。Okay. There are many beaches in that country. あの国。湖。Yep. 浜辺。光ります。星。湖。島。ね。
空に太陽が光っている。
空に太陽が光っている。The sun is shining in the sky. Okay. 太陽光ります。星。両替。Oh, there is only 2 strokes. Okay. I wasn't sure if there was 3 strokes or 2 strokes in the box. Was it a sun or eyes? in 両替。両替。
元気
元気。魚、湖に、魚の奥の魚がいるね。let's see. 海に奥の魚がいる。
この木の葉はきれいですね。
この木の葉は綺麗ですね。This tree's leaves are pretty, aren't they? Wait. Here. ここ。ここの空気はとても素敵のとても綺麗ですね。let's see. ここの空気はとても綺麗。とても綺麗ですね。
ね。
今夜は月が明るいです。
今日は好きなが明るいです。明るいです。The moon is bright tonight. The moon is bright. Fair enough. Fun times.
ここの川は浅いです。
こ
こ
この川は小さいです。小さい。no, 浅いです。
浅いです。
Okay, that's fine. I thought of a small river, of a shallow one. Let's see. 濡れて。Yeah, wet?
濡れて
濡れて
猫は頭のいい生き物だ。
just 濡れて。what? 猫は
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 頭のいい生き物だ。
頭がいいね。where's 頭のいいだ。
猫は頭のいい生き物だ。
君も、生き物だ。They're clever. It could just say cat is clever, but they said cat are intelligent creatures. 森ね。
森
ここの川は浅いです。
ここの川は
浅いです。
です。
Okay. 乾きます。I don't know if I said 乾きます。I'm not sure if I said 川。I forgot this read earlier today. But now I know. 川。
乾きます
乾きます。
島
深い。
深い
太陽浅い。Was the water shallow? 水はね。水は浅いですかね。水は浅い。Oh, was. 浅かったです。
浅かったです
か No, forgot is a question. 深い。What was this? wakaku? Ne? No, kawaku. Oh, no, I did mess up. I said waka as opposed to kawaku.
乾く
I clearly, when I said wakaku, I was like, no, that's definitely what I said earlier. So it's kawaku. kawaku
浅い
sai so desu kawakimasu
乾きます
and hikarimasu.
この池は泳ぐには浅すぎます
Kono ike wa oyogu ni wa asasukimasu. So this pond is too shallow to swim in. This pond is too shallow to swim in. Okay.
水は
水はあまり深いです。Yeah. あまり Oh wait was no not so がなかったです。がなかったです。
中
Wait, where's
深く
Oh 深くなかったです。
湖はすごく深いよ
湖はすごく深いよ。すごく is very, right? Other very or extremely sort of. The lake is very deep, you know? Watashi no shatsu. Watashi no shatsu mada wait. What was dry? It's waka ne? Wakaku no E adjective. Wait. Wakanai. Wakai. Wakai nairu. Eh? Wakai nai? Wait. Still is not. Yeah, wakai nai. I see nai. And then that's it. Okay, that's fine.
No.
I don't know if this is formal or casual whenever you read this, so can't tell. Watashi no shatsu.
シャツ
Shatsu wa
かわい
kawaii.
かわいないまだ
Mada kawaii nai.
い
Ite?
て
Because wait. I don't know. I don't know. Hawaii te inai. Hawaii te inai. Okay. So, oh no, ite is bad because nai has to end because it is not. And then Hawaii and then te nai. I need to brush up on that.
森にはたくさんの動物がいる。
森にはたくさんの動物がいる。There are a lot of animals in the forest. There are many animals in.
雨で濡れていた
雨で濡れていた。Okay. Yeah. Okay. I get it. Nurete. Oh, that makes sense now too. Nurete ita. Oh, it's te because It's to be dry. It was dry, as in like to be dried. Because nurete functions similar. And then you add iru to it. So I was conjugating. Oh, wait, but there was e in it. It was ending with an e. Hmm. Hmm. I am wet from the rain. I was wet from the rain. Or he was, whatever. I was. Has Duolingo help with real life conversational scenarios? Well, considering that Duolingo doesn't have real life conversational scenarios, I suppose whenever there is a real life conversational scenario, it's interesting. Real life. So you mean like people you bumped out in IRL? I don't go outside lately, so, and I don't live in a place where people converse in real life, so no. Just curious because you're also self-learning Japanese as well. Yeah. But if you're talking about do I ever talk about this stuff and use this stuff not in real life, yes, every single day. With actual real life people. So that's the difference. Because you're asking, does it help with real life conversational scenarios? You're suggesting that it has to be in person, right? First. And you're also talking about conversational scenarios in which it's not about Japanese. So no, I don't talk to people conversationally without talking about Japanese. Now, if you're talking about interacting with humans conversationally about Japanese nearly every day. Like right now. This conversation we're having is probably possible because we're using Duolingo, for example. You choose when to use it though. Now, if you're talking about like trying to converse someone because they don't care about language learning, I don't interact with people who don't care about language learning very often. Like what I mean is in Japanese, the people that I interact with who don't care about language learning do not speak Japanese. So that can be very tough. Yeah. How are you self-learning Japanese at the moment? Kimchi. Yeah. How are you self-learning? Do you have any opportunities? Yeah, I don't really converse in real life with people. I live in the United States. Most people are not Japanese speakers, or specifically we're talking about Japanese, but in terms of Spanish, yeah, I mean, but I knew Spanish conversationally before I started using Duolingo Spanish, so that might not be the greatest. And then in terms of Chinese, like I did the Duolingo Chinese course, that was for literacy. So technically, yes, I talked to my parents and extended family using Mandarin sometimes. Use Renshu and Boomtro on the phone, meeting with a language exchange student weekly. Oh, that's nice. Language exchange student, huh? And does this language exchange student exchange languages with you? So are they learning English in the process? Are they interested in language learning? Is that what the language exchange student is for? Renshu, yeah, the browser, yeah, I'm aware. Oh wait. Renshu on the phone. Oh, that's interesting. The browser I'm more familiar with, I suppose. Yeah. So are they exchanging English with you? I typically don't interact with other people who aren't interested in language and cultural exchange. That's probably my one little thing that might be right off the bat very different as a selection factor. So language exchange students sounds amazing. It sounds quite a very, very neat opportunity. Yeah, we trade languages, English for him and Japanese for you, 1 hour session, 30 minutes. That's fantastic. Is that just something you have available to you because your environment allows it, or are you like going out of your way when you're saying self-learning Japanese? You had to reach out, and was that like, is there a story behind that? That's pretty cute. I think that's awesome that you're doing exchange. But you think geographically you have advantage since you live in Hong Kong. Oh. And this person doesn't live in Hong Kong? And you live in Hong Kong. Do you Cantonese at all? Are you you're probably multilingual already, yeah. But they study here. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Interesting. That's awesome. That's such a great opportunity. I would probably engage in a foreign language exchange thing if I were close to a university. Unfortunately, I'm not close to a university anymore. Back in the day, though, it was largely the opportunity was available there for sure. I was speaking a different type of language, a different type of English back in the day, academic science English. So didn't really leave a lot of room for exploring alternative languages. Are you in study right now? Do you happen to be a student as well? Or are you using this opportunity to go to a nearby place? I've met another person from Hong Kong. I haven't heard from the little goober in some time now. Do you happen to also be exposed to Cantonese or Mandarin? 你说的普通话吗？你听到的普通话，还是I have no idea how to say Cantonese in 中文。一点点哦，可以说。我不说太多的中文。我现在学习中文。My parents and we speak 福州話。我在福州話教書。因為在普通話推薦冇推薦。When I was raised in the United States, I was not educated in Mandarin. So right now I'm also trying to study Mandarin while linking it with Japanese. So we have kind of like a staggered relationship. And production is because I'm a heritage speaker, so most of the stuff that I talk about is converting simultaneous at the same time from English, Fujianese, and Mandarin all at the same time in order to get the production. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean by, you hear it so often and then you're like, can I reply in English? Like, they would say all this stuff, it's like, yeah. And then I was like, oh, okay. And like, oh, you speak English. I'm like, no. You can keep speaking. As long as you can understand that I'm saying yes and no and stuff, we're good. That's so right now, that's how I feel about Japanese too. Like, I've been listening to Japanese for a very long time, but it's awesome to finally like put words and stuff to like put words and writing to all the stuff. So, but I suck at like production is mid, very, very mid. but I've been sticking it in every once in a while. I do the Fujo Glish, Chinglish, Spanglish deal, you know? You know, hablo un poco español, porque los estudiantes, hay los estudiantes de español en mi former universidad, right? So you can kind of put some words here and throw in some words here, and that's how I generally learn. So when you were talking about the exchange student, that's pretty cool. I actually find it really fun to like constantly go back and forth. I know you might be doing it like at blocks, but it's also really fun when the other person is also interested in acquiring words. So my parents, that's how they acquire English words from time to time. It's usually, if you listen to me and my parents, there would be like an English word and it would like frame around it. Like, oh, Jane,我定拿考 school 啦，但拿考一零拿看 doctor 啦都 you probably have already surmised due to school, doctor, you're probably going to get the idea of what I was saying. I basically just said, I'm going to school, then I'm going to stop by the hospital to pick up the medicine, like to see the doctor to get the medicine, right? But you can hear that the doctor is inserted and school is inserted. Not that you can't say those things, but sometimes my parents have already assimilated specific words. Yeah, so I think that's awesome when people can do that. And I totally look forward to hearing how your exchange stuff. How long have you been learning Japanese, Kimchi? Learning Japanese in Hong Kong, though. I wonder what it's like for your exchange student. 2 months, 2 months only? How's it going? What may I ask? What are the things that an exchange student, like someone who speaks Japanese, you know, it raises some. Yeah, Japanese is actually, even having an exchange student from Japan choose like, you know, a Chinese location is kind of interesting, because my parents are Chinese, and it often raises eyebrows when they come in and I'm like self-learning Japanese. Like, why are you learning Japanese? Like, Dad, I'm telling you, this is your fault. You're the one that bought me a Sega Genesis when I was 5 years old. This is what happens. You set it in motion already for the rest of my life. You exposed me to Japanese gaming. This is what happens. This is your fault. I'm kidding, of course. I don't say that to my father. But the irony is there, where he produced the catalyst that exposed me to Japanese for the rest of my life. So hard to deny that. May I ask, what are the kind of the first things that an exchange student tells you about Japanese? You're probably one of the few that I've encountered. I don't encounter a lot of people, but now you're currently a tax-paying citizen spending time to just learn. Oh, okay. I dig that. I like how you're saying a tax-paying citizen, so you strike me as someone who is visiting Hong Kong, but not sure if you're going to stay there. You sound, when you say tax-paying citizen, that sounds very Americana. You don't happen to be American, do you? Are you? Are you studying abroad right now? Or have you transplanted? The whole a tax-paying citizen, or UK even. UK? It's either UK or, like, when you say tax-paying, I often feels like, man, that's something that's difficult to encompass unless you're from UK or American. But maybe Canada, maybe. Like, that phrase is awfully very specific. But maybe not. Maybe not. Right? UK has a lot of exchange relations with Hong Kong, so unless you acquired it from online, which is very reasonable. I just like how peculiar your phrasing was. Unless that's does Hong Kong think about taxes a lot? But your language partner vehemently told you to understand that anime conversation is not IRL, so you nipped that in the bud really fast? Oh, okay. Fair enough. And does your language partner also watch anime? From there, he just drilled you with katakana and hiragana? Oh, okay. Not at all? So how does he know? I'm using what I call Asian pragmatism right now. Because you asked? No. What I mean is, how does he know anime conversation is not like IRL? If he doesn't watch anime anymore. Or ever. Or anymore. You see what I mean? Because, hear me out. I'm just saying about learning. Knowing what it is not is also very informative. So, if that person says good question, didn't really question it, I know here the reason is there are lots of people who learn tangentially off of what it's not. So like if it's still, I think it's still true, because the stuff that I hear in interviews, and I watch interviews a lot. I watch like people interview in Japanese and they speak in Japanese and English when they interview and do things like that. And it doesn't occur, for sure. I get that. However, it is kind of funny. I ask because is it from experience or are they assuming? Because there is always a chance that anime conversation has changed in the last couple of years, you know, or however long he's been living. Like, for example, I would say, really hot take here. Internet conversation is not the same as IRL conversation, period. I would say that. But that doesn't stop me from turning internet conversation that I have on the internet into actual conversation IRL. Now, why do I say that? Because the substantial, nearly 90, I'm going to say the substantial amount of people who speak English is based on the internet. And I'm gonna be real, internet conversations, there is a distinct difference, but you can still have them in IRL. Like you can talk, like I've talked to someone like that IRL. It's really funny, but at the same time, pretty particular. Like for myself, this conversation is not representative of Twitch conversation. How I'm expressing and talking in communications in English is quite dissimilar to your average internet conversation. So I'm kind of curious if your exchange student, your exchange partner also takes cues from the internet from a different source. And oh, you could also ask him, what about Japanese internet conversation? I do have occasionally I have like conversations with people using Japanese, right? But it could be like, oh, that's not real as well, because you mentioned conversational Japanese, right? Or real life conversational things. I feel that oftentimes now the most conversation in English that people have are over online, and that the old school way, using communication, nonverbal cues, and context and environment, when you're sitting in places, continuity and time, they don't exist usually anymore. So when people exchange ideas online, that is the closest, that's where they start. That's how they acquire the language and then expand from there. So there are quite a lot of individuals who are interested in anime, and they use their anime to branch into conversation. So the thing I want to ask your language partner, I have so many questions. Sorry, I might come off as intense, but I really do enjoy language learning. The idea is, when you told me that your language partner says that you have to understand that anime conversation is not like IRL, in what way is this person motivated to tell you that? Is it suggesting that you should not learn from it, which I disagree with, right? I think that's pretty short-sighted. Or are they suggesting that, I think that's what they're suggesting. They're suggesting that the anime conversation is not useful or like can be used in it. But hear me out. I don't think they even can describe. Oh, you know what? Ask them to explain all the things why it is not. And I think that would be so wonderful. And it would get you to learn. In my opinion, I would learn a lot from getting this person to tell me everything that it is not like IRL. That would demonstrate to me that this person knows what they're talking about, and then how functional it is. Like, for example, I can tell you what Duolingo doesn't teach you. It does not teach you conversation. Like, now the question is, do you want me to tell you what it does not do, or do you want me to tell you what it does do? I'll give you both. And then I'll tell you like the other things I do that, complements what it does. But one of the things that Duolingo definitely does not help you do is active recall. It does not force you to be accountable for things after like the first exposure. So it's, and I go with that with Renshu, Bushu, Babel, the stuff. So you have to come up with ways to do that. And you already have different routines. You already said you use 2 different things and you have an exchange thing. So all those routines together. But man, do I have questions. You should ask, sorry, I'm so intense. You should come up. I would love to ask you questions in which you could ask your foreign exchange partner in Japanese. Like, ask them, do they know? The way interpreting it was that anime is not representative of the way an in-person would converse with another, but I'll ask them for sure. Oh, okay, I see. So I do have a question then following that. So people who watch anime and then when they converse with each other about the anime, is that no longer representative? Because I'm genuinely curious. So when a Japanese person, right, see 2 non-Japanese people conversing about Japanese, using Japanese, do they consider that not an in-person conversation with another anymore? That would be really interesting. Like for example, if I go out and I look at a Japanese person speaking English to another Japanese person, and their place of study is online, that's not considered representative of the way English is spoken in person. I always am so curious as how someone, if you flip the script, would they also consider that? So the only way you can learn English, right, is to be in the position that English is typically found, which is not how you guys are arranged here, which is interesting. I'm always, by the way, I don't have access. I'm not like a university student or not. It's been a very long time since I've been in a university, but all of these things, I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm saying all these things are really interesting questions, and that makes me want to learn Japanese. I don't know if you want to learn Japanese because of this. Like, I want to legitimately, oh, can you point these things out? Like, if I'm watching anime, right? Like, I like anime. I watch quite a lot of anime. Can you tell me all, like, can you watch anime with me? Like, hey, let's get on Discord, watch anime with me, and then point out what you would say instead of what they said in the anime. And oh, there would be a lot of learning, like intrinsic learning. The brain would become a sponge. At least that's how I would do it. And then you could do the reverse, like, oh hey, let's go watch, I don't know, I don't know if you're into Hong Kong films or maybe some sort of English content, and you can point out the things that aren't there and are there, and that sounds like really, really fun content. Oh my gosh, you could do that for days. It would be really fun because you not only know what isn't and what is, you'll be able to explain that to other people as well, and that just gets, like, at least that gets the juices going for me. Well, you definitely didn't have the thoughts you had, but this brings a lot of fun and interesting perspective I didn't even consider. Your intention was to just be proficient enough to not be bothered when you visit Japan. Oh yeah, that's fine. Do you watch anime at all? I clearly, it's not clear if your friend watches anime, but I would like to think that they watch anime and therefore that's why they know it's not representative of the way. I agree, by the way. I do agree that whenever I watch anime with my friends who are not interested in language learning, right, in Japanese, but they become semi-interested because I typically point out stuff like, oh, okay, yeah, but nah, just sumimasen is daijoubu desu, right? Sumimasen is good. Like, or like when someone is just like dame, and I'm like, no, that's a little harsh here. So that's fun because you get to practice pointing out differences and whatnot. And even despite me not being a native Japanese speaker, the other person who's enjoying something naturally ended up soaking some of that and become enthusiastic about it. It would be really interesting to see how you guys interact like that. Obviously, you guys are on a time limit. The two of you are practically friends at this point. Not recently, but you have in the past. He told you to watch Japanese reality TV called Terrace House. That's really good. Terrace House is awesome. However, you still have yet to get around to it. I do enjoy Terrace House. Someone did suggest that as well. It's quite... I think if you watch Terrace House with that person and then show them like an English version, it's not that. If you know what I mean. Like there's a cultural riff in terms, it's kind of like all right, so now let's go to British reality television. Like, no, they don't act that way. So I don't know. What I'm just suggest Love Island. Just mind blow, or suggest like something, oh dear me, American reality television, like suggest something like The Bachelor. Like no. But it would be funny to point these things out. Oh man, yes, such a wonderful. Sorry if you're not excited about this. I hope you're getting excited about this, because I think the more excited people are about language learning and the things they're doing, you're gonna learn. It's effortless. That's pretty sweet. How long is your little arrange? How long is your arrangement? I've interacted with foreign exchange students before, but it was not for language exchange. It was foreign exchange. Foreign exchange was the interaction. It's only been 3 weeks. I'm just curious. Are you Hong Kong native then? Or are you someone, because I'm often curious if this is in a dual situation or negative Korean. Ooh. And you speak Korean? Listen, Terrace House is nothing like Korean reality television. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. But okay, I'm sorry. I'm not unfortunately I'm not good Korean, but it goes without saying that I am very much into Korean media as well. So basically what I'm saying is I have a complete misrepresentation of who you are. And you're going to like it. I'm kidding. You can feel free to point out some fun little things. Or the right one. Haha. So, when I think of Korean chefs, I think of, what is that? I think of Kitchen Wars. Give me the Skippy. What do you think? How do you feel? Have you seen Kitchen Wars? Or is that what it's called? No. Culinary Wars. It's called Culinary Wars or something like that recently. If I had to think about it, is that how you cook too? Like, is that what it's like to cook in Korean? I'm kidding. Or, you know, Old Boy. When you're distraught, down on life, Old Boy. That's how I imagine Korean people. That's exactly it. I'm kidding. I'm being a little facetious, of course, but I understand what isn't and what is not. But it does get me excited. You know, like, oh, when you guys play game shows, it's obviously Squid Game. It's obviously Squid Game. Actually, do you watch Squid Game? This might not be. If only we were as cool. Yes, dude. The Old Boy, the Korean actor. Whoa. What is the closest thing I can think of in terms of the American to Old Boy? I would say something like Robert De Niro or something. It's just like, yeah, if only you were that cool. You're a Squid Game. Hello there, fictitious. You're always here for the quips. Now, I asked this because since now I know you're Korean, it's curious if Korean enjoys similar programming around the world, right? Like, for example, a lot of times people would say, oh yeah, you're from New York, you must like Jersey Shore. It's like, what are you talking about? So now I'm doing the same thing that you and your exchange partner has, but now I'm curious about your Korean roots because I don't know anything about Korean. And like, what I mean is outside of media portrayal. So, you love this topic. Okay. I'm gonna throw some Korean. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, and that means he's in Hong Kong. What time is it in Hong Kong? Like right. In the afternoon, 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Huh. Did you know all Hawaiians know each other? Listen, let's not get started on Hawaiian. It's like, obviously, fictitious. All my representation of Hawaiian culture is from Like a Dragon 8. You have to know that, right? Now, no matter what, the world through the Hawaiian lens is obviously portrayed by Like a Dragon 8. So if you don't adhere to those, you're the person that's out of touch with your own culture, okay? I'm just saying, representation. Yeah, kimchi. Oh, that makes sense with the kimchi. I was like, kimchi. But learning Learning Japanese. I'm like, isn't that Korean? But I didn't want to jump the gun because a lot of times kimchi can be referred to as like diaspora. There was a chance that kimchi was diaspora, so I was curious if they were Korean American or not. Because Korean American is really, it's far more common than Japanese American, or like British American or colonial, like. But the way he said taxpayer, like the way he said taxpayer money, that's so good. Korean though. And here I thought other countries were a little bit more like into their taxpaying dearly, as opposed to alluding to taxpayer money in the same, like facetiously or jokingly to, for like British and Americans. Interesting. Oh, I need to go through Korean. What do we? What have I seen recently that was Korean? I'm totally getting sidetracked. Oh, what's a good Korean thing recently? I mean, yeah, Squid Game 2 was the last thing I watched. I'll have to get the Skippy. I'll have to get the Skippy on Korean stuff. So, we clearly have someone who's excellent at English, at least typing English. And Korean, learning exchanging with Korean, and then in Hong Kong, and have some semblance of hearing training with Chinese or Cantonese. That's super neat. All right, anyways.
あそこの草はとても緑色です。
We'll wait till Kimchi comes back. Asoko, I gotta ask him about Korean food. あそこの草はとても緑色です。緑色です。Okay. Okay. Ah! Oh, I did it again. It's Asoko, not... Who needs demonstratives anyways?
What? No.
私のシャツね? Oh no. But yes, 私のどこ? ね? シャツはまだ not dry. まだ not dry. What do we got? 皮? 乾いてない? 乾いてない? ね? いない. Yeah, いない. Right. This is conjugation.
あそこの草はとても緑色です。
Yeah. I hope I didn't interrupt his lunch. You know what? That's also a great question. Do they eat lunch at 1 p.m.? Like, I know humans can still be humans, but times have changed. So you never know. Like, Koreans who happen to be living in Hong Kong likes to eat lunch at 3 p.m. Who knows? You know, the sky's the limit. It's fun to ask simple questions, honestly. Makes people unintentionally making people pay attention to the things in their lives. Oh, I'm totally this time frame is pretty good too, because what, it's exactly 24 hours apart? Yeah, it's exactly 24 hours apart from here to Hong Kong at the moment. So if it's 1 a.m. now, it's 1 p.m. over there, I think.
Hey.
Oh, wait. 氷。
氷。
動物は火が怖い。
動物ね。動物は。By the way, are you having lunch? And also, for the record, I didn't want to presume, but the kimchi really gave away Korean. But I wasn't sure if there's a possibility that you were Korean American. You just finished lunch? What'd you have for lunch? I've had the privilege of meeting quite a few like Korean Americans around my time in like school and stuff, and it is definitely an interest. It's fun to like share diaspora stories, but your diaspora in terms of from Korean to Hong Kong. Szechuan rice noodles. Why? I wish I could just walk out and have some Szechuan rice noodles. What the heck? I haven't eaten yet. I will eat soon. I typically eat the meal after the stream. Szechuan rice noodles, man. You can just. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. By the way, if you had, how is access in Hong Kong? By the way, how's the internet access in Hong Kong? Do most of your peers access this internet, or do you flip between internets? And you probably know what I'm referring to. This is kind of an important topic to me specifically, but I'm not sure of other Americans, or like if you've met other Americans and talked to other Americans, they might not be concerned with this. It's generally quite open. Only TikTok is banned. Okay. And then you're on this internet, right? Or do you also, is there like a do you participate in like the circle that is Japanese community wise, and then Chinese community wise, like mainland Chinese? Or do you usually spend your time in this internet? If you know what I mean. I'm not sure what the default is nowadays. It can be very tricky, especially in that region. Yeah, and I don't use TikTok, so I think you're. I won't grill you on TikTok matters. This is an interview. Now. I'm kidding. Yeah, how may I ask what he. Okay, so your foreign exchange buddy, your language exchange buddy, emphasized that anime is not a representation. So what did they tell you? What did they teach you? You haven't interfaced with Chinese net yet. Okay. But you think Hong Kong's net is most similar to the Western countries. Okay. Yeah, I haven't. It's like my parents are not like net users. They're not technologically. They're boomers. So it's very difficult to ask them like what. My mother sometimes go back to Hong Kong, because she's a citizen. So dual citizenship, right? I can't ask her for like, oh, what is the internet like there, because it has been a long time and things have kind of radically changed lately when it comes to the I suppose the politics involved. And being American, that's difficult to know what's happening outside when it comes to the internet, so it's not automatically assumed. Besides that, I'm curious, what did your language partner teach you, and what did you teach your language partner? Curious. Oh, you know I'm gonna ask you all about this. You're trapped forever. I'm gonna steal your kimchi and your rice noodles. You're never gonna know. I mean, one day you're just gonna go into your fridge and all of it's gonna be gone. I'm kidding. Like what did you guys exchange? Since it's only been 2 months. I've been kind of like dabbling and doing many things over a year and a half now. So it's been some time. I think it's been incredibly wonderful experience, regardless of like where the experience is coming from. Anime, manga, vlogs. I spend most of my time listening to interviews. So like Takashi. I'm not sure if you're on YouTube for this type of thing, but Takashi is fantastic. And then there was also Nihongo no Sayaka, or I think her name was Sayaka. Pretty wonderful person. And then there was a Kyota. He's a writer on Japanese culture. I forgot his last name. Kyota is his first name, I think. Kyota Ito, maybe something like that. And then there's this also orphanage, the guy who runs an orphanage. Quite like his little reminders and skits. I think his name was Taka, maybe Takashi as well. Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious what a Korean and now that I think about it, are you exchanging English to Japanese? Or are you exchanging Korean to Japanese? Now that you're Korean, is it English? Before meeting me, his exposure to English was mostly Apex streams. Oh no. So his vocab was mostly in-game callouts, so it was oh, that's cute. Oh wait. So this student didn't learn English in school, or is it Apex Legends on top of the English that they're speaking? I always imagine this type of scenario would be so much fun as a language teacher on top. Like someone, a couple of people have asked me like, oh, but you could do the JET program or something, you know, you can go overseas and be an English teacher, right? And my first thought is, a lot of times people would think like, oh yeah, you're probably worried if you know enough Japanese. Like, no, I'm actually just kind of curious, like how do Japanese people even learn English now for conversational? Because if you think about it, what your friend said about anime not being a representation of Japanese conversation IRL, kids interact like that here. So it does happen in IRL, but not in Japan. Now, if you reflect it, like I mentioned earlier, if you reflect it, then that's true about Japan too. Where when in Japanese, when they interact and talk in English, and they're always interacting with tourists, that's not reflective of IRL conversation in English. And a lot of times, whatever they're using as an English representation, it's not in IRL conversations, right? So it's kind of interesting. And you too, which you're from Korea. So, however, hear me out. For English, it's an exception, because whatever way you're learning English is sufficient, and whatever the way they're learning English is sufficient. If they Apex Legend, I don't even know what an Apex Legend call out is, like you know, left smoke, you know, like I don't know, I'm using CS:GO terms actually, like A B, I would be okay with that. I'm like, fine, like I know what you mean. It's not really about like the properness. It's more like, where's your English from? And that's fine. He wanted to know some English jokes, but he was so effortlessly funny without your I get that. On your first session after we finished our coffees, he just exclaims, "Coffee. One shot, finish, and down." Yo. That is a beautiful friendship waiting to happen. That's I would totally run with that. You know what? I think that's funnier than IRL conversations. But I'm a little bit biased since English is my common language that I use. So most of the time, I think everyone's English sounds like that. Like, I'm not necessarily exaggerating. It's kind of true. It's only funny because most people's English is funny because of that. While I understand from the Japanese perspective, or maybe even Korean. I don't know if you feel this way about Korean. Where like, yes, there's definitely definitely Korean now that I think about it. Especially Korean and Japanese. In English, it's like if you sound like a goober, you just sound like you. At least take it with a grain of salt from an American that is in the academic system, like used to hearing other people speak English in the way they speak English, like colloquially, that the way you speak IRL in your country using English is a representation of English in your country. So whenever we come down to like he said, she said, it's more like, can I understand you? Oh, Korean English speaker. So if I like heard you speak English, I'm like, oh, hey, that's cool. It's been a while since I heard Korean English. And then, that could get a little bit contentious when it comes to people from a strongly identifying country where like, well, there's no such thing as Korean English. It's just, or like there's no such thing as American Korean. There's just Korean. And then, there's no such thing as American Japanese. There's just Japanese. And then you start thinking, there's no such thing as American English. And then you're like, all right, you're out the door. Right? Because there's American English and British English. And then you can have like British people say something like, no, there's no American English. There's just English. And the world is very big now when it comes to English. I don't know if it's going to happen with Korean or Japanese, but it's certainly getting there. It is certainly getting there. And I'm always genuinely curious if a Japanese person, when they come to like, say, the United States or another country, and they're learning like, they're hearing that a lot of people are learning Japanese, do they embrace it or fight against it? I'm often wondering. Because the internet does this weird thing where you say this, but you don't say this. And then English enters the conversation and you're like, I prefer to say this. I don't prefer to say that. But it comes off as don't say this and they say that. Coffee, one shot finish and down, that's good. I didn't even know that's what Apex Legend English sounds like, actually. I'm learning quite a bit. One shot finished and down. Do you play Apex Legend? I'm ranting now. My bad. But do you play Apex Legend? Oh, you guys could play Apex Legends together. And then you could make English jokes on the fly. Actually, I'm not even sure what English is like for you, Kimchi. Do I sound like everyone else? Can you identify me where I am in the like what my background is when it comes to my English vernacular during this conversation? I don't know of how much Korean actually where was Korean your English largely from your education? Used to, you would sometimes go to the Japanese servers randomly. Oh, okay. Ah, I see. I so want to ask your friend, does do the people who speak Japanese on Final Fantasy 14 forum count? Or like on Final Fantasy 14 in Final Fantasy 14? The gaming culture is much better there. In Japan? Oh. What about the Korean? Wait, do Koreans have a server? Oh, compared to HKCN. Oh, yes. But what about Korean servers? Do Korea have a server? Yeah, HKCN, I can definitely see that. Not that this is not coming from like prediction. It's coming from you. Oh, you did not think so? It's been a while. I see. Do you acquire most of your English through education in Korea or in Hong Kong? Like, I have so many questions. I'm sorry if this is fatiguing. I just haven't met someone who is who has moved from a place and then now engaging in language learning, and then also engaging language learning with another person who has moved from another place and then learning a target language. To me, that's the closest thing I will ever get from a different country. That is where my perspective, because I am diaspora. So I was born and raised in the United States, but my parents raised me under Chinese values, like traditional Chinese values. And then when I became an adult, I spent most of my time adapting, like wholeheartedly, but generally it's a mix. It's been constantly a mix. So the closest thing I can get to are people who are half generations, like they're 1.5 generations, where if you were moved from a younger generation, like when you're somewhat young and you spent a lot of time in another country and then you're learning another language, that's where it gets really interesting. And it's quite rare. It's not as exciting as someone who's born and raised in a country and then deciding to learn a second language. Not that I'm saying it's not as interesting. This is one of those rare moments. TLDR, it's mainly from education from a young age. Okay. How long have you been in Hong Kong? English and Korean simultaneously at an early age. Is that mandatory in Korea? It is not mandatory anywhere here to simultaneously learn two languages. But by sheer coincidence, I would say the first words I've ever heard were of Chinese origin and not of American origin, probably. Or the first couple like years was not English. You think in the Korean curriculum it is mandatory now, but when you grew up it was optional. Oh, you make yourself sound old. Are you a boomer? No, okay. So how long have you been away from Korea? By the way, if you feel old, okay, for transparency, I'm 38. I'm 38 years old, and I've often operated on a 20 year gap, so I often feel like I'm 58, or I talk like I'm 58. I look great for 38, but you're Korean. You're Korean. You should assume that. No, I'm kidding. Oh, thanks. 32. Oh, there's that Korean perspective. I imagine you look 6 years younger too. If you know what I mean. Don't let stress take a toll on you, right? Don't let stress take a toll on you. Yeah, so 38. Been around the block. I was alive before the internet. You're 29, like everyone else trying to do better. Like everyone else trying to do better. I see. That means you were alive too before the wait. Hold up. Yeah, before Y2K. When was the modern? We'll use Okay, technically I wasn't alive before the internet. But I think the modern internet. What was the first webpage? Oh no, it might have been a little bit before your time. But pretty much. You were alive before smartphones. Sorry, I like talking about like technology things because it really does put things into perspective how far we have come. The tactile flips. Oh, yes. Yes. So sorry, I haven't taken points. So now you just reside in Hong Kong? As opposed to, or are you like studying, or you're temporarily in Hong Kong? Or like Hong Kong is your new home? I really do want to visit Hong Kong, actually. My mother goes back every once in a while to check on like government paper things. You work here currently? Ooh, may I ask, what do you do for a living? Or what do you do as a current profession? So you did mention taxpayer dollars and then interacting with exchange. Oh, is your exchange partner the same year as you? Or like, are they just happen to be going to school where you happen? You're in the tech industry. Oh, of course you're in the tech industry. I'm kidding. He's much younger than you are. Yeah, okay. Oh, that would explain. Oh, I wonder how that power dynamic works. Like, for example, it is very different knowing that someone is older than me. And yes, I know in the Western, like if you're thinking about the Western world and culture, that would be like, oh no, it's more about meritocracy. But for me, when I'm thinking about someone from Japan, I kind of empathize with them quite a lot. There's this like instilled power dynamic when you're exchanging knowledge and like exchanging wisdom, that when someone is substantially older than you or noticeably older than you, it kind of makes it a different type of experience. It's funny you mentioned that because culturally Korean and Japanese have an age hierarchy. Yeah, so does Chinese. so I often wonder like how does that work for the two of you? Like for me, I still hold on to a lot of those things. Like wisdom is absolutely insurmountable to me. Now, I'm not saying like young people are not as good as old people, but there's this like level of venerance, like basic level of venerance, and I still offer them to my like other American colleagues. I still do that. I project that in some way, but when it definitely comes to interacting with other diaspora or people who are of either Korean, Japanese, or Chinese, because those are the most common ones, age hierarchy is viewed as a very positive thing. A very positive thing. Hence why I mention my age. In order to create some sort of level of comfort. When you are around Americans, age might be interpreted very differently. My intent is not to reveal, or like not to negotiate like some sort of thing. It's just out of curiosity. In that sense, you think it's quite fortunate you did not grow up with the toxic age values Korea holds. Interesting. There is some, like, from a foreigner perspective, right? From a foreigner perspective, I know that in Japan, which I would ask your friend, by the way, there is some tension between youth and the schism, the big gap between youth and senior ages. And I am also led to believe the impression is also true for Chinese. But for myself, as a diaspora or a foreigner outside of that, I often use it as a way to tell me to get, it's a green light for me to try to pull wisdom from someone. So not so much the toxic age part, like a value system, but more like, oh man, now I got a lot of questions for you. The younger generation careers are quite open, but you know for a fact that there has been a lot of clashes in the workforce. That's understandable. Anecdotes from your friends who work in Korea at the moment. Yeah. Yep. There is a little of the age hierarchy before my time. So before my parents' time when it comes to the American culture, but that has faded so much. Like even during my parents' time, that like veterans and the clashes are of a different nature now, but it's still there in some ways. But I have my own like combination of values. I think someone who lived a very long time have so much that I can take from them. So that's the only thing I was referring to, where like, tell me your story's life. Like that was not good English. I English good, by the way, sometimes. Just tell me something. Like I like sitting down listening to people's stories, especially those who have, not saying you don't because you're younger or anything like that. Just tell me your stories too. But there is just exponential as people live longer. And I hope that people who live longer have more and more exponential stories. But yes, it does create a big clash between youth and old. I believe in Japan it exists too at the moment. Like the trends for more open thoughts in Japan. But Japan is less like a little bit more open, I would say, than Korea. That's my impression that I get. In China, my parents give me the impression that it's fairly closed as well. And then, you know, the government also has exceptional control over how youth interacts, right? In fact, maybe almost a government-wide, like local, regional control over how youth goes. And then I'm from the United States. You can use your imagination what that's like. I think whatever you see is not that far exaggerated. Youth, I would argue, is the social norm is freely argumentative. I grew up under a household in which I share this a lot with other like Western country people. Like my aspect of what makes the Chinese household like the East meets West kind of thing is that your parents are always right. Period. Don't do it. That's not that's not it. Your parents is always 100% right. Do not that is unacceptable. However, smiles and nods, yes, you smile and nod. Like they do everything. They try to do everything. You're gonna learn to appreciate it later on. And then of course, growing up in the United States, it looks very different. It looks very different from my colleagues and stuff. And I kind of like that too. Now, as an, you know, adult and conditioned, I have conversations with my parents. You know what I mean? Like you discuss things with your parents, not necessarily negotiating business, but you're just like, so yeah, what do you think of the weather? I don't know. I honestly do not have casual conversations with my father until like I was 30 years old. Like in the recent years, I have the most number of casual conversations, but it is a mutual thing. My parents have gotten used to chit chat and whatnot because they spent more than half their life now in the United States, and I have become somewhat Americanized. So now you have this thing where I don't think a lot of people resonate with, where yes, certainly you have chit chat, but it's not of the nature of like questioning morals or ethics or things that would make you act in a way that your parents would not imagine you acting. So nowadays it's like that. Like my mother would constantly talk about things like, oh yeah, you know, Americans do this and Chinese people do this. That's how it is. And then you can interject and say, not necessarily. That might be true like 30 years ago, but this is no longer the case. That kind of thing. But you don't really engage in that too often, especially when there's a age hierarchy. You take what you can. In fact, there's a lot to be gained by just listening. And then when the time comes, you get to decide. No, anyways, sorry. I digress. I would love to hear in like 4 months time or 6 month time how much your Japanese experience. So what can you tell me any phrases that you have told your friend and then you in reverse? Your English is fantastic. I don't know if you need to know that or not, but honestly, some of the ways you organize your thoughts really does strike me as someone who is inclined on the American internet, like an Americanized way of speech. Like when you say the younger generation Koreans are quite open, but I know, and then you add for a fact that there has been a lot of crashes in the workforce. Like just the idea of interjecting and adding for a fact is interesting. That has those are the few things that show up that might be a little different from like what I see as normal, quote unquote, normal and colloquial, and then maybe something that is from your background. And I do appreciate the apostrophe S's. that to me is definitely something that's nice. You use apostrophes. Yeah. Apostrophes are interesting. I think it's been a very long time since I've seen an apostrophe. You share some Japanese memes with him. NSFW vocab, of course, but it broke the ice. Oh, okay. Wow. You really just went for it. Wait. Is this student acting with Japanese decorum? Or did you just go like, yo, this is how Korean move to Hong Kong goes. We go deep. Here's some memes and some NSFW vocab. Done. Like when I think about it, I'm like, whoa. You practically like reached fourth base with the person already. What the heck? You didn't start with hello. Oh, first 5 minutes was super formal, but you seemed tense. Oh, okay. So you just went for it. Okay. I didn't know if that works or not. I literally have not had like IRL mandatory things. The closest I've gotten is I've met a couple Japanese natives online, as in this environment, this specific environment, and they were either students or like maybe university students, but the way they talk, it's very difficult to break the ice because it would require multiple meetings and whatnot, and that's very difficult in terms of the platform, like on Twitch and stuff, because if you don't break the ice like in a proactive way, then you may not ever hear them again. And that's usually, you know, I'm not sure if it's the same in Korea, but pleasantries are a tough ice to break. Typically, having common interests and being in a workplace environment in which you have to interact frequently increases the like chance of getting more casual quickly. But you went for it. I'm glad it worked out. being the adult though, that kind of gives it, yeah. You believe it helps when they know you're a foreigner? Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a fair point. And they're technically a foreigner in a you guys are weird. You guys are a weird mix. That's so neat. Now you make me want to like join a foreign exchange program and like interact with like foreign exchange programs in the foreign exchange program. I think weird decisions make the best stories. I know, right? And for the record, I'm as eccentric as it can get, in my opinion. I think like it's hard. I'm not sure if you have the same appreciation like at the moment, but it is very difficult to express how rare it is in which someone spends time obligatorily in another environment, and that environment is prone to meeting other people that are in the same position. So when it comes to like weird decisions, weird is the norm, and they make for really wonderful stories because they're no longer inherently monotonous. Not that I'm saying mundane and conventional isn't they have their beauty, right? The simple life and consistency have their beauties as well, but they have the beauty and elegance of being simplistic. In this case though, when you're in a situation like this, I can't tell you how often I code switch. I'm not sure if you do code switching at all. I can only imagine how often you're doing code switching. You're a Korean who's in Hong Kong, who's interacting with a Japanese student who's not in, while not being in Japan. So you gotta take it. That's pretty funny that you went with the meme route though. So did you learn? What did you learn? Oh no, wait, maybe is this safe? It's not safe for work. What are the memes? What is a Japanese? Did you just straight up went baka or something? Feels like a cloud just float around. You know? What did you go with for Japanese memes? I'm not even sure what the Japanese meme was. Like Chizu? Did you go with a Chizu meme? Chizu and Chizu. I don't got a lot of Japanese memes. I'm gonna be real. Kids have been informing me what the new age Japanese memes are. Like from a foreigner perspective. Oh, a dirty joke. Oh. Wait, how old? Wait. Hold up, Kimchi. How old is the kid you're interacting with? You're saying the person is significantly younger. You be just laying down some lewd memes and oh, 21? Oh, okay, that's fine. Oh, that kid. 21-year-old. I'm gonna say a very stereotypical joke. 21, he might as well be 40. That's Japanese, you know, the Japanese. He might as well be 40 years old. In American years, you know? That's the American joke, right? Like Asians always look younger than they actually are. Haha, in both figurative and literal. Like when someone says like, "Oh, you look 23," it's like I feel 60. When I live in the United States, like when people talk to me when I was younger, right, when I was 21 or something, they're like, "Man, you sound so old and wise." It's because I feel old and wise around you guys. Like you guys pay attention to things that I should be paying attention to as a younger person, but I was raised a 60-year-old according to Western customs. So like when I went out what did I think about high school? I was paving my college path and graduate school, and how I would find financial security or future investments in high school. Meanwhile, my high school friends were just talking about the girls they have crush on. I'm not sure if you feel this way, considering you stayed in the East largely, but that's kind of how I feel when you're like, oh, you're 21, but you're like 60 years old. In our links allowed in chat? Yeah, sure. I will like typically take the links and then I'll watch them in the evening. You're always free to okay. See what this. I trust you. That's what I'm saying. Oh, this was a okay. Hold up. I'm gonna open a tab. oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's pretty innocent, honestly. That's pretty good though. Yeah, that would definitely break the ice. That would honestly, I don't even know how to say that in Chinese. I don't know how to say that in Chinese. I got a meme, but that's probably not a meme, but more of a childhood thing. Hay un partido en mis pantalones, you know? With the PP 小的是小的 Yeah. Or something like in Spanish class in high school, I remember doing Spanish, and immediately when the students learn how to say things, like say a Lu thing, right? They would say something like hay un partido en mis pantalones, right? There's a party in my pants. That's how you break ice, I guess. That's legitimately the first time. I think the very last thing that the moment they learned I, as in there is, hay un partido. Partido ends up coming up pretty, right? And then pantalones, you know, pants. So hay un partido en mis pantalones. Like, oh, okay, fine. And then the kids laugh it up. I see. I'm starting to resonate with your type of humor. Good job. I had no idea that was a Japanese meme, by the way. No idea. What is? How does that even start? Is that an old one? I'm getting cultured right now. I have my Japanese memes are like all language learning related memes. Like do you already have Chizu? Chizu? Or Chizu? Or Chizu? Are you familiar with this meme already? Sorry, I'm writing with my mouse, but fine. Not at all? Oh. Wait. I don't... I'm brain farting. What's the katakana for zoo? Yeah, what's the katakana for this? And hell, katakana is not my friend. But you get the point. I wasn't gonna write in hiragana, but oh, this is your quiz. I'm kidding. Chizu desu. You know, chizu desu yo. It looks like the J for Korean. I don't have the keyboard. Well, aren't we a very apt language learners, huh? Oh, I screwed up. Sorry. It's this way, right? And then yes, Chizu. So Chizu and Chizu. That's my only meme. I think this is the most reliable meme. Yeah, I think this is the most reliable meme that I have, which is this is map and this is cheese. That's what the kids do these days, or the English-speaking outside of Japan kids do these days, apparently. When you think of Chizu and Chizu, my other one that let me get the let me write with that. The other one is we have. We have Biru and Biru. Biru. Yeah. Yeah, building or beer. Yeah. Those are the memes, you know? Biru and Biru. Do I have others? No, that's all I got. That's the memes I have. Yeah, you gotta love wordplay, right? You gotta get your moda down. If your moda is off, then you're gonna be saying, where's the building? It's like, where's the beer? What? What do you mean, where's the beer? The beer is right here. Like, no, where's the beer? Oh, where's the building? I got you. It's like, oh, I have the map. Wait, you have the cheese? We don't need a cheese. We need a map. Like, no, like chizu. Chizu ga arimasu ka? Like, is there a map? It's like, wait, is there cheese? Chizu ga arimasu ka? and that's all I got. Because they're both like, both of them are like, it can be in the same place without context. So that's I'm here all day. Actually, I'm probably here for the next 30 minutes or so, but I'll be here all day. I don't have a sense of humor, like in the traditional sense. Most of the time I get people to laugh by situational irony. I think I'm most funny when I'm most funny is when I try to make someone feel like I'm tough. I think that's I got that down packed. Whenever someone says like, well, your Japanese is bad, it's like, well your Japanese is bad. that's and that's what I got. So if you want to throw insults around, I got you. I sound more like a 6-year-old trying to sound tough than a 40-year-old who has a very, very hard time insulting people. Yeah, if it works, if it works. Like, yeah, I notice I noticed you kind of sucked it up there. I'm like, yeah, I really did suck it up. How much do you suck? It's like, well, howdy. I suck a lot. It's like, what were we talking about again? Like, we were just talking about how both of us suck. Out of context. Out of context. You know? Actually, have you taught? Have you, like... Oh, man. All the words of all the things you can teach your, language partner. I think teaching someone a language and then also exchanging is such a great, such an opportunity. You can make it so much fun. Like your language, like having a language partner or having someone who is enthusiastic, it's a like a deal maker, not a deal breaker. I think it's the deal maker. Like if you want to acquire a language, you gotta have that. All the other stuff is extra. What I'm doing is kind of extra. Like this conversation we're having now is the reason why I'm still language learning. Honestly, like you can't replace this. To be honest, it still feels quite daunting. Suck it up. What are you like? Stop talking like a non-Korean. I'm kidding. Is that what Korean mentality is like? Daunting? Come on. You just gotta... What's a pep phrase? I don't know. Ganbatte. I don't know a Korean phrase, unfortunately. Man, I need to get some Korean phrases. You just wait. Maybe next time. Next time I'll like put in some pocket Korean phrases. You ran from military service. You have the creed to meet. Oh, that's understandable. That's a little bit of transparency, but make life worth it. Make life worth it. All right, make life worth it. I don't actually know how to say. How do you say "jayo" in Korean? I'm not going to pronounce it. Just you can type it out if you want. Wait. You know what? Hold on. Fighting? Really? I don't know why I said fighting like fighting like the Japanese way, but fighting? Huh. Wait, let's see what Google Translate says. And then you can tell me. You can score it. Do your best. Let's see what they say for do your best. You can evaluate. Give it a score.
최선을 다하세요.
That doesn't sound great. Say that again.
최선을 다하세요.
It's not bad? Ooh. Quite formal though? Okay. Yeah, ganbatte kudasai is probably the closest I can think of when you say it's quite formal though. Probably ganbatte kudasai. Or ganbatte ganbatte arimasu? No. Yeah, ganbatte kudasai is probably the closest. Wa I thing? Yes, it's similar to gambaru. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wish I knew how to read a romanization of Korean. Give it time. I think I might splurge in some Korean in the future. Yeah. Jiayo would be the closest for jiayo. I'm gonna pretend I knew how to write jia. But add oil. Jiayo. Yeah, add oil. Jiayo. I can't think of anything else. Maybe something with nuri. Nuri changgong? Nuri changgong? Maybe? Nuri meaning like make effort or all your effort. Like work hard and then win, like accomplishments. Changgong, like so nuri changgong, maybe something like that. I'm making stuff up as I'm going. I mean nuri changgong is it's actually a sentence. Changgong to succeed, yeah. So nuri, you put hard effort, like lots of effort in changgong. And the reason why I'm adding this is because that's how I feel about Japanese. That's when Japanese says ganbatte, right? Ganbatte kudasai. It almost sounds like it's like work hard, like try hard and win, right? Similar to Korean as well. I see. Yeah. Spanish. What do we have for Spanish? I have no idea. I actually have no idea. Right now I'm doing I'm like combining the three: Spanish, Chinese, and Japanese. But do your best. What? Do your best. How to Spanish? What does Google translate for do your best? Haz tu mayor esfuerzo. Oh, that doesn't roll off the tongue. Haz tu mejor esfuerzo. I think that's kind of literal. That doesn't sound great. Korean to succeed is I'm gonna say segon. Segon. It's cool to see words that have derived from Mandarin to Korean. I think so too. Oh yeah, that does sound. Oh yeah. That's my I'm gonna be real. It is very tempting. That's probably why I would consider Korean, because it kind of like I love like pocket thing. That's also why Chinese is a thing for me. Like Chinese and Japanese, it's even closer, but obviously there's also what is it? The other writing. What was the other Korean writing? The one that is derived from Chinese. Not that it's a convention, but I love having languages that are staggering, so like they kind of clash and compare and contrast between each other. So is why I'm doing Japanese and Mandarin right now. Like Hanzi and Kanji, you know. So much to remember. You're engaging in it so much. Like for example, like 动物, right? This is 动物. 動物. 動物 is 动物. Actually, what is like? Does this help you? Like, does Korean ever play a part in this? Does that help you understand what this is? 動物. 动物 definitely helps me with 動物. Even though I'm learning both, whichever one comes first ends up reinforcing the other one. And if they're different, it also helps reinforce them, because they're different, they're also memorable. How good is your Korean? 动物 as an animal? Yes. 动物 as an animal. 動物. Yeah, 動物. They use onyomi for both, so it will kind of sort of sound Chinese. In Korean, it's 动物. Oh, very similar. Yeah. I'm gonna be real. I really don't have time to learn even more languages, but man. So hear me out. Over these years, or over the year and a half, some people are incredibly enthusiastic about French, right? And Spanish and English. And then Then you throw in Korean, and it's like Japanese and Chinese. You might as well throw in Korean. You just don't have a lot of time for all these things, but it is very wonderful. Salud. Amen. Ça va? Hello. Comment. Hello there, Arturus. Hello, hello. Oh. Está bien. Está bien. Hello there. Salutations. I knew the hello part, but oh, ça va? Which one is ça va? Francés? Está francés. ¿Verdad? What was the Japanese thing? Fransuko? I actually don't know. Yeah, Fransuko. Yeah. Oh, c'est français. Okay. We. Do you speak French, Arturus? Yeah, right now, my plate is so full, but at the same time, people who enjoy learning French and also people who are enthusiastic about Korean is making a very strong case. This is making a very strong case. Sí, y hablo muy poquito español. Okay. Yo entiendo. Yo entiendo. Yo entiendo. Por aprender. Yo comprendo. Muy. Okay. Do you prefer English, Arturus? It's kind of cute. Like this is why language learning should be a thing. Honestly, I could sit here and do this all day. And it would be great to like have other people who have different native languages go out of their comfort zone in doing other things. Yeah, English is your native. Okay. Do you have any other like languages that you're interested in, Arturus? Kimchi here apparently has the dream, and now he's like in a language exchange with like Japanese, an English-Japanese language exchange, and apparently he's already multilingual. So I wouldn't qualify myself as that multilingual because I'm not multi-literate. I would say being multilingual also requires construction and even like some semblance of literacy, but I could say I'm comfortable with them. Not really? No, so you're not. How'd you manage to find your way over here? Are you multicultural? Arturus? Do you happen to belong to a multicultural background? I think that is a fantastic starting point for wanting to encourage people be in a like a multilingual setting. Yeah, we're just chatting along. Kimchi here is in the middle of his day. You're monolingual? You're not far enough in your language learning to be considered even bilingual? Oh, okay. Where are you? What are you doing right now in terms of your... Oh, and also no? Oh, that's perfectly fine. Perfectly understandable. I'm just gonna have to slap the culture into you. I'm kidding, but maybe a really, really strong virtual slap across the face. You know? So what are you doing at the moment? Yeah, I have like a mixed bag. I am all over the place. right now, but they are languages. All the languages that are currently here are part of my life. So in some way, shape, or form, I don't get through a day without hearing the languages that I'm doing now, which is Sudanese is my mother tongue. English is my common language. Mandarin is my heritage speak, and Spanish is my colloquial environment, and Japanese is my primary media language. Use Babbel, sometimes Duolingo. Ooh, I haven't had anyone say Babbel yet. How is Babbel, and how long have you would you consider yourself a very experienced Babbel user? I'm experienced enough now in Duolingo, so like I know the top things like Spanish, Duolingo Spanish, like the flagship stuff. I'm fairly experienced in it, and I was keeping track of like the changes and stuff, like understanding what it can and cannot do, obviously, and then like the lower tier, which is Japanese, and then even the tier below that was Duolingo Chinese. So I have like a kind of, but I haven't gone to the bottom. The bottom would be something like a 2-chapter course on Swahili or something. I'm not sure what the most obscure one that they have. You've been inconsistent, but you prefer Babbel over Duolingo. That's perfectly fine. That doesn't. Oh, you've been inconsistent. Okay. How often does Babbel update stuff? Yearly? Monthly? Interesting. I'm not going to say trying out Babbel is not in the cards, but Babbel has like open like sponsorship stuff, which suggests to me that they don't mind streaming the content. The thing that prevents me from like spiraling into trying a lot of things is largely because of copyright stuff. Good question. You're not entirely sure. Okay. So which language has captivated your heart? Don't worry, we'll find all the languages between me and Kimchi will be offended if it's not one of them. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But really, seriously, which language has captivated your heart? Yo, no pressure. No pressure. Between oh, it is Francis. Oh, okay. You have another we have another French person. French enthusiast. Coincidentally, I've met another French enthusiast earlier today. Yeah, earlier today. Yes. What is that? Is it like Voulez-vous la française? I don't know. I forgot what does that even mean? Is that, do you speak French or something? Parles-tu français, right? Is that's what's coming to mind right now. Do you speak French? I'm pretty sure that means do you speak French? I could butcher a lot of inherited French words. But let's start with croissant. I am going to get one day I'm gonna look back on this and everyone's gonna be really upset. Croissant? Is it like croissant? But I can't say that very often. It makes me wanna Les croissants. Yeah. Well, you gotta stop on by every once in a while and tell me. Only French you know is from a song called Voulez vos avec moi c'est oh wait, why does that sound so familiar? Wait, Voulez-vous stay avec moi? Oh wait, what is that? What is that? What is that song? Wait, hold up. Where is, oh no, wait, hold up. You can rip off the band-aid. I'm absolutely sure I've heard this song, but I just don't remember. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. Lady Marmalade. The other one when it comes to French is probably probably something from Moulin Rouge. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? C'est... Why did it just stop? I don't know what the rest is. But hear me out. Maybe Moulin Rouge has something French in it. Probably not. Does it? Schwar? Oh, and also, by the way, guys, I don't understand IPA? I have no training in IPA. Actually, it would be interesting. Kimchi, do you know anything? Ave moi c'est... Oh no. Are we using English, right? C'est choix. Avec moi c'est choix. So right now my head is in Japanese and Chinese, so I was about to say avec ave all right, no clue, but you're learning. Oh, I see. I need to learn IPA. Like, IPA is maybe something that I should really invest in sometime, but it also means that other people need to know IPA. But yeah, the English is no deal. Largely because right now I'm using Pinyin as my source, and then I type using Romaji. So then when I'm reading people's like when they type in English to sound out something, I read it like Pinyin and Romaji, and that just makes me sound like a goofball. But hear me out. I don't mind sounding like a goofball. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? I personally do not mind sounding like a goofball. You would have to sound like a goofball in order to really love speaking multiple languages, because that is where it's at. I can't tell you how many times it's priceless, all the interactions. One day I'm gonna nonchalantly drop a lewd meme like Kimchi and be like, what did I just say? Nothing. You know? 大丈夫です。What was that? 何もない。何でもない。何でもない。All right, guys. I'm gonna unceremoniously cap our discussion for now, and we're gonna try to finish this. What have you learned in Japanese, Kimchi? What have you learned in Japanese so far?
動物は火が怖い。
動物は火が怖い。Can you read? Are you fine with these things?
動物は火が怖い。
火が。
いや。
Oh no. 火が怖い。
怖い。
No pressure, but as a representative, as my representative now, of Koreans everywhere, right? Koreans everywhere, and also someone who's hanging out in Hong Kong and have access to a Japanese exchange to language exchange student. I expect you in another 4 months to be where I am. No pressure. And by no pressure, I mean I'm absolutely dead serious. I'm holding on, and I will be providing an exam in another 4 months. So get it done. I'm kidding. Most of the kanji is hard, but you understand what the narrator is saying. Oh yeah, well there you go. Yeah, who needs kanji when you can just listen? Like, I wonder how Arturus feels about listening to French. Oh wait, Arturus, have you played Clear Obscure? Arturus, come on. Don't leave me hanging. You played Clear Obscure in French, right? Get to it. Ganbatte. You'll be in Japan in October for a month, so you'll let you know after. Oh yeah, you have not? Oh, that's quite a treat for French. Like French enthusiasts, oh, Clair Obscur. So such a recommendation. Like even for the nature of listening to French, a lot of the journal readings are excellent too. They have such an eclectic way coverage of French. There are some really mammoth games that also have French dubbing, like tri-dubbing and stuff, or like quadruple, octuple dubbing, like Cyberpunk 2077. That fits really well. I was looking through all the like the different languages, but yeah, but Clear Obscure. Chef's Kiss. So you have till October. How long is that? October. Okay. I can't wait to hear what your Japan trip is like. Some people that I know went to Japan and they just disappeared. Not a bad thing, but they disappeared. So if I don't hear from you again when you go to Japan, I'll understand. You are having way too much fun. No pressure, no pressure.
彼
Oops, Nami.
ナミ
光は音より早く進みます。
光は音、wait. 光は音より早く、早く、advance? 早く what?
光は音より早く進みます。
Oh, 進みます。Let's see. Light travels faster than sound. Isn't this such a weird phrase? Is got done. Oh wait. How we got this? This is Guan Shi. Oh no, you can't even say it. Oh no, you can say it probably this way. Or you could just say like done. Done. Travel. 登会去登比升快 That's all you have to say, I think. But it's not elegant. It's not very elegant. Oh no, but dung is not that great. Maybe guan is okay. Sorry, I'm trying to think like how would you express it. It's very truncated. All I said was like light, a word for light, fast, compared to sound is faster. So done be ying or sheng huai. And that didn't even use travel. Interesting.
氷
Kori. Kori ne? Alright. I'm gonna finish up the lesson, but feel free. Feel free to hang out or throw in some memes or something, but I really appreciate the candor. The candor was really, really excellent. I have so many questions in the future. Don't worry, I'll be I'll be writing them down in my notebook. Yeah, the conversation was fantastic. If you're not motivated to make funny humor and events, come at me. I will have questions for you to pass along to whatever situation you have. You gotta motivate each other. You know, motivate each other.
浅い
Asai, asai 濡れま
濡
す。
れます
Nami,
波
草 Waves. The waves are low today, you know? Nami wa nami ga no nami 今日は波が低い。present tense 低いですよ。
今日は波が低い
低いですよ。
ですよ。
太陽。深い。氷。波。浅い。
明るい光を見た。
明るい光を見た。I saw a bright light. 光い光。彼はコーヒーに put ice. 氷を put? 氷を maybe new or 入れ? Yeah, like 入れ. Oh man, put is past tense and present. Just like 入れた or 入れた no 入れた probably. So 彼はコーヒーに氷を入れた。
庭に多くの石がある。
庭に多くの石がある。ね。There is a lot of stones in the garden. There are many stones in the garden. Sorry. The ice on the lake became thicker. Oh gosh. Let's see. So 湖のね the ice on the lake. Maybe like 氷の湖が became thicker. So なりました。なりましたね。なった works too. So 低い。no 熱くなんた no, it's just なった works. ね? I think. Son of a... Oh, I flipped them. 湖の氷. Yeah. The ice on the lake, not the lake on the ice. I just said the lake on the ice. The lake on the ice became thicker.
彼は川に石を投げた。
彼は川に石を投げた。So he threw a stone in the river. Stone into the river. I put out my cigarette. Keshi? No. Keshita.
消し
Oh, okay.
消し
Yeah.
タバコ
タバコを消し。I put mine. Do we have a mine? No? Okay.
消した
Oh, interesting. Heat?
のタバコの
That's a weird way to say it. タバコの火を消した。 Ne? So they put out the cigarette, the lit cigarette, the fire of the cigarette. Interesting. Instead of just put out the tobacco.
大きな波を見ましたか
I totally get it though. 大きな波を見ましたか? Did you see the big wave? How do we... And then we do the reverse. Right? Duolingo does the reverse. They pair it up. So, 光は音より早く進みます。進みます。How do I screw this up? Right, the reverse. So, 湖の氷が熱くなった。
熱なった。
That's nice. Do you feel you retain the knowledge well this way? Not vanilla. I typically not vanilla. You do not do it vanilla, which I will be doing something, a routine after. It's kind of hard to cover in this situation, but all of these things are recorded, like they're on the YouTube thing. But in the beginning, my routines are beyond Duolingo. But yes, retaining it straight up with Duolingo, like just do what Duolingo says to do, I can't answer to that question. For myself, you can definitely do better. Like what I mean is, not you have to use a different tool. You can definitely do more than what it is. Definitely very recommended that you do more to retain the knowledge. That involves I had this like the 3 or 4 hour discussion earlier in the day during this particular session. The more routines you have in using the knowledge you have, regardless of what that routine is will help for retention. And I don't think Duolingo does a sufficient job in retention. I don't necessarily think most of these tools alone is able to retain the knowledge. Using all of them, as long as their routine are different, you got it. So I would say in terms of the capacity for well, generally speaking, for myself, if I had a relative gauge, what Duolingo does is maybe like 4 out of 10 for retention. It does other things quite maybe a little too well. And then in terms of retention, you have to go and do a lot of that yourself. Now, is that a bad or a good thing? I don't think Duolingo was designed for you to think that way in the first place. Like that it is sufficient for you to retain knowledge, like a significant amount of the knowledge. Duolingo is more advertised in, do you retain some semblance of knowledge in general? It's an exposure type of repetition. So I would say in that way, I don't expect to have a high score for retention of the knowledge in Duolingo. But you can make it very high retention knowledge when you couple it with other types of routines. Much like any other isolated tool, probably want to add other routines. So for you, Kimchi, you already have 3 different routines coalescing with the overlapping content. I was talking about the separation of content and routine. So in order for retention to go up, one must engage in more routines, engage with the content. So like I was doing, this is like a very quick primer between content and routine. As a quick TLDR from earlier, content is fixed, right? And this is usually people's goals. And content often deals with exposure. Exposure and then novelty, right? So oftentimes this is fixed in the sense that it's not dramatically changing over time. It's not dynamic. And routines are dynamic. Routines typically deal with the process. So, and that means it's not exposure, it's often retention. Retention. And that means practice. So it's not novelty, but consistency. And these are the two that I typically distinguish. So Duolingo is a routine. WaniKani is also a routine. And then I watch anime in the evening as a routine. I also watch anime with my friends, and I use a routine like talking about Japanese, using Japanese phrases in the middle of my English to retain it. So it's very difficult to know anymore if Duolingo has good retention from me. I know that historically, Duolingo's design in nature is not meant for retaining, but more for exposure that generates interest, in which then that exposure leads to routines outside of it. So probably not the greatest. For myself, I do other things, and it's very difficult to know my retention and my grammar is not if it's ascribed to Duolingo or not. The exposure is coming from there though. Yeah. So like, for example, if you learn something from your content, how many different ways have you engaged with the routine? So as routine goes up, different types of routine goes up, your retention goes up. In terms of content, the exposure quality is dealing with encoding. So oftentimes, this can occur multiple times if you forgot something. So oftentimes on the side of content is when you have forgotten something. And then when you're retaining something, it's due to practice, and practice deals with routine. So if you learned like watashi, watashi wa, then you're just like, you decided for the rest of the day and for everything else, you're going to pick up watashi wa, right? Like instead of saying I most of the time or mine, watashi wa, just say watashi wa in your routine, then you would probably retain it for the rest of your life. Because that's one of your habitual routines. Or ki, for example, every time I go out to run, ki, there are trees. There's also I run on a calle, which is Spanish, right? Casa, right? Ie, right? Hikari, this is hikari right here. And then we have marui, right? Circle or something round. Kamura, right? Mizu, right? Mizu, water bottle. Botella in Spanish, right? Agua, la agua, or el agua, right? Lots of things. However many routines you have. Duolingo, I don't think there's enough different types of routine in the Japanese course, especially. In the Spanish course, it does a lot better. It performs a lot better because the volume is different. There are more routines. The only routine for Japanese right now is you translate one way and then you translate the other way. You get paired up and then you see three forms: English to kana, and then kana to kanji, and then English to kanji, right? Or the native word. And then they use like associations. They use sound, visual, and definition associations. So there's quite a bit of routine in it. Probably not as much as enough to retain. I don't think it's I actually think it's somewhat about average or above average. How many different ways it's trying to cause you to retain the knowledge. But definitely not a substitute for not being greedy with more. Like, you gotta be more. So my content to increase surface area to increase reactivity. Yes, exactly. So I often talk about this way. You often have to ask yourself, you have time, right? So time is X. It's a time. We'll just use T. Time is however much you have, right? And then you have learning and practice. Now, oftentimes people prioritize learning, which means that these are novel things. So like, if you're thinking about, okay, let's say your time is 100 minutes. You can spend 100 minutes looking at, let's just say, 100 kanji. Right, then that would be 1 minute. 1 minute per kanji. And that's it. That's the exposure. So technically you learned all 100 kanji right away. Now in terms of retention, you have to split this time. Whatever time you have left, let's say you actually have 200 minutes left. So that leaves 100 minutes to engage in your practice, which involves your routines. How many ways can you routinely engage with 100 kanji before you reset, before you sleep? Usually sleep is a great way to segregate. So oftentimes the idea is, I operate typically on the idea of, you start somewhere. So let's say you start at 10 items a day. So in Duolingo, at least where I am, it's about 10. Well, we'll just say 10 is a good idea. 10, and you get exposure. So now I would take those 10 items and I would apply as many routines I have. Right now, I engage in these 10 items on a regular basis. Maybe like 5 ways. So these 5 ways are across however many time, but these 5 ways have to be something that I do consistently. So in a way, even if I learn 10 items at a time, my depreciation over time is still those 10 items. Now you could push. Now let's say this is 100% with your current routines. 5 ways, your current routines, maybe the routine is like 2 hours of your day, right? And you have 100% retention for like the next month or 2. Now you ask yourself, wait, but am I capping? Like, you have to push to a point where you know you can't take any more using the same. So next time, what you would do is you would increase it. Increase the threshold, 20, and you keep your routine the same. Now, do you still get the 20 items back for the next like month or 2, right? Then you're still good. That means you're still capped. But oftentimes when you get to a specific thing, you would lose retention. So you would get to like 15 items, right? That is no longer 100%. And I'm not great at math, but 75%? No, wait, yes. Well, besides the math, I'm sorry, I'm not a true Asian. I'm not very good at math. Okay, so 75%, right? That's your retention. So 75%. Now the question is, do you think this is sufficient? Like, are you satisfied? We're not here for math. So is this sufficient? If it's not, you can choose to decrease exposure, right? Decrease exposure, or you can increase your routine, right? How much you quote unquote routine, number of routines. Now, a lot of times people would say, oh, you can just practice more, right? Practice more. So like you could take one routine and then just increase the amount of time, right? Increase the amount of time invested in that one routine. Now, there is some drawbacks to that I feel a lot of people encounter unintentionally. What I typically like to do is to incorporate more routines, because if you do 2 routines, you would habitually increase your time anyways. But what happens here is with the increase in time, you are splitting them between the routines. And when you're splitting them between the routines, you're less likely to burn out. When was the last time you tried to do one routine like for 2 hours versus 2 routines for 1 hour each? So there's a element here where you're trying to do a routine that's consistent, where you're practicing that thing, but it's part of the routine. For example, when I run, I retain certain vocabulary because that vocabulary is part of my routine now. So when I go run, hashiru, right? Hashiru. It's run, hashiru. It's very tough to ever forget that ever again. And I only need to think about it every once in a while, but I run every day. So the idea is, how many routines do you have in which you're already doing that reinforces the things you're learning? And I have specific routines dealt with the idea that I'm repeating new things. So for Duolingo, whenever on day 1, Duolingo, that's when you learn your 20 items-ish. And then at the end of the day, I make a map. I make a kanji map, which I'll illustrate sometime, or you can like look at any video at the end. I'll make a map kanji off of Duolingo's like list. And that's 2 routines. On day 2, which was the last time, I would make a kanji grouping. So this is what I usually call a construct. So like in this unit, there were locations of the outdoors, a group of adjectives, and objects you would find in there. So I at least group them by them, and then group them like the adjectives. They are antonyms. They come in 3 pairs of antonyms: wet, dry, thick, thin, and shallow and deep. So then you can subgroup them, and when you're doing subgroup them, you're doing another routine, right? Now you're doing meaning grouping. So after I do that, I write all of these out from the map. So that's 3 routines, right? 3 routines off Duolingo itself, just off Duolingo itself, right? And on day 3, I recall all of this in kanji and writing. So that's 4 routines. And then I stagger them over and over again. I also carry it for the next 2 days. So yes, the vanilla stuff is not the greatest, I would say. It's not enough. It's not active enough. The thing that I typically value is I try to hit 90% retention. Over right now, it's probably over a 100-day period. I literally do this on stream, so it'll take like 7 or 8 hours where I go through the colossal amount of writing and stuff, and this is usually right now consistently keeping up with 5 routines. And then now remember, I have to keep this, you have to keep this in mind. It doesn't sound as long as it sounds. Usually this takes like less than 2 hours the first time. And then all the other routines. Now this is the normal stuff. This is where I do with Duolingo. So it's roughly that amount of time. But off stream, the things that I am not doing, I already have routines that uses Japanese. Like I watch anime a lot, which you might be thinking, oh yeah, it's not representative of conversational Japanese. I agree. I absolutely agree. But it is representation of using Japanese. So those words that may or may not come up has a chance. They have a chance to come up during this, right? And that's a retention. That's practicing a 6th routine, right? And when I go out to run is another routine that may or may not reinforce some of these things, but they probably will. And then when I hang out with friends, I also talk about the Japanese that I learned. And then most of the time when I'm watching interviews and stuff, they reinforce some of the stuff, not all the time. So these are not fixed. These are not guaranteed to do this. I usually do a routine across, for Duolingo, I do a routine across 6 days. And then hope to re-engage it sometime 30 days down the road, and then re-engage it again 100 days later. And then we sit and let it stupor. If it's forgotten, then we reiterate. But generally speaking, when it comes to retention is pretty good. In 300 days after refining all the routines, I still think over 90, I would say over 90% is still retained. But this is not solely doing what Duolingo is showing you. It's doing everything that Duolingo inspires, including Duolingo. So most of my tasks, I show how the things changed over time. And I still do WaniKani, so I do SRS as well nowadays on top. So most of the time, this is I enjoy doing this. So for example, in another 30 days, the routine will slightly change, probably. It's adapting. Because now my routine is that I have WaniKani before Duolingo Japanese. So I have SRS before Duolingo. So I have like radical knowledge, like custom radical knowledge and mnemonics on top. So if I forget something, I'm not even using most of the tools. If I know the thing already, I don't rely on any of the other tools. So all the things that are new, I rely on tools. Mnemonics most of the time. Mnemonics, contextual clues, and association. So there are many phrases that I can hear, maybe I not can read, and then there are things I can read without knowing what it sounds like as well. So it's a really fun little mental gymnastics that's really fun. And also, and don't forget that whenever I'm learning Chinese, I'm thinking in Japanese. And then vice versa. So my routines with Chinese overlap with my routines in Japanese. So whenever I'm learning Chinese, I'm actually reviewing Japanese as well. Yeah, so that's how I retain these things. So no, not only Duolingo. Unfortunately, or fortunately for those, I would say if you love language learning, you typically don't stick with one thing because it's too boring to stick with one thing. That's why Kimchi, when you were talking about your friend and stuff, I was immediately like, if I'm not speaking for you, or I'm not like saying you have to, but if I had a resource like that, right? There's so many wonderful ways you can introduce a new routine to your normal life. Like routine that you must likely find interesting and wanting to be part of your life. So for me, I didn't expect, hear me out, I have a new routine. I didn't expect that I would be looking and listening for very specific conversational phrases to tell my friend, who is much younger than me, because he suddenly became interested in Japanese, largely because I talked about Japanese. So now each day I have an alternative routine. I have a routine to compare and contrast the difference between I'm the thing that I was talking to you about like what is not conversational in anime, not representative, and then what is. I'm literally doing that right now, and I'm not a native Japanese speaker. I am looking and comparing and contrasting between what we watch once a week, roughly, on anime, and I'm looking deliberately at interviews and podcasts and like people talking on YouTube to say like, oh, okay, you remember when you hear dame? Chigayo is okay too. Like so there's extra motivation. So when I learn a word, I ask myself, is this useful for my friend who like will eventually go to Japan with me, like we'll probably travel, like we also have plans like, oh hey, you know what, since we're already doing that, we might like when we when we go to Japan, we might as well go together. So that's what I mean by routine. To me, if you can make it part of your life and you're not expending any, like, not that much more extra energy, that's what I do. That's what I would do. Right now, it doesn't feel like I've even tried yet. Like, for the record, I know how a lot of times people say like, oh, I'm getting tired, I'm getting burned out. I'm not even close. I think I can try harder. So I've been trying a lot harder. That's why I get to my limit and then I scale back. Get to my limit, scale back, because you'll become more efficient over time, and then you have to expand. Efficient, expand, right? When you get efficient, your time gets compressed. But what are you going to do with all that extra time? Because when you get efficient, you're also working less. And if you're working less intellectually, you might get a little too passive, right? When you get passive, it's not interesting anymore. And you're not like actively engaged. So yes, like going back to Anki over and over again, like every single day can get a little boring after a while. So spice up that Anki. It's only been about a year in Chinese. My next month, I will be using LLMs. And LLMs will allow me to farm for reviews. I would like learn how to write reviews in basic Chinese. And all those words that LLMs will give me will go back to HanziHero, which is the app I'm currently doing for this year for SRS. So then, because I've already completed the Duolingo Chinese session and I developed whatever that routine you saw, but I do it during HanziHero. So now whatever I learned from Duolingo Chinese is related to HanziHero. And then now I'm going to work on a new routine with LLMs, and all the LLM stuff is going to integrate to the SRS system that I have. So therefore, I continue to develop my routine. Like the routines become more elaborate and interesting. So then, even though you might be learning, I don't know, what is the average for HanziHero? HanziHero's average is 7 characters. 7 Hanzi roughly a day, every single day. So I need to scale up to that. How do I retain 700 every single day while scaling up? So all these Hanzi has to start relating to something else that I need. So we're working on that. Meanwhile, WaniKani is the other one. So right now, whatever Duolingo has, I think it has like a 5% non-overlap with WaniKani. And that's fine because Duolingo doesn't feel like WaniKani. So if I'm going over the same thing, they're going to be retained. Which I don't feel people like to enjoy doing that. Talking about you about all this stuff helps me retain my routine. So every time I get to explain my routine and explain this content versus the very thing I'm doing now is my routine on practicing my spiel or talking about language learning. So everything's connected. It's like an inception moment. You become more articulate and being expression, like you're expressing and reviewing. Me explaining this tells me that I understand what I'm doing. And asking you questions, Kimchi, like that's how I believe other people learn really well. Like I don't think this is some unique thing. It sounds overwhelming at first, but I don't think it is. Like if I ask you a question and it causes you to ask a question to someone else, and then they give you an answer and you ask back, then you come back and tell me about what you have asked to the other person, that is a new routine. And that is a routine that has emotional interaction, feedback, communication, expression, and teaching. So what you can teach, what you can express, what you can talk about voluntarily is going to last you for pretty much forever. You're not going to forget it. It's going to be very difficult to forget. So that's my motivation behind chatting it up. Like it is very difficult to forget certain concepts anymore. I hope you find it as interesting too. I absolutely love talking about this stuff. Maybe a more topic in the future. We can talk about other things too. It will end up coming back to like thinking about things. I think thinking about things is goated. You're human. You have an incredible thing up here. And it does wonders when you're able to rinse, iterate, and repeat with limited information. If you want retention, it is how creative can you get with one thing? So like, for example,
太陽は星です。
this sentence alone, a lot of individuals would say, oh, it's just a simple sentence. All it says is the sun is a star, right? And 太陽は星です. But what else can you see here? Wa, the wa particle, des, the formal copula in its copula form, right? Hoshi is also xing, and 太陽 is太阳, right? 太阳, right? So 太阳是一个新的, right? 是一个新的, which you could say all of that if you want, which is what I do most of the time. So you don't have to do it. You could just learn the one thing and then get used to it and stuff. But I would definitely explain this stuff. And then it's like sun wa star des, right? That's actually how I see it in my head too in English if I wanted to do English. And then how would you express it in a different way, right? Which I don't have any synonyms for 太陽, right? Or 太陽. Oh, yeah. Korean for sun too. Yeah, see, there you go. And that's what you should do, in my opinion. Or like try to do. Like brush up on your Korean, brush up on your English. I have been brushing up on my English for sure. serendipitously, I learned a couple new English words as well. Ford and wade. I've heard wade before, but I haven't ever used Ford as a verb. And there are a lot of words that I haven't used in a while, like very simple words. Get. I realize I'm very terrible with the word get. Seems. Oof. Seems. And then I realized that synonyms are outrageous when it comes to Chinese, like terminate, eliminate, and stop. Construct, create, assemble, unite, combine, and merge. I've been working on that cluster of words because it deals with 结, 结, 和, 结, 和, and you have to know the English to know the context of which 结 and 和 I'm talking about, right? In order to get that, and all of that to me is have you ever here's a great litmus test. Here's a litmus test. If you look at this one thing, right? And then someone says something, they say one thing, and you're thinking to yourself, boy, it's gonna take me 5 hours to explain all the stories I have with this one phrase. Then you get me. Like the 5 hours, I think I can spend more than 5 hours just talking about this, but it's fine. Like most people would think of it functionally, but I have so much experience with some of these things. Even if I can't produce it, it's very hard to forget them. Right, every day. Like 太阳 is so important. Like what about like 太陽, right? 太陽, but you can say Amaterasu. Why is that relevant to 太陽? That's a sun goddess. Amaterasu. So I have so many things, like the sun is a star. That's actually really neat. The idea that people don't know the sun is a star. That's pretty funny, actually. So you got other ways to remember things. There's so get interested. It's like if I say kimchi, right? If I say kimchi, I'm willing to bet that you have way more things than I do, possibly, about the nature of kimchi, right? And that's how I believe someone should eventually feel about this language. Yeah, connecting it, that is constant. Yeah, like that constant is really your favorite way to, yeah, constantly. You gotta be creative. Be creative, because in October, I'm drawing pictures, by the way. In October, I spent a month drawing pictures. All the mnemonics that I've learned, I'm already ready for it. In Inktober, on October, there's this like Inktober thing where there's a prompt for once every day. All the mnemonics that I have gathered right now, that's gonna be the theme of this year, October. I'm gonna draw most of the mnemonics. Like how do you get Taiyang? Taiyang is like, for example, I would be Tarzan. Tarzan is in a high school. Is in the high school bathroom. In a high school bathroom, doing something that is extreme, or like very something. Oh no! See, I don't have enough mnemonics. Like some of the mnemonics are fading because I don't use it very often anymore for Thai. And Yang is Yoshi. Yoshi in the chamber of the chapel. Yoshi is in the chamber of the chapel. He went over some hills and saw a enclosure with the sun, and he touches it to have a positive feeling. Yang being positive, so yin yang, right? Yang being the positive side of things. And I could draw it. So in the future, in a very near future, if there was a sun prompt for my drawings, I would draw the sun and I would draw Yoshi touching touching the sun. That's probably gonna be something that I would do in the future. So I'll probably draw like mnemonic pictures and whatnot for all these things in the future, just for fun. That's how you get creative. Yeah, constant usage. Like, do I have to tell you about do I have to tell you about grass? Kusa, right? Grass. Japanese meme. There you go. That's laughing, right? Kusa. Kusa is grass. And then also your this dread reminds me when I was learning about measuring words in Mandarin. Oh yes. Oh no. Wait. Were you here when I got some of my first measuring words? Oh no, Mandarin's measuring words, dude. I just started. Today I got gongchi, which is meters, and I'm already having dreads. I'm like, oh man, all of these are kind of arbitrary. It's not like you add kilo to, like, gongchi doesn't get like kilo slapped in front of gongchi. They don't use suffix prefix things. They just straight up just change it all. Like, so far I have the Chinese inch, the English inch, the Chinese yard, the Chinese mile, the Chinese meter, the Chinese height, the Chinese thickness things, and then like how to express like thickness, size, height, depth. Like, and it's not the, it's funny because if you used English, for example, right? English use prefixes and suffixes for like even like the measuring, like even the actual units. The units are prefixes and suffixes, but in Chinese they're just straight up something else. In Japanese there's a little bit of leeway because like kilo is kilo. Wait, what is kilo? I don't know what a kilo is in Chinese. What is a kilo in Chinese? Hold up. But it'll be fun. I'll come up with some crazy I feel like I'm gonna come up with some crazy thing for it at some point. Of course it's gongjing. How the heck is gongjing kilo? Oh wait, I do know that. It is gongjing. Gongjing. But then what is a gram again? No way, it's ke. It is ke. Ke. Like you get kilogram, right? So you get gram plus kilo, but then you just go from gongjing to ke. We'll think about it. Yeah, you just have to memorize it. It's kind of like telling a Chinese person, like, wait, why? Oh, here's a common misspelling word that I've realized. I realized I misspell a lot of prefixes and suffixes now because my English is awful because of autocorrect. It's kind of like explaining someone, what's the difference between this and this? Which one do you think is the right way to spell this? Because I think I failed to spell this correctly the last 2 weeks. I think it's like this, but it's not a big deal because in English it's like, oh, okay. that's tolerable, I suppose. But it's definitely not. It's arguably not tolerable in Chinese. Like kind of like you're expecting yourself to be like, this is pretty much the same as this, right? Not even close. It's weird because it feels okay to you initially. Yeah, like this, not okay. Not okay. This is like the difference between silver or root and good. This little thing up here. Meanwhile, you have like something like this. It's like, oh, okay, well, is one of them just not a word? Apparently this isn't a word. I've been misspelling it. This is the misspelling. I kept misspelling appearance because I didn't realize that it's an A. There are so many typographical things. The SRS that people are using, like the SRS that I'm using, they don't have autocorrect in English. So every like typographical error that I'm making is reminding me of all my poor English. Like for example, weird. I can't tell you how many times I type this out and I'm like, wait a minute. That looks kind of weird, but I think it's fine. That's as funny as I get. Laugh. You know, it looks weird, doesn't it? But then when you type it this way, it's like, no, this is definitely weirder. Yeah, this is definitely weirder. This is the right one. and when I think about these situations, that's what I think about when I look at Japanese and Chinese. I'm like, wait a minute, something doesn't look right, but I can't quite pinpoint. I just know it's not right. Like if I saw something like this, oh, mouse not great. Like something like that, it just doesn't look right. Something is wrong with this. It's a different character. Yeah, it has to cross this line. Now there is peace on earth. Yes, indeed. And I learned to embrace it. I think it can be very daunting, but at the same time, it's like the most liberating part about learning the language. You're like, oh yeah, now you know, you can do that now. You can know the difference between here's one that I would share if you're learning Japanese and Chinese. I can tell when I'm handwriting, if someone knows how I handwrite, they can tell the difference between which one is Chinese and which one's Japanese. One of them is Japanese and one of them is Chinese. When you were younger, someone would say I before E except after C unless it's weird. Yeah. Getting into the little idiosyncrasies of each language is always usually. Left is Chinese? Yes. You got it. Yes, this is Chinese and right is Japanese. Yep. Yep, because whenever you have a 50-50, Chinese would favor horizontal strokes to complete something before Japanese, which they would do vertical strokes first. Yeah, there's a bunch of 50-50s in writing that separates Chinese from Japanese. Is there a reason for that? I don't know. right felt Japanese. Left is Chinese, right felt Japanese. Yeah, yeah. It's all these things. They're so much fun. I think. It's frustrating at first. Oh, and the I before E, except after C. Unless it's weird. Someone made I think Vsauce. Vsauce made a thing about this. Possibly. Where like... Yeah, it's not consistent at all. Like, I think there are like 12 exceptions. I like to think there are 12 exceptions, and I think 6 of them are common or something. 6 of them are common. So even if you think it's I before E except after C, when was the last time you wrote receive versus like, wait, what is it? I before E except after C. Yeah, receive. You're not gonna... You might actually end up using this word less than the 6 common exceptions. Oh man. It happens in science as well. Like here's a every day for work the pain. Here's one. When not even in language, I think it's true for knowledge in general when you have a very healthy attachment to learning. In science, there's this meme, or I think it's a meme. You know how when you talk about learning useful things in high school and you learn things in college, right? We'll just say BS, or like bachelor's of science, and then you go into like masters of science and then PhD, right? And oftentimes when you think about something, it's like, oh, some people peaked here, right? And they're like, yeah, now I can think of the nuances. Those middle school kids, they don't understand. Whatever they learned in middle school, it's kind of like part of the truth. Part of the truth. You know, you get all these general ideas, right? These general patterns. It's like, nah. High school blows it out. The pattern continues. So there's this little like joke among like graduate students. Typically you like skip over masters and just go to your PhD most of the time. But most of the time the running joke is, oh hey, you get all the general knowledge. Don't worry. This is general knowledge. You'll learn that there are more exceptions than the general knowledge patterns that you've come to love. Like come to rely on, like, oh yeah, you know, what's the exception? Oh, viruses. So viruses cannot reproduce on their own. This is me personally on their own. This is a personal favorite of mine because of my academic background. It's like, well, yes and no. Viruses are, you know, you can quantify that viruses are this thing, you know, a nucleic acid, right? But this thing can produce proteins. So yes and no, because they have the capacity to reproduce somehow special, like specially, you know, like some exceptions, but and then it's one of those things like, oh yeah, you know how what goes up must come down, you know, that's gravity. Oh, we talked about another person that spends a lot of time with me. Like oftentimes he would share with me like some of his adventures, like when he's talking to his stepfather and stuff. So the whole like gravity, what comes up must come down. But that's not true either. Like maybe you could say on Earth, and also standing on Earth, maybe. Like you need some clarity, because you know, there are places where this is not, you know, it's not, what comes up must come down is too general. Because if you're in special places, what goes up doesn't actually come down, right? What if you're in motion? What if you're not on Earth? And so that's kind of one of those things. Like, you have examples too, like in high school, right? In high school, you learned about space, right? But somehow everyone still remembers what goes up must come down. And yet they understand the concept of space, or a vacuum, or like I don't know, gravitational pull, like a center of mass, right? Gravitational pull. So what goes up must come down. Well, what is this? Up, down, towards the center? So that's kind of one of those things. In the long run, it's not necessarily that things are wrong or right. It's largely because it's funny when you start learning more details. What is down? I know, right? Like, what is down? That is an excellent question. Like, the moment you step back and you learn more nuances, you realize, I don't understand anymore. What is, like, if we're saying east and west, which way is west and which way is east? And yeah, the more you know, the less you know. Thank you, Kimchi. This is the thing that I talk about a lot in a humorous way. Every time I have an opportunity about talking about how do you reveal that you're a cultured and or intellectual person. It's not whether you're happy or you're valuable or not. We're not talking about how stupid or smart. We're not talking about the qualities of a person's personality. But the likelihood that someone goes around and say, I know everything, is likely because they're not interested in knowing more. You see? So oftentimes I do have a lot of occasional encounter where someone says, oh yeah, like, I know I'm an expert at this, and then like, I'm very confident this is the right thing. It's like, generally an expert would likely not try to say that. They would say what they know, and they're like, well, it may be subjective to change, you know, subjected to change, because generally people who know a lot of things tend to combat with another problem, which is the imposter syndrome. Because it often very well feels like the more you know, the less you know. And in order to be happy with that, right, as a human being, is that, well, thank goodness there's more to learn. Because what would be the point of knowing everything to live for? And you know, other people would argue, well, you can apply all those things. It's like, that's why you're happy with not knowing more. You're happy with what you know and applying what you know. And that's awesome, because it balances out that hateful or potentially negative feeling that you just don't know anything. Because every time you know more, you feel like you know less. So oftentimes, which I encourage people, if you're in that state, if you're in a perpetual state of imposter syndrome, routine is your friend. Apply your knowledge. Retain your knowledge. Hold on to the things you know more about, and it makes you feel less. That it makes you think you know less, but apply to your routine so that you can remember that you know a lot. or more than you did before, while feeling like there's more to learn than you've ever needed to. And then for those who are not interested and always focus on applying and they're bored, like they're really, really bored, right? Content. I'm wrapping it back around to the same deal. Content. Find content. New content. And then get to a point where you're saying, you know what? That's too much content. There's no way I'm going to remember all this. Why does it feel like I know so many things and yet I don't know anything? Go back to applying. Now you're like, imposter syndrome. There's just, you know, or like what I mean is everything's boring. Everything is not new is the problem, right? Everything is not new. It's not it's the problem. So you got to find new things. And then at some point you're going to reach the imposter syndrome again. Go back. And that's my routine. That's my Duolingo routine. That's my language learning routine. I use Duolingo in a current routine until the point where I realize, it's getting kind of boring. Like my routine feels like it's really ironed out. It's very efficient. Time to go explore how to add more to the routine. And then I do that. And then I wait till it gets boring again. I do that again. And I do that again. The reason why I do it this way is because I consistently remind myself that I need to know more, and it's gonna make me feel like I want to do a whole heck of a lot more. But I also gotta remember that I'm applying this, so that application creates discipline. Back in the day, it's like when you started an experiment, right? The first time I have ever been told, okay, what are you gonna spend your next 5.5 years or plus years on? Like, how are you gonna design your experiment for the next 5.5 years? It's up to you, you know? Like, it's like, where do you start? There's just so much things. Like, where do you start? Like, if I learn about, you know, you start reading, it's like, okay. All right, so now what could go wrong? Like, what are all the things? Okay, so you keep reading, and now you're just stuck. You're stuck in this motion where, okay, there's so many things to consider. Why does it feel like if I decide on something, I'm just gonna find out that there's no way I can design this thing? And that is the imposter syndrome. That's the thing where if your goal is to try to learn as much as possible and you need to apply it at some point, it's an endless vortex of sitting there just constantly reading and like, I don't want to start. I just not start at all. And I do feel that while I'm using science as a form of thing, this is language learning. This is an adult looking at language learning. A lot of times, the older you get, you're like, all right, and maybe a little bit of you, Kimchi, when you say Japanese is still daunting, that's the thing, right? So what happens is you can do routines. You can try to iron out your routines. Focus on the process, right? Try to apply any little thing that you're currently learning, like that you have learned, and then focus on the process. At some point, you're going to get to a point where you have experimented and applied so much that imposter syndrome doesn't feel overwhelming. Which oftentimes are people who say, the more you know, the less you know. It's academics. The worst possible thing that stops you from doing it is there's so much things to consider. So that's like that's a rare thing that I encounter. People who are so concerned about the overwhelming thing that they can appreciate that they're like, maybe I shouldn't start Japanese because I can't know enough for me to feel satisfied. But maybe I shouldn't start anyways. Versus, oh, I started, I spent a year, now I know everything about Japanese. Oh, do you? Right? So the two ends of the pole, and then everywhere in between. And for my collective wisdom, Like, I tend to encourage people to understand, well, you can get out of both, in my opinion. Like, equip someone with the ability, encourage them to create a logical loop in their routine that they will seek novelty when they're bored adequately. And then when that novelty is sufficient to create overwhelmingness, they lean on routine. And when they lean on routine, they can continue to lean on the routine until they seek novelty again. To me, language learning tools and people who are advising on language learning, this is, in my opinion, a strong requirement that your method, whatever it is, also encourages a person to be able to do this routine forever. Because without that, they're gonna there's a chance they will quit, they'll become overwhelmed, insecure about their sufficiency, right? It's gonna drop into a ditch somewhere. You're gonna end up either grinding, feeling a lack of progress in the valley of despair for all eternity. So then there's a quitting moment, or a superficial understanding of something because they find it's no longer engaging anymore. So that's kind of like my broken record. I'm a broken record about this. I think, yes, it's really, really fantastic that people are putting out efficiency, like efficacy, and competing for learning and distributing content. However, I think it comes at the expense, not an intentional one, but at the expense of independence. Yes, these are businesses, by the way, and businesses can operate any way they want, and especially they make you dependent on their tools. That is pragmatically in their favor. It's not malicious, it's business, right? So when you become more designed with the tool to make you independent, the things that I'm talking about now is not in existence. So there isn't a feedback loop, yeah. It requires a strong feedback loop. And all the things that I'm doing now is, in my opinion, so far it's a work in progress, obviously. By default, I think it's a work in progress. How do I demonstrate doing this and rarely ever run out of ideas, despite the content and the tool not changing at all? And then at the same time, how do I stay disciplined and consistent to get the workload done, despite always having new ideas? And then you have content creation. That's the most successful content creators probably have their own version. And there's no specifics in here. It's up to you. So that's even the best part. The best part is you gain ownership of everything you do when you have a strong to and fro when it comes to content and routine. Like, you own everything. Like, the moment someone asks you, how do you do this? Do you have 32 hours? Maybe in the next month, I will give you the 32 hours for free. Like, it's effortless. We'll explain all of this stuff. It's great. Maybe one day I'll write this, release a PDF or something, but it would not necessarily come with specifics. I could use my own life and my anecdotes as specifics, and that's what books are, right? That's how you get those books. But I haven't been incentivized to do so or anything like that. I feel like having conversation is sufficient. Less time to think about what little you know, more time to think about what more you need to learn. Yeah. Yep. Less time thinking about what doesn't work, and more time exploring how you make it work. Because there's one that is very favorable nowadays. And it's not about always doing that. It's not always about making it work. We're talking about how often do you do a balance? Are you always focused on how hard things are? And how valuable is that hard thing? Is it so hard that you can't do it? So then how do you get yourself to do it? Right? then you try to focus on things you can do in the meantime. Is that sufficient to get you to do something? And then flip the script. How easy is it something is until you don't find interest in it anymore? What do you do about that? So things that are easy, I can make hard. Why would I need to make something easy hard? Because I'm more likely to learn something from it. It is hard enough. So I often tell myself, to get the feedback loop that I'm talking about, is make something hard enough for you to be active, but not hard enough for you to quit, and it's not sustainable. And that is the feedback loop. That's the balance that I'm talking about. So I engage in Duolingo harder enough than what Duolingo is offering. If I don't do, and I do agree with this, I don't think Duolingo pushes anyone, or not everyone, most people, hard enough to the point where they are actively engaged in Duolingo. For those who do, they get like maybe a month to 2 months before they settle in, and then they will discover other hard things intuitively. They will naturally go and move to new routines, SRS, textbooks, and in textbooks and SRS will lead to even more things, provided that their routines are in, they have a feedback loop, right? Because you exhaust the routine, you exhaust Duolingo, you move on. That's a new routine. Because you went to search for a new content source. Enters a new routine, you exhaust that routine, and you repeat. But you don't have to do it one at a time. You can do it like 5 at a time if you want. I'm gonna have a really weird, nonsensical flex. Right now, I'm juggling 8 routines for language learning. So they vary in time and investment. Oh, this is 8. I said 7 to 8. 8 routines. You can do as many, as trivial as you want, but the idea is it becomes less and less like a problem. Like you don't have an imbalance, because when you get an imbalance, there are very key words, at least in my opinion, in the internet lingo of today. There are very key words. Grind. Grind is a gigantic... Oh, heck you, Twitchbot. Sorry. daily Twitch bots, man. Low effort. What'd you call it? If you use the word grind for something you choose to do, that is one of the flags that I typically ask, like, oh, so what are you doing? Like, what do you think it's grindy here? Because I'm not grinding. I look forward to this. This is my high energy moment. I can't even tell you what my low energy moments are. My low energy moments are like things that you would think, oh yeah, that makes sense. When I'm eating, when I'm sleeping, those are my low energy moments, right? So I'm at the peak right now. Once the stream goes off, I enter my low energy moments. What are my low energy moments? Listening to podcasts, doing comprehensible input, graded readers, right? Comprehensible input applied to graded readers, watching anime in Japanese, listening to Japanese passively while I'm playing 2 other video games. That is my low energy moment. It's connected, right? So maybe one day I'll move whatever I'm doing in my low energy to a high energy state. But that's... You gotta do it. You got the... Over time, I want people to feel, oftentimes, with enough ideas, there comes a form of security, right? It helps with imposter syndrome on the one end, and it does help with the Kruger-Dunning effect on the other end, right? And one of the Kruger-Dunning effects to highlight is either the beginning expectations of competence, overestimating competence, the valley of despair, right? So we have this. I'm going to draw this comically like this. So we have this area, right? Requires some sort of feedback. And then when you get to here, you're like, all right. And then you take a nosedive down to here. And there's no routine that gets you back up. This is the enlightened period, right? We're getting to enlighten. This is the valley of despair. More like the trench of despair. So oftentimes when I have discussions with other people, they're either here, which is fine, like, and then you try to push them over, right? You're trying to motivate them. Like, hey, you know what's another great idea? Do this or try this. Have you done this? Have you read this? Like, get them over. And then once you get them over, then the setting of imposter syndrome sits, where they came like, oh, you know what? It's just more things to learn, like even more things to learn, even more things to learn. And then what happens then is you push back. Oh, it's really this way, but you get them to get excited about applying everything instead of constantly learning. So a lot of times when I'm thinking of learning, like the learning process, I'm usually here most of the time. Like when people tell me, oh, this is a new way of learning, or have you noticed that what is a good YouTube hot take? A short that is like 2 minutes long. Let me tell you about a secret technique that that schools never teaches you. And I look at it and it's like, let me rephrase the YouTube content. It's a secret that you chose not to take away from school. So it's more like, let me tell you a secret about how much you didn't care about school. And now that you care about school, you decided you're going to sell it to other people and gaslight them to thinking that they weren't able to figure this out in school, which might be true. Like statistically, I'm not surprised that stuff sell really well because they probably didn't. And that's perfectly fine, right? It helps people learn, and I'm okay with that. But the context, it's kind of like the nuances, right? It's like saying what goes up must come down. That's really, really profound. When your world still thinks that up is down and down, and like, you know, down is down and up is up, right? And that's kind of how I feel a lot of times when it comes to how people market learning strategies. What is now right now the language learning community, or like widespread like general. I don't want to poke any bears here. Comprehensible input is like a method. Using metaphors and similes to describe diagrammically, using metaphors, similes, nonverbal communication, writing on the screen is a form of comprehensible theory. It exists in various contexts. When you use a metaphor and a simile in your descriptors because you're trying to explain a concept that is abstract, that is comprehensible input. When you're trying to relate to someone by using an example that you share with each other without the comprehension of the actual term that you're trying to express, that's comprehensible input. When a teacher tries to teach you an abstract concept by showing you 2 pictures of an apple and the number 2, that's comprehensible input. But meanwhile, what's happening in language method is like, oh yeah, it's this very specific method. It's you listen to this thing and it extracts all these words, and these words then they keep track of the words that you've already learned and the words that you haven't, and then they blend it with an SRS with. Yep. Hopefully in the future you can do that on your own, but at the same time, if you like the tool, I hope that the tool will always be available to you, because you become dependent on the tool. And that's kind of my take on why I always this is my rationale for why people ask me their first inclination when they ask other people, including myself, because I'm part of the other people. They, oh, is this the only thing you use? I'm like, no, but I have to be sensitive here, because that might be true for the average person. Like, what I mean is that might be the new social norm. You're looking for the best tool that does everything for you. That's what they're looking for. So in response, the behavior would be, hey, I see you using Duolingo. Do you think it's sufficient to be fluent with Duolingo? It's like, I don't think anything is sufficient to be fluent in Duolingo. I'm not even sure if that's relevant to fluency, but why do you ask? Like, well, you know, I'm looking for something that will get me from this level to this level. Okay. May I ask what gets you interested? What are your current routines? If you have any routines that you can see that can engage you to learn learn content, start there. Then continue to iterate and add more to your routine, because at least that means that I'm, as a stranger, can't possibly know what you already do. You got the answers yourself, right? So to me, when someone says, oh yeah, you know Duolingo doesn't make you fluent, I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, then what are you using it? That's a good question. Why do you think I'm using it? I'm using a Socratic method, obviously. And they would say like, well, it's because you don't know any better. Like, oh really? That's the only conclusion you've come up with? Sit down, hear me out. If I'm able to explain what my motivations are for using Duolingo in 5 hours, would you be sitting here willing to listen to me on my motivations for using Duolingo? Because there is great ways to improve on things that don't work by showing how you can make it work. And despite that, I will take your advisement and I will look at that other tool that you use, and I will probably do the same thing. I will look at what the tool can and cannot do, and I will continue to expand my tools. So when someone says, you only do this, it's like, no, I don't only do this. In fact, I would probably quit if this is the only thing I do. Like, I have to be honest with you. Like, someone, a lot of people say like, oh, I don't see how you can do this for so long. It's like, I want to be honest with you. I do it in a way that I don't do the same thing for extended amount of times. I think people oftentimes confuse long focus periods, like long hours of things, imagining themselves doing the same thing for that long. And I mean, I'm gonna be real, the last like 4 hours Gimchi, I was just talking to you, so I wasn't even using Duolingo. But is anyone gonna see that? Statistically, not a lot of people actually see that. They see a number on the bottom of the video and it says it's 8 hours long and it has Duolingo thumbnail, and that's what they think. They think that I've been using Duolingo for 8 hours straight. And obviously, when they leave a comment, I would explain to them, well, there's a 6-hour gap in here where I talk about the things, and it's part of why I use Duolingo as a example. True, you feel there are parallels in a lot of places. We as human beings, just like the path of, yes, like the path of least resistance and quick fixes. Yes, human condition. I absolutely, okay, for now, we're gonna have to shelve this topic because it's like 4 a.m. and I'll probably finish this as soon as possible. Human condition. We have to talk about human conditions. I love reading books about human condition. Media, anime tackles human conditions. And one of them is the path of least resistance and quick fixes. Instant gratification versus delayed gratification, right? Effort for return on investment. So how effort is perceived in the return on investment in the forms of delayed gratification versus quick fixes. So instant gratification, and the idea of how path of least resistance becomes habitual forming when instant gratification is available. Now, if you were to poll the same person about delayed gratification versus input of effort versus instant gratification and like quick fixes, right? Quick fixes. Which instant gratification would be actually lower effort. If you plot this over like maybe 1 year, right? Because it would take 1 year for this to mature, and this would be like, let's say 1 month. Oftentimes, the difference is not as big as a lot of people might think. Where like, oh, but if I get instant gratification every single month, then that's 12 times I'm instantly gratified, right? But when someone has delayed gratification with high effort over the years, it's not clear if their return is equivalent, much less, or much more, right? And both of these tendencies happen. They're part of human condition. The more you delay your gratifications and the higher investment of effort to get to that point, gratification goes up, right? The effort goes up. The what is it? The stakes go up. And then instant, lower effort, lower stakes, guaranteed and in moderation. So all of these two are very, very prominent things that you can leverage about understanding your human self, right? It's one of those fundamental human behaviors, and I have both going right now. What is my delayed gratification? Writing that recording, specifically recording and writing, every 100 days I get to spend 6 to 8 hours writing about what happened and what did I do in the last 100 days. That is a delayed gratification because I get to explain all the effort that I placed for myself without any, any like push or stuff. I get to explain what I did in the last 100 days. The instant gratification is when I summarize the end of a day and the beginning of the day every single day. So you could do both. And the idea is having both reminds you of the significance of having both. The 100 days that I've done where I begin and end with a summary and troubleshoot and whatnot, it leads to that. It's connected to the delayed gratification at every 100 days. It's kind of like one of those things when you finish a game, you do not feel the impact of like the difference. Here's one for instant gratification. Instant gratification mindset, if you're completely in tune with instant gratification, the difference between the last boss and before the last boss, the next last boss is not that big. So whenever you get to the end of a video game, like a long video game, right, where you are would not be that much more on the next one. It has to be really big. So in a game design, you could say most of them are going to be a letdown, right? But in order for games to capture your feelings, it has to be a gigantic step for the last game in order to give you that really nice instant gratification. But there are games that are designed which is so gradual that it is the journey of the entire game, and you would have to appreciate it in that way. Like, you are far more skilled than you were before. Oftentimes, in my opinion, one is far more popular design than the other. So you can kind of get an idea of what kind of balance do you have. Personally, it's both, right? I made most of my routines and most of my learning stuff that in each day I am aware of what I am working towards, like the milestone or however, and at the same time, every singular day has a reminder of all my steps for them. And that's kind of one of the things you hear a lot of times when someone says, I can't stay focused. How do I stay focused on the bigger tasks at hand? Have very small, medial tasks, like instant tasks. That's like TikTok and stuff. So you can see how that's really popular, right? Like, but then they lose focus of the bigger picture. So how do you get a person to refocus on the bigger picture while doing that? Here's a good one that other people are doing far more successfully than I am. I love this one. I'm doing a version of that. This is by coincidence because I've been looking at YouTube for like people who do these things. One person, every single day, he is 3D printing and engineering and then 3D printing a solution on a home improvement project that he finds he needs to fix in the house or his parents' house or anyone that he knows. Like, for example, and he does one every single day. So on day 56, I think he realized that his parents' house's door, there was like a chip on the door. So he decided to like use his skills to 3D print a thing that flushes and they fix the door. Day is complete, right? He has immediate goals every single day and he's able to get the dopamine from that day. But what he's building is an entire portfolio of all of his projects because maybe he plans for 100 days or 200 days or 300 days. So you're consistently working towards a delayed completion while also doing like, and if this sounds familiar, this is exactly what I'm doing for language learning. And I don't know this guy. I actually don't know most of this stuff that people are actually doing this stuff. That's what education is. That's what that degree means. You know, when you go to school, when you go to university, there are things you can do immediately, and then there's things. For me, when I was in school, what I learned, I immediately try to find a way to apply it. If I need to remember it, I'm going to try to apply it. It can be something silly like, I hate math, so I'm gonna write math on a piece of paper, and I'm gonna take a ball, and I'm just gonna throw it at the wall, at that paper, over and over again. Or, I don't like a concept, right? I don't like a concept, and it's so hard to remember. Well, I'm just gonna attach it to something that I'm already doing. I'm gonna play a video game. It's like, hey, you know what? This video game's garbage. It kind of reminds me of that math concept that I don't like. And now they're connected. So you apply the things regardless of how you want it, and you apply it long enough that you can use it. And then once you use it, you can forget it if you want. Like, there are things that you groom away, right? Like, but if you have to remember to get a good grade, and that's like your end goal, you find ways to work in the interim to get to that goal, and then yeah, you can trash the rest if you want. But in that response, you understand more about how your motivational work and how your creativity goes a long way, right? Like, you created a solution for your source of enjoyment, and you determined and created a point of enjoyment. The internet has removed that. Now, the internet tells you when you should be enjoying your content creation. The internet tells you what is important. The internet tells you what you should be paying attention to. So you no longer have to do any of those things anymore. So when someone tells me, oh dude, don't you feel bad talking to no one at all because there's no viewers. Like, no, I don't have the conceived notion that having viewers is the reason why it correlates with delayed gratification nor with instant gratification. The reason I can do this by that person's perception is that you have to know that something else is making me happy, right? Like when someone comes on and says, how do you do it each day? Like no one cares about what you do. Like, how do you do it? It's like, well, clearly, if you look at the evidence, there's something else. There's something else. Think about what that something else is. Right? I'm not saying that they are like, it's not normal. I think this is very normal. It's a very normal behavior when you do not explore how to motivate yourself, because there are only singular motivations nowadays online. Like, how do you be satisfied with your Japanese language learning? Someone says, oh yeah, it's when I get more kanji. When my kanji number goes up, it's important. If I get my N4, N5, N3 things done, N2, N1, like that's my milestone. That makes me good. You know, that makes me feel good. It's like, that's great. That's one thing, right? And like someone's like, well then what happens when you don't get it? Do you give up? It's like, no, I do the same thing and I try again. Like, what about a different thing? Like, is there any other way to have satisfaction? And a lot of times when it comes to studying, there's no dopamine response. So SRS has replaced that dopamine response. The instant gratification is coming from SRS or something like Duolingo, where you constantly see the ticker go up. It feels good. And then you use JOPT exams and you hope that that long-term goal lines up with your tools. So then when neither of them work or one of them don't work, you're out in the cold and it feels awful. Meanwhile, all I'm thinking about is, well, I don't care if Duolingo fails. I mean, I'm doing like 2 or 3 other things. And then like N1, what about just talking to another person in Japanese? What about getting my friend to want to learn Japanese? That's another long-term goal. What about talking to my friend who neither of us know Japanese in Japanese? Those are many different goals to get satisfaction. And I think the internet makes it so that it only feels like you can only get satisfaction from one source. TikTok. Sorry, I'm kidding about the TikTok thing, but actually not kidding. If it's not TikTok, it's probably Roblox, Fortnite, Minecraft, Duolingo even, which is double-edged. There's also such a strong argument for progress truly is a double-edged sword. Yes, convenience really does come at a price. It really does. And I think it's collateral. The mindset that I'm thinking of, convenience, that price that I'm talking about is downstream. Like, it's hard to quantify. If it doesn't exist, then it's not part of the consideration, right? Like, someone asked me, why do it this way? Why do it that way? And oftentimes I ask, why not? It's like, well, you can get faster results doing this. It's like, I know. It's like, if you know, then why are you doing this? I'm like, sometimes doing something different, while it's not the best, can help spawn creativity and appreciation for convenience. And that appreciation comes at a double edge, right? I use Duolingo to know what Duolingo has to offer by using something else to compare it, right? If you always use what someone says is the best, you have no form of comparison. There's no appreciation there. So you can't possibly keep realistically what is the cost of that convenience. Like, I understand that WaniKani is really, really fast at some things, while Duolingo is not. But because I'm using both of them, I know what one can and cannot do, and where the convenience of one is is at the expense of the convenience of another. Like, for example, Duolingo. Synthetic voices go a long way, and then this like back and forth. But one thing I really like about Duolingo is it tries to trick you all the time. WaniKani does not try to trick you. SRS doesn't try to trick you. You know the right answer, you don't know the right answer. It's like not even tricky. Like, it doesn't do anything tricky. Like SRS, okay, here's the card, and it's like, soto, right? Soto. That you would probably get like outside, right? Right, soto, outside. It doesn't trick you anything. But now you get like in Duolingo, you might get like 3 choices to say outside. Or you might get something that sounds like soto and soto next to each other. Like, wait a minute, outside, is it soto or soto? How closely were you paying attention? Soto or soto? So there are things that Duolingo do that's unnatural. It's unnatural, right? But who said natural is the best way to remember things? Like, what I mean is the best way in all regards. Doing antonyms, right? I don't even know how to spell antonyms, but antonyms, is that natural or unnatural? If you think of thick, do you think of thin? Well, in a natural conversation, when someone says, oh, that is thick, they're not going to say, oh, but it's not thin. That would be very unnatural for someone saying, oh, yeah, this thing is thick, but not thin. Oh, the sun is bright, but not dark. The clouds are white, but not blue. Like, you're not making these associations, really. Like, the idea is that there are other quote-unquote ways to think about things, but you don't necessarily have to use all of them in the natural thing. So that's what I mean by anime. So we'll go back to the very first thing that you mentioned, Kimji. So it would be really fun to ask your friend, what is it that anime, can you point out? Like, let's go watch an episode and then point out everything that you believe is not part of a IRL conversation. And then explain IRL conversation, what is an example of. And to me, that's doing 2 things, if not 3 things at the same time. And any one of those 3 things will lead you back to the same idea. And that's, in my opinion, is how you establish a foundation of mnemonics. Now, you might not think it's mnemonics yet, because mnemonics often means you're coming it up with scratch, right? Like coming up with it, being creative with scratch. But where do you get that experience? You get it through association. So when you chat with someone and you talk with someone, there's a lot of things attached to it. And all of that attachment you can create yourself too, abstractly. And that's when someone really, really hates or finds something that they really bad at remembering, and then you ask them, can you explain to me how you remember this? There's a big difference between someone who says, oh, I just use rote memory, versus someone who gives me like a 3-hour story about how they remember this. And in the process of remembering that 3-hour story, they remember 3 hours worth of other things that are related to it. And to me, that's kind of like a paragraph or a sentence or an anime or book. Like, you can use other things in response. And I think that's where I need to stop and finish the lesson. Okay. What do you by the way, Kimchi, what do you do on a Monday afternoon Kimchi, I hope I'm not holding you up because you've been here from. I always check because I kind of like to know what people's schedules are like and what they do. Hopefully, I'm not keeping you from anything because it's like 4 p.m. now. Are you gonna eat dinner soon? Why? WFH tech job is chill. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Work from home. That's the first time I've ever heard WFH. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that abbreviation. I don't think I've used that abbreviation before. What do they usually call them? Remote jobs? Yeah, remote. You see it all the time? Oh man. Oh, hear me out. Hear me out. Wait. It might not be a Hong Kong thing. Hear me out for a moment. I'm not employed. So, it's been a very long time. I think it's been over 7 years since I looked for a job. So, you have to... Oh, I did look for a job for other people. They write out work from home, but I like that abbreviation. I don't think it can be mixed up with anything. Yeah, I don't think you can... I'm thinking like World Federation Hospital. World Federation Hospital Tech Job. Or something. When I think of WF, I think of World Federation. But that's besides the point. But interesting. I think the more common word over here, like stateside, they use like the word remote. And it's usually inferred that it's home. But remote. A remote job. Which I do not have. I don't work professionally in any way. So, grain of salt. I'm not responsible. I do not have professional guarantees on anything I say. I'm specifically sharing commentary. There are people that have trusted me in confidence about certain things, but I don't do anything for like payments or employment. Not yet. And I don't freelance or anything. I legitimately do not have an active income. Like, I'm not professionally hired to do anything. This is voluntary. So anyways, the sun is a star. Alright.
No.
I'm gonna go through my final routine. I am gonna skip something that I was gonna do today, which is to like practice the writing thing. But I will go through the final routine. 私のシャツはまだね まだ not dry 乾いていない
水はあまり深くなかった。
Okay, the water was not very deep. Work from home. Tech job. What is your language? Do you program? What is your language that you're using in your tech job? Are you using a language? Because honestly, if you can learn a programming language, you can do this. I'm being a little reductive, but still. If you already learned a programming language, come on. JavaScript of all things? No. Listen, Kimchi. How can Japanese be daunting if you're using JavaScript? JavaScript is like... And heck no, you rather learn Japanese any day. Yeah, exactly. You already learned JavaScript. Dude, yeah. A Japanese, no contest. JavaScript is like... Sorry for all the JavaScript people. Sorry. I started with Python, so less of that, but Python is still a little wacky. But JavaScript, come on, you're good. Japanese, walking apart. To be honest, you do not have talent for coding. Still learning lots. Imposter syndrome. I wouldn't know. Like, for me, it's gonna be very hard. We would have to know each other very well before I make a comment about you do not have talent, because I don't know how to program in JavaScript. Like, does that mean you do not have talent? I mean, obviously I didn't pick JavaScript, so you gotta have some sort of application. You're hired for a job to do JavaScript. I was not. I think I can understand that stuff pretty alright. I think you're fine. To be honest. Talent's overrated, okay? What do you think talent looks like? 私たちはね、私たちは plan to go to the beach. 浜辺に一緒に行きましょうね。plan to go. Wait, hold up. 一緒に行く。You could think. 行く think. つもりですね。Okay.
イギリスは島の国です。
イギリスは島の国です。JavaScript. I would love to hear your favorite JavaScript meme. Like, for the colloquial. Like, if you were to do a stand-up, what is your punchline for JavaScript? I have quite a lot of punchlines for being like a scientist. Here's one. You know you are the only or the most reputable scientist in your friend group when they ask you about cancer. This is my punchline. You know you are the only scientist in a friend circle when most of your friends ask you about cancer. Because that'll happen. What about JavaScript? Wait. You gotta have something about JavaScript. There's gotta be something like, you know you are a JavaScript programmer when someone comes to you and asks you like something. You gotta leave me kimchi. You gotta give me a punchline here. Let's see while I do this. Watashi warm up my room. Watashi no heya wa... Oh no, wait. The sun's light. So, hikari no... Taiyo. Taiyo no hikari... hikari ga... Watashi no heya o... Okay, so I still do watashi no heya. Taiyo no hikari ga o warm up. Atatakaku. What is this? Atatakaku. No, wait. Wait. Okay. Atakaku. And
太
then
陽の光が
the sun's light warmed up my room.
でした。まし、まし、まし。
Warmed. How do I get atatakaku? Oh, wait.
私、部屋を暖かく
Tayo no hikari ga.
でしたの
Oh, no, what? I can't process this. I don't understand.
の し た
I don't know. Okay. So they went with Tayo no hikari ga okay. Then watashi no heya o atatakaku o shimashita. Oh, okay. So they modified what it was doing. Oh, I was having problem conjugating atatakaku. I thought maybe they're doing atatakaku as oh, okay, it was a lot simpler than it looked. I didn't consider using suru, atatakaku, and then using suru. So it was doing the warming. So it was doing warming. The sun is doing warming to my room. Okay. You usually just tell them I work in tech as an engineer, and almost always someone will asking about their PC specs or how they can look at their hardware. Yes. That's exactly the same punchline. So when you say what your profession is, the most likely thing is think about the most colloquial way someone asks you by inferring what they think you do. And that's kind of the whole scientist thing. Like, if you're a scientist, then you'll be asked about something that's natural. It has to happen. And usually it's cancer. Or, what's a good one? I work in genetics, right? And then someone will ask me about heights or height, or like someone's height. I'm like, there isn't a, I don't know. Like, it's polygenic. There's so many things that contribute to the height. Sorry, I don't have an answer. It's like why am I short? I'm like, here's one. I work in genetics, so is it true that Asians are superior? Nah, I'm kidding, but it would be something like related to how like races are, like different ethnic races, like ethnicities have different like talent or some sort of like aptitude that is desirable to that person. I'm like, that is way out of my jurisdiction. I have no idea if you can explain this with genetics. It's usually about a nature versus nurture question. So nature versus nurture. That would be the punchline. If you say you're a geneticist, you're going to get a nature versus nurture. Or a GMO thing. Probably a GMO thing too. Yes. And then when I say I worked with viruses, COVID. Yep. You know when you're the only one that mentions that you work with a virus? COVID. And actually, it's a funny story because there is more to it. I happen to actually know the people who act as the national experts on during that time, during the pandemic in the United States. I happen to be affiliated with that department. So, like the many departments that were involved. So, it actually turns out to be really fun, like a fun thing to talk about. It's even more of a coincidence that I worked on RNA viruses. That's one of my backgrounds. But I worked on retroviruses, which COVID is an RNA virus, but it's not a retrovirus. So there's that whole gravity thing and what goes up, what goes down. Well, technically down is not down, it's towards the center of the earth. Has anyone asked you about C++? Like, oh, you work with Java, like you work with JavaScript. Oh, can you help me with this? And it'd be like a C++. Like they would show you like, oh, here it's like, oh, hey, I have this problem with this Godot, this Godot script. Can you help me out? And then, it'd be like automatically assumed that you pretty much know all the languages, right? Imagine. I don't know. I'm making stuff up because I don't ever say I'm a programmer. I don't ever say that. I think I rarely ever say I'm anything other than when someone asks me, oh, what did you used to do? Well, I worked with viruses before. And then it happens. It's not necessarily like it's not very often the product of me saying, oh, I am this. And then suddenly, I do joke. Here's another punchline. You might, I don't know if you get this in Hong Kong or not. Maybe, oh, this might be a different experience. You should come to the US every once in a while to have this experience. But often I say like, oh, my parents are Chinese. My parents are Chinese, right? And I'm American born, right? So my punchline often is, well, as you can see, I look Asian. That's literally some of my icebreakers around like the community that I'm in. And then like, yes, I think I'm okay at math. Yes, I do play a string instrument. It just happens to be the violin. And yes, I do work in science. And there was a time that I was going to go to med school. Or something like that. Those are one of those things I think comedy works really well. When you understand that frequency and resonating with people. So sometimes I get a little cheeky and when people ask me like, oh, did you know that this causes cancer? Yeah, living causes cancer. I think Vsauce might have said something like that at some point too, but the running joke in science, especially when it comes to biology, is living causes cancer. If you live long enough, you are 100% guaranteed to die of cancer. Did you know 100% of humans that drink water have died? Yes. Yes. I got the YouTube algorithm suggested a clip to me where there was Dr. Mike was reacting to a video of someone who has a very popular podcast that was telling people how water was a scam. And there was a clip in this reaction. Which Dr. Mike? Oh, the content creator, a general practitioner, Dr. Mike, from the US. Dr. Mike. He continued, right? He continued to watch it, and that person said, if you need hydration, eat fat. And my first thought was, of all the things that you could have named, you named the hydrophobic product. Like, okay, now obviously there's a lot of context involved. I think they're talking about eating meat, like eating fatty meats, and meats have water content in it. So when you're eating a fatty piece of meat, there's a chance you can extract hydration from it, right? But it's not the hydrophobic part that is the thing that's providing hydration. At least I am unaware of taking hydrophobic compounds in the body and somehow maybe like a form of hydrolysis and then reassembling or something that creates water. I don't understand how that came about, other than maybe they're talking about consuming animal products, and animal products have water content in it. So I'm being very, very fair here. I'm trying to understand where that's coming from, because we're talking about a podcast that has millions of views, right? And the idea is, how is that not slightly disagreeable? Just slightly. I'm not a reactionary, obviously. I'm not that quite animated. Like, I'm thinking like, what? Like, how could you ever? For me, I'm like, let's try to think about where this is coming from. So probably someone must have read that, among those people must have read somewhere like, oh, you get quite a lot of hydration from eating whole foods. Whole foods is a source of hydration. So in fact, there is like probably that weird conception where there was like a number, like 40% of your water content comes from the animal products you consume. And that's probably where they got the idea that if you need to eat something, eat protein, eat a like red meat, right? That's probably where they were going. But when that video was clipped together, it's like saying, the person is saying, eat a hydrophobic product to get hydration. And my first thought is, what is going on? Of all the things you can extract from high school or like from real life, you would know that fat is like hydrophobic. Like, it kind of does the opposite. Like, and then you might be thinking, nah, they don't know what hydrophobic is. What is soap? Like, soap? What does soap do? Or like, I'm trying to be as animated as I can. This is as animated as I'll get. Or, okay, then, what else can you do? Wax. When you wax your car, that's fat. That's fat on the car. It keeps the rain off of your car. Like, that's hydrophobic. Your cell phone, your heckin' cell phone, the your cell phone screen. I don't know. Like, Silicon Nation is not exactly the same, but still. Oh, save me. Here's a lewd one. Kimchi. The Vaseline. You know, for all your lubing. You know, the lube part. That's fat. Lube. Like, they gotta know that lube keeps water out. I don't know. Butter, like oils, like what? I don't know. The internet is filled with entertainment for me. I don't see what people are thinking about being like overthinking thing isn't entertaining. I think it's really entertaining. But no one wants to see someone react to like a 30-second video and spend like 8 hours talking about the 30-second video, right? At least I don't think. Because that would be me, and then I would have then I wouldn't eat or sleep if it's my job to react to like a 2-minute video meant to trigger me, or like having people give me rage bait things, and I'm just sitting here trying to take it as seriously as possible. It's like, dude, what's your problem? The value from a 30 seconds immense. Yeah. Oh, dude. Some days, yeah, I do understand. Like, you gotta turn it off some days. Actually, now with that question, how do you turn off? That sounded really weird. How do you turn off up here? What do you do? What is it that you do to turn off your, like, get into a sleeping rhythm, you know? While I try to do this. On the grass. I slept on the grass. I sleep on... I went to sleep on the grass. Cold shower. Oh, workout, cold shower? Ah. I can empathize with that. I can empathize with that. Nice. Workout and cold shower. What kind of workouts do you do? Kimchi. Oh, I learned how to say Animal Crossing from Duolingo. What was Animal Crossing? Something about mori. Dobutsu no mori? Or something? Nothing fancy, weight training and cardio. Oh, okay. Alright. Nothing fancy, you say. And before I got a whole program routine and a couple circuits. And then like an essay on progressive overload. I see you. I see you. You're just holding back. I see you. Holding back the real secrets. 彼氏。彼氏の私の彼氏ね。彼氏は彼氏の一番 right 一番好きゲーム Do we have video? No ゲームはゲームはwhat is it 動物の森です。Oh wait 好きな
私
Oh, how does this work?
光
光のno. Wait, is it 太陽の光 or is it 光の太陽 No, 光の太陽が私の部屋を暖かくした
まし
No, I'm missing something. This doesn't seem right. Oh.
でした
No.
でした
I don't know. I don't know. Wait. 暖かくしました。What? Oh, man, I missed this. You try to watch Dr. Mike, the other Dr. Mike, and other sports scientists for tips and get a balanced understanding on training better. I see. Yeah, the other Dr. Mike. Yes. I knew what I had a feeling That's where that other Dr. Mike came in. When you asked me which Dr. Mike, I'm like, we might have to talk about the other Dr. Mike.
私の
Oh, okay, hold up. Let me stop bamboozling myself here.
太陽の光が私の部屋を暖かくしました。
Oh, send him.
あそこの空気は汚かったです。
Good looking GP Mike and bold, funny man Mike. And they were together too. They were definitely together. They had a whole like segment together on Dr. Mike's podcast. The good looking special hair Mike. You know what's funny about bold funny man Mike? He does this thing where he has a tell on his behavior, where he like when he asks a question and he has to think about something, he does this like full face close, like the whole like, oh, that's what you said. Like both his eyes like clench, like it's not very fast. He's just, and then he winds up like, yeah, his entire face just. And I'm like, oh yeah, that is the. Did you just say what I think you just said? Face is like, whoo. Man, like it's just like the full clench, open. It's like, yep, all right, we're gonna do this. All right, here we go. Let's let's do that. I look for ticks a lot of times, like funny podcast ticks. It's fun observing people's ticks. I have a tick, for sure. Yes, yeah. Intellectuals tend to be quite well spoken. I would love to be that articulate when it comes to that type of subject matter. I watch Green's brothers a lot of times. John Green and Hank Green, especially when they do their vlogs towards each other. But they also have really interesting idiosyncrasies when it comes to their behavior. It's very noticeable. They talk about random things though, or current event things. There was a time when John Green tried to do like a fitness thing. It was pretty entertaining to watch. I spend a lot of. You love Hank Green? Yeah, he's a bundle of energy, isn't he? I love Hank Green for his energy and stuff, but I'm more of a John Green. So like, I resonate wholeheartedly with John Green. If I had a brother like Hank Green, like, yeah, that's the idea, guy. Yeah, he's just and I'm just standing here pulling my hair, like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna stick to a few things. This guy here, he's on overdrive all the time, that kind of thing. In terms of like activities and stuff, I typically do like skill building and stuff, like calisthenics usually, and then watch other people like do things in order to get back into the calisthenic thing. Like I'll go on 3 or 4 months like lunge progressions and skill work, maybe some handstand things, pull-ups, and your typical body weight routines. And then I run every single day outside, rain, shine, or snow. Run. あそこの空気はね、汚かったです。
あそこの空気は汚かったです。
That's not.
あそこの空気は汚かったです。
汚かった。Wait. 汚か。汚かったです。 Dirty. The air was dirty. Asoko. Okay. You just respect doing cardio every day? You took a hiatus from working out and it's hard to start again? That's understandable. Yeah, I'm in maintenance. In terms of cardio, it's been maintenance. Since I stopped working, right? I stopped having like an aspect of cardio or walking. A lot of walking has just been dispensed. I used to, before COVID, I used to do mud runs. Like the marathon mud runs, you know, like marathon distance mud runs and whatnot. And it kept me busy and I'm always on my feet and whatnot. And then after the COVID thing, that's coincidentally also when I stopped working, as in like going to a place. I needed to pick it up again. So 3 years ago, almost 3 years ago now, I said, well, let's start. And that's the rest is history. Although I do have to say, for me, I start things a lot. And I guess that's kind of like hankering, so to speak. Like, I typically stop things that I'm interested in because I found something even more interesting. So what I mean is, I don't grow bored of something. Something else is more interesting along. So what happens is I try to start that new thing and integrate everything and carry the thing that I've been interested into the thing. So calisthenics, mud run, all that led into cardio, my skill building. So over time, the stuff just often become a summation of everything. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because I start things incredibly frequently, they come with all of the incentives. I've gotten into this, for lack of a better word, routine of starting new things. Isn't that awkward? I've gotten into the act of how I can start things and pause things or stop things and then come back, because most of the time I'm doing this very vigorously. Like, for example, what you're seeing here in the Japanese Duolingo session, you haven't seen how I took a 6-month break from this. At the beginning of this month, I started this again. I took a 6-month break to get WaniKani caught up, and then immediately I just go in again. I pick up where I left off in Duolingo Japanese, because the way things roll, they are continuously rolling forward. So they don't necessarily be like, oh, now I've taken a couple steps back. If I walked away, if I had a hiatus for working out, I'd have replaced it with something that deals with working out. That's kind of how I keep myself rolling. So I don't ever end up taking a hiatus from something that is a life skill, something that is very required, like keeping up your activity or keeping up language learning. If something rolls over, I replace it with something that is, like, for example, eating. If I want to try something new, I also think about the things that I'm rolling over in terms of eating and whatnot. It's still starting something new, but at the same time, not starting something new. I hope you managed, you took a hiatus from working out, but did you start again, MG? You could count in Japanese. I'm just saying, that's kind of fun. Like, do your body, take up some calisthenics and start counting in Japanese. That's kind of what I do. Actually, someone suggested a Japanese fitness channel, and I was looking if they tell me, like, you know, all the different moves, right? Pull up, a muscle up, and a squat and stuff. I'm beginning accustomed to learning those words. Making yourself go after work today? Well, ganbatte. I want to hear about it. It would be fantastic. I think having someone just say they're interested, in my opinion, I like to believe that just saying that I'm interested adds any little tenuous weight to having motivation. Here's my not so subtle way of getting someone interested. I would ask them to do something or try to do something out of sheer fun. So, for example, oftentimes when someone say they need to do something, I ask them, hey, if you have enough time, can you go, when you're doing that, can you observe something that's just, it just sits with you really weird? Think about it and then come back and tell me about it. That's usually what I do. And then someone will come back and say, you know, today I saw this really, really yappy dog. And I just want to know, what is that dog's deal? That's it. That's all. But the thing is, they went out for a walk and they saw a dog. Mission accomplished. Right? It's kind of like having a significant other or some sort of friend who's like, you want to be excited to do something and also achieve another task, which is to share something interesting with the other person. I do that every single day. When I stream, between now and the next stream, I would have focused on something that I've done in my routine days to keep in my back pocket so I can share it with someone. That's kind of like reading the newspaper. If you're interested in reading the newspaper, you analyze a newspaper, think about a thought, keep it in your back pocket. If no one is curious or you don't find an opportunity, save it for the next time. Or if you're going to bed, have a notebook near your bed. Sometimes you have a great thought, write it down and leave it back on your bed. And one day you're like, oh, I ran out of stories, but wait. You grab the notebook and you're like, hey, this one's pretty good. And then you start talking about it, right? And what, in my opinion, the great thing about doing this is you're showing how to do it. You're not telling people to do it. When you're showing it and you're really excited about sharing these things, other people around you will tend to be very excited and also do these things, hopefully by like demonstration. And then hopefully they go and do that and then so on and so forth. I think that's the goal of language learning when it comes to trying to demonstrate on Twitch, right? You got to be excited, but excited in the sense that you're doing it. Excited. How else are you going to compete with video games? Come on. How can language learning compete with video games if the vast majority, and I say this very respectfully, the vast majority of people who learn on Twitch, like learn things, there's no contest with the vibrant dopamine that is the face and hype that is video games. We gotta change that. Or by we, I mean the figurative, collective, like 5% of people who think learning is actually fun, right? So it's a tough deal. But if there's anything I can convince you or try to convince you is having someone interested in the way you do things and then you reinvesting in the things that they want to do, it's magical. You can get to work all the time. I mean, at least in my opinion. Like, what's a great way if I had a personal friend who needs to go and exercise? I drop what I'm doing. I literally, even though I want to run every single day, I drop it and I join them at the gym. That's how you do it. It's great to be surrounded with people like that. If they don't have friends like that, if I become their friends and do that, they might think, okay, one day I'm feeling bad. It's like, dude, you're feeling bad. Let's go to the gym. Like old times, or maybe like not new times or something like that. And that's pretty cool. If not, at least come home or come back and share an interesting story. Like how you stared at a little black spot on the ceiling because it was bugging the heck out of you because it's a white ceiling and you're doing cardio and all you can do is stare at that white. This is a true story, by the way. Like, I'm in a gym, I'm on like a treadmill, right? And there's this one black spot on a white wall, in an otherwise immaculate white wall. And the whole time I just stared at it. Like, how did that black dot get up there? Like, did someone just... And that's it. After you know, like after running for 10 minutes and it's over, and I'm still thinking about that black dot.
この
この言葉
言葉
言葉は profound. Oh, hey. 意味, right? So 赤い意味赤い意味がある。Oh, maybe it's like 赤いに意味があるね。Son of a bee sting. この言葉には oh, I don't need the に just 深いI mean 深い意味がある is good enough.
湖の氷が熱くなった。
湖の氷が熱くなった。Wait, not no. Yes, 熱くなった。Okay. The lake, the ice on the lake became thicker. Yes. Not that. She lit the cigarette. 彼女は lit. Oh, do I need like
タバコ
に火を lit? How do I lit? つけました。Okay.
窓から富士山が綺麗に見える。
窓から富士山が綺麗に見える。You can see Mount Fuji clearly from the window. Okay. Cats.
猫。
猫は頭のいいでしょうか？生き物。Right. So, 頭のいい生き物だ。どこで find it? どこで Where did you find it? 見つけのですたか見つけてたのですか？ Yes.
木。
この木。この木は100 Oh, I need a counter. 100枚葉がある。にはなんで Oh, 100 Oh no, 100 Yeah, it's afterward. この池に泳ぐはsad face.泳ぐは I swear the Duolingo like sound when you get it wrong startles me all the time. I legitimately my heart like kind of skips a beat every time. It happens not as common as I think when I'm like, and when I'm not expecting it, it kind of startles me all the time. And then if you're wondering, well, you can just turn down the volume, but the volume rocker is normalized to the sound. So in order to hear the people at a specific, like the synthetic voice at a specific level, it's also attached to the sound of getting it right and wrong. So it's practically a Duolingo meme. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Duolingo memes, but one of the Duolingo memes is the correct sound and the wrong sound, and every time flashbacks. この池に泳ぐは朝過ぎますか? No, 過ぎますね? This works. Son of a! この池は泳ぐには
この言葉は
この言葉は
深いに
深いね。深い意味がある。Okay. What do we got? この木。この木はに。Right. はが100枚ある。Then how? 池に泳ぐ。この泳ぐは朝過ぎます。Wait. Yes. Alright. Oh, I have one more lesson to do. I think I'm gonna skip over one thing today. It's getting super late. Super late.
イギリスは島の国です。
イギリスね。We're having too much fun talking. Sorry.
イギリス
はイギリスは今の国。島の国です。
石。今夜は星がたくさん見えます。
It's super chill. I know, right? On average, I have a graph. I have a fun like comedic bit, but I'm not going to do the whole comedic bit. But the TLDR is, I tend to tell comical stories with graphs, and here's the separation, right? I always have a litmus test. It takes 5 minutes. So at 5 minutes, if you don't take, so usually I would say this is the percentage of retention, right? So, or yeah, percentage of retention. So at 5 minutes, the center of retention is about like 5% success rate, right? But the moment it crosses 5 minutes, it suddenly just jumps to 4 hours. And the retention is like about 100%. So what I mean by this is if you pass a litmus test for 5 minutes, then on average, most strangers I meet, most of the time, 95% of them leave after the first 5 minutes, right? But if you pass the litmus test, I will be at least 4 hours off schedule. And that person would have likely stayed for those 4 hours. And then we may never talk again or like for a very long time. But the idea is those 4 hours, totally worth it. Also, maybe not so worth it for my voice. My voice just craps out. That's kind of when I call it quits. It's very hard to articulate how that feeling is. Maybe for those who like speak very often, it's like you know that you need to stop talking after a certain amount of time. So I try to stay like 10% away from that and then rest up and do it all over again. Yeah.
今夜は星がたくさん見えます。
今夜は、
は、
星がたくさん見えます。
見えます。
は、
口はね、口は、this is a conjugation thing. Yeah, right? 乾いている。Yes.
ここは氷が薄い。ここは
氷がすい、what?
氷が
する So, wait, what? 薄い
薄い。ここは氷が薄い。
Oh, they use usui instead of isoi. Oh, I didn't even realize they use usui. Interesting. Okay.
金属
I made a kind of an error. I'll correct it the day after tomorrow. 金属メダル
メダル
太陽柔道空気 What is the character? I think it's Usui. Yes, Usui. So they decide to use Usui instead of Hosoi. It's flower, tsunami, and cicada. Yeah, cicada. Isoi looked like it had a water next to it. Oh, this is yeah, this is water. Yeah, tsunami. Yeah. So the components I have are like tsunami or water or spray. And this is I'm looking at a reference too. So this is yeah, so this is water, tsunami or water, and this is cicada is what I call it, cicada. And these are flowers. So that's the breakup. So this is usui. Usu. And then i. Usui. I thought they were using hosoi instead. Hosoi for thin in a different way, I guess. Actually, that's a good question. If hosoi can apply to that. Thin, slender, fine, probably not. So yeah, I have to correct that. So they used usui instead of hosoi. Hosoi is talking about this thin. And I guess this thin is what they're referring to here. The ice is thin. So this thin. And then this thin is hosoi. Yeah, and this is the watermark. Yeah, the two. Yeah, most people refer to this as the watermark. I'm using personalized mnemonics from other people. Yeah, vertical thin versus horizontal thin. At least that's what it reminds me of. I'm not sure if hosoi can do. Hang on, let me see if you can you use, let's see, hosoi versus usui. Let's see what they say. Hosoi, usui. What is the difference? Let's see what they say. This is okay, usui is used to say things are thin, like books that don't have a lot of pages and soup that are watered down. It can be used to say something like usuyaka, A light or thin pink. Okay. Hosoi is used to say someone is thin. Okay, no, it's not that nuanced. It's hosoi is for people, and usui is for not people. That's probably a much more reasonable separation, which checks out. Yeah, like delgado versus something else. So hosoi people. So I've been using thin, but they both mean thin, but one means thin for people. That's fine. Ah, good old Japanese.
明るい光を見た
Good old Japanese. Love it. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm sure Chinese has a thing, right? Yapo. No yapo. I actually don't know how to say thin in Zhongwen. Maybe for the future. Akarui hikari o mita. Okay. Moving right along.
太陽 金属
Oh, kinzoku.
柔道
Judo.
メトロ
湖
Mizumi. So what
タ
do
バ
you
コの火を消した
you think it's the same character as Usui? No, it's Hosoi. Hosoi was these two. So Hosoi is thread. So this is Hoso. And then Usui is what's this? Oh, mouse. Yeah. Flower Sumami Cicada. Isn't that fantastic? In the future, we could be writing buddies in the future. I don't know how much your friend likes to write things, but I'm a writer. I like writing things. So it like this is a thread. So this is I would use thread. And this is a paddy, a rice field. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. Pictorial stuff is a lot of, like, this is my jam. Like, tell me a story about a cicada flower in a tsunami, right? And make it deal with something that deals with thin, right? Put thin into it, and then you got it. It sounds cumbersome at first. Like, a lot of people think, oh, this is very overly complicated, but it kind of just gels. Like, things just happen so quickly after a while, and you have a good story. You have a fun story out of it. What do we have? Tabako no hi o keshita. Okay.
太陽
Ayo.
空気
Spooky. I can't wait to hear like your random stories about like what your friend says about some of these things. Like, oh, it's this but not that, and then it's this or not that. I think that's ever delightful.
月
Ski
草
sa
メダ
daru. I've not seen Mount Fuji. Fuji-san.
富士山
Fuji-san. Oh, ne. I have not seen. So,
み
mita
こ
koto.
と
Ne? No, mita koto. Yeah, mita koto ga nai.
がない
夏は太陽がとても高くなります。
夏は太陽がとても高くなります。なります。高くなります。なります。Let's see. The sun gets high in the summer, very high in the summer. That's weird. Yeah, the summer is high, yeah, or something along those lines. Yeah, this had narimasu, so it's to become. The sun becomes very high in the summer, but the summer sun is high is very, I would say that's probably the expression they're trying to go from. I'm not sure if the sun gets any higher than it usually does, if you know what I mean. Oh wait, maybe it does because of the tilted axis of it. Or it may appear... Huh. Interesting. That's an interesting science question, or astronomy question. Is the altitude of the sun... It's probably, right? Like, what I mean is, the sun is probably higher in the summer days in some places, right? Depends, but in some places because it spends more time, like the sun day, like the daytime is longer during the summer of certain places. And in this case, Duolingo is based in the United States in a temperate climate. They're in Pittsburgh, so maybe they're referring to this, like, I'm overanalyzing, obviously, from the equator. So the sun is higher in the summer because it stays daytime longer. So I guess that's where it's going from. I haven't ever thought of it that way. For me, I'm like, the sun is in the same spot. Like the sun.
この
この言葉ね。言葉
は
Wait, how do I screw it up? 言葉は
深い
意味
があるに
Okay. My boyfriend's favorite game is okay.
彼氏
彼氏は一番好きなゲーム
の
no 一番の好きのねの
は
一番好きなのは okay hold up
森の森
動物の森 Yes?
です
Okay. Alright, so I have to cut out something that I usually plan on because we had something more interesting along. So usually this is what I would do. And maybe we can do it right here. Yeah, beforehand. 6 a.m. Yeah. Crossing is just 3 trees. Yep. Crossing is 3 trees. It also means forest. Don't mind the poor penmanship. Hold up. I need to redeem myself. Yeah. You know, oh, this is a funny meme. By the way, no, this is a funny meme. So, Boris, oh, do you watch Unlearn Real Japan channel? Do you watch the Real Japan channel or like Unlearn Japan or like the segment Unlearn Japanese on the Real Japan? I think it's hilarious what they do, but here's some meme, right? So this is forest. And then you might be thinking the next one is just key. You might be thinking the next one is just key. But there's also kiji. And then there's key. So tree, 1 tree, key. 2 tree, woods. Right? This is I actually don't know what this is. Wait, Muda? No. I actually don't know what this is. I'm drawing a blank. And then Kiji, this is repeat. I'm drawing a blank, sorry. This is repeat. So it's tree still, Kiji, which is also trees. And then if you have even more trees, then it's a forest. How is the woods less of a forest? I have no idea, but there you go. I actually don't. Why am I drawing a blank on forest? And this is important, by the way, since I am having blocks on Mori. Oh, Mori is woods. So that means they decided. Oh no, maybe they not. Maybe they didn't decide. Oh, they're both forests and woods. Okay.
Hayashi.
Hayashi. Oh yeah, that's right. Hayashi. I should have known that. Yeah, Hayashi. That's right. So we have Mori. Mori, Hayashi. Hayashi. Kiji. Oh, I should be writing in. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, Mori, right? Mori, Hayashi. Kiji. Or Kigi, not Kiji. Kigi. And then we have Ki. It's a really cute. I like this one. It's a really cute like progression. And both of these are like woods and forests. It's kind of hard to distinguish between which one is more and which one's less. All right. So let's do our map and then our construct and then call it a day, right? Oh, we have so much to talk about. Not necessarily in Japanese, but if you're not already excited about learning Japanese, get good. No, I'm just kidding. Like if you're not already excited about learning Japanese, skill issue. Kimchi, skill issue. Get good. I'm gonna slap some excitement into you. All right. So this is I don't know if you've ever used Duolingo, but this is what the kanji section is looking like. And I was supposed to do exercises today, but I'm not going to because we had too much fun talking. So we have hoshi, right? Hoshi. Then we have hayo, right? So this is after the first day, but this is the third day now. So the first day I have to remember all the vocabulary words. So the easiest way is to do mix and match from here. And then we have hama, so hamabe. And then mizumi, kusa, mori, and nureru, right? Nureru is a verb. So nureru or nurete. Then we have asai. Asai is an adjective. So asai and fukai, which is shallow and deep, right? Fukai. And these are e adjectives. And then we have kori, hikari, and then hikaru. We have hikari and hikaru. Or light or shine, or yeah, light or shine, or to shine. And then we got nami, which is wave. And then we have u, ji, san, Fuji-san. Although Fuji-san, I think it's pretty common to write it in kana, and then having sun or yama. And then kuki for air. Leaf, shima, i, ki, mono, ikimono, for a living thing. Or I'm pretty sure seibutsu is fine, but maybe seibutsu is only reserved for biology. I don't know. I for fire, and ishi So, and then we add a couple more. What was the one? So we have Atsui, and that we're missing was Atsui. Oh, wait, we can write the whole thing. So the construct after the second day is this thing, which happened in the beginning too. So we start by organizing all of these. So first, there's the sky. The sky, so the sky should have Taiyo, right? So Taiyo to Hoshi. Hoshi to what else we have? And then I added ski. Right. So we have the stars, the sun, the moon. And usually they are characterized by shining in the sky. So hikaru or the light that comes from them, hikari. Right. Then we go into the locations that are offered. So we have plenty of locations. Mori. Shima. Mizumi. Or like woods, right? Forest, island, lake. Lake, what else? We had lake, beach. Hamabe. So Hamabe. And then Yama. Specifically Fujisan. So Fujisan is rich guy. Right, Fujisan. Here. And then we move to what's found in these locations. So we have grass, kusa, ice, right? Depending on the season. Ori. And water's fine, Mizu, right? There's also air, or I guess we could put air up here, but air. Kuki. Oh, I think I skipped Kuki in my original this morning. So Kuki is air. There's living things. Oops. Stroke order. Ikimono. Ikimono. Fire. Like a campfire. Campfire works, right? And ishi. Stones. Whoops. That's not stone. Ishi. Ha? Leaves. What else we got? Lake. And then now we have descriptors, right? Descriptors in things, which are dry. What was dry? Kawaii, kawaii or kawaku to be dry. Kawaku is my hand jiggled. Sorry. Kawaku to be dry. And then counter that would be nureru, which is to be wet. Nureru was rain. Home. Oops, and then neru. Right, so these are grouped. Then we have thin and thick. So that's where we were doing. Atsui. Atsui and what was thin? Usui. Usui. This is all from one unit, by the way. This is just one unit. So when I really say that Duolingo is not great at retention and they're trying to like moderate it and stuff, you really have to remember all these things. And they barely repeat a lot of these. They sparingly repeat. So you have to make these connections yourself and reinforce them from memory. And obviously I'm using this as a reference in case it shows up, but most of these you should know all these characters by the end of this. And that was the last unit. It was day 3, right? So I should know all of these. So Atsui, and what was the one that I made a mistake? It's Usui. There was also 2 more antonyms. Shallow and deep. So fukai, fukai and asai. So that's asai and fukai. Yeah, that's it. So that's it for this unit. And I organize it differently based on other things. Last unit, it was talking about money. So you have like okanemachi, which is to have money, like you're rich, right? Okanemachi goes into like things like withdrawing and depositing when you're going to a bank, or ginko for bank. So then bank leads to wanting to withdraw or deposit, no, hikitasu, and yogin suru, right? Yokin suru. Then it goes to like a bank account, maybe like your numbers and banks. So koza. So koza, and then koza along with like you have checks and stuff. So like kokite, right? Kokite versus, and kaikeshi, the accountant. You need to know about the accountant. You interact with the accountant, then you get like cash or genkin. So all of them eventually leads to something. Like for example, this is last unit. So then you take what I did and do it again, only this is last unit. And people think that if you do the unit, you'll remember this. The answer, in my opinion, is absolutely not, But if you do all of these exercises, this might not look like any exercises, but right here alone is probably 100 exercises. And it goes between writing them and hearing all the things to the ones where I tell you like they would match like 5 things, right? And then 5 things over here. And the 5 things are tricky. They're meant to seem similar to each other by either name, sound, or meaning. So they're associated with each other. And then there's like plenty of them thrown in. So there's like 100 units in here, which I obviously did not have time to do. And I was going to try to do it. I was going to try to do it here. Like, well, anyways, that's what I was trying to do. And I was going to do some here to unlock all these to see what it's like, and then do the rest. But since I don't usually have that much time a lot of times, and I already know how to write these, and I know quite a substantial of them, what I do is then I do the network stuff. So let me see if I can pull it up. I don't think, oh yeah, it's not there anymore. But I do them in the beginning and at the end, and then we develop it. And that's how you go over most of the vocabulary. There is this part where you like, it says like Fujisan, right? Fujisan. Oh, I forgot tsuri. Tsuri is fishing, or tsuru, to fish, right? Oh, they actually put mitsuke. Mitsuke has one of the things. So you have this thing, but most of the time I spend just staring at kanji the whole time. You just stare at kanji, understand where the kana is coming from, and then you get all the reads as well. And there's more to this, but WaniKani supplements. Oh, here it is. So WaniKani supplements this. We can do fishing here. Let's put fishing here, which is tsuri. Tsuri is it thread? Might have been thread. No, it's not thread. It's metal. It's gold. So tsuri or tsuru, and that's the Duolingo routine that I do. And after doing all of this for like 6 days, right, in a 6-day cycle, after 100 days, there's gonna be like a review, and I cover all of this again. So I do all of this from memory. Each unit I will try to recall the flow all over. And then while I'm doing this stuff is not for construction of conversation. Conversation then is something else. It's a different routine, which will use these connections, but not execute in a different way. So when I'm reading like sentences and paragraphs and listening to anime, what happens is these specific words, when I hear one word, I will hear some words related to these. And then that disjointedness get connected by the sentence and the paragraphs that are in anime and stuff. So if at all, despite missing some part of the sentences, I will be able to gather converging words, right? Like if I think of mori, I can think of ha, right? Mori and ha. But the particles in between and the conjugation, they'll also come in a different state. So the idea is it's not any one technique to get there. The downside is I can't like watch anime on stream. I can play video games. So the closest thing I'm going to do in the future is to play video games and go through the process of saying, oh, okay, well, this word, put together, you can surmise some of the particles, learn particle patterns, or you can go and learn grammar and then use the particles to guide the relationships of the meaning the other way around. And then you can hear the whole thing together and then see it in action as a consequence, cause and effect in video games. And then you got something to work on. Now, in terms of conversational Japanese, I do play a game called Like a Dragon, the Like a Dragon series, and the Like a Dragon series, those ones, they have an entire glossary that keeps track of every single chit chat between the party members, and they talk and have conversation anywhere between talking about like, do you like sushi, or what type of food you like, or a trend, or about expensive coffee. Like, they have all of them voiced and written in all three languages, Chinese, Japanese, and English. So you can run parallels between all of them in it. And while, in my opinion, I understand that anime might not be a representation of Japanese, video games that are meant to simulate the conversations that typically happens, like the mundane chit chatter, is actually pretty close to the stuff. So while anime may fail, perhaps, for like, I would disagree, at least from your friend, maybe. I don't know if they play video games, but video games have a lot of mundane conversations, and Like a Dragon is a game like that. Actually, slice of life games that aren't like visual manga that's based on anime and whatnot, they tend to talk about very mundane things. So it's really cool. There are a lot of ways to interact, and sure as heck, well, the sun rised, by the way. All right, this is probably what I'm doing. So if any of this sounds interesting, come up with your way. I think it can be fun regardless. Sometimes you get tired of listening, right? Like, what I mean is, I'm not going to do it tonight, but generally I end like 4 hours ago, and then I would watch other things, I would listen to conversation. So what happens is a lot of these things end up overlapping, and you find them in a lot of contexts. So not only are you not restricted to, oh, what happens, like, here's one thing that can be problematic, in my opinion, in terms of one-way thinking. If you're not used to thinking about disjointed things, right? I know this is the silver lining. A lot of people say, oh, but you can't learn how to construct sentences if you have disjointed words all the time, or simple sentences. Well, that's true. Like, you have to actually do the sentences or hear the full sentences. But what happens when you're listening to things and you only get disjointed ideas from them? If you do not practice associating disjointed ideas from like only comprehending some parts, then you also lack that skill to connect the dots and fill in the blanks yourself. So when you're doing an active reconstruction of associations, that is a thing like puzzle solving. When there is a leap of logic, you can get used to creatively connecting the dots, but if you don't do that, that's perfectly fine. That's like always assuming you'll always understand what that other person is saying. And that's kind of okay, right? But that doesn't restrict you from doing both. Like, sometimes when my parents try to describe to me something in English, they're telling me in like broken things. And to put them together is knowing that you can connect the dots. Now, certainly, you can always hear the sentence the exact way that you think you'll always hear it. And that is a really useful, ideal situation. And I think people that come from a country that assumes that it's always true would probably find it as the most appropriate way to do things. And for myself, it's one of the greatest like one of the top 10 skills you can have as someone who commands more than one language. You can read Japanese in English. You can, like, what I mean is, when I see Japanese, if I don't know what the thing is, I just replace it with English words. Like what I mean is, it doesn't matter what the grammar is. And in Chinese, like, I read to my parents. Like, you don't have to translate and change everything and do the order. You learn how to connect all the dots along the way. Now, is this worth the time? For those who want to do a specific thing, probably not. Like, I would, this would be a colossal, arguably a colossal waste of time for those who are not interested in thinking about fragmented associations, antonyms, and finding ways to create mnemonics, right? This is my mnemonics. Like, in my brain, how do I get retention to be 99% when it's all disjointed concepts? They're not disjointed concepts. They are organized. They are humans who decided that this is the rhyme and order. There are often times when someone says, how do you remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Right? They are complete abstractions. There's no reason that you would know that this is what 2 looks like after 1, or 3, 4, 5. But what happens is you already have a ton of foundations to link things together. So you can take any form of abstraction that has some sort of order and you can apply them to something. And that is a very strong skill when you're looking at abstraction. And one of the biggest abstraction is learning a language in which you have no foundations yet. So this is where, like, the hot take comes in most of the time. A lot of people say formal education skills and, like, foundational work, like unnatural things are absolutely worthless past a certain point. That's perfectly reasonable. But until you're actually at that point, having foundational knowledge allows you to construct scaffolds like this. So it gives you that start. But I don't stop there. I like encouraging people to start and stop things. So wherever they enter, it's interesting. Like, I think this is an interesting way to organize it. I actually think the people who make Duolingo intended this. Like, this is the intent of their organization. Now, Duolingo has this really bad rep where their product is very attractive to people who really loves explicit information. So it's at odds with each other. What I mean is, more and more Duolingo targets people who want explicit instructions, and it's progressively becoming less and less that, or at least at the current state, it is less that. There's no explainer. Like, do people see that no matter what, every exercise come with either a synonym, if a synonym exists that you knew before, or did you notice that oftentimes they always have the adjective form and the to be form of any adjective? And I know that said adjective, but there's two ways. You can have a plus idu, and then a lot of nouns, like actionable nouns, right? Or actionable adjectives, or not adjectives, verbs. There are verb nouns, which comes in the form of like sudo. So those are all intentional, in my opinion. The reason why I know they're intentional is they are so expected. They're so consistent. Where, okay, I bet the next thing is this. It's like, yes, there it is. Like, okay, well, I have fat. There's got to be skinny. Skinny's got to be here somewhere in the lesson. And that's what they do. So it's all implicit learning, but it's based on the idea that you're doing that extra work, right? but convenience is the name of the game. What they want, explicit, and SRS is explicit. You either get it wrong or you get it right. When you get it wrong, look at the answer. Done. And so what I found over time is I like doing both because this is fun. I like enjoying connecting the dots, writing and stuff, and they have literally writing in it. SRS, it's great, it's fast, it has other things. So what happened over time is I have 5 routines, and those 5 routines every single day do not overlap with each other. I listen, I read, I watch, and then I do this stuff. I write as an output, I speak as an output, and I use memory techniques. So all those things happen every single day. And then on top of that, I bring stories, I talk about Japanese and other languages as much as I can because it's part of my passion, or at least I think I'm turning it into a passion, right? And here's I don't know if this is any more weird, but language learning is not the main thing I do every day. It isn't. Video games, movies, and like writing, like journaling and fitness and hygiene, like looking at current events and understanding psychological behaviors and idiosyncrasies is my main activity of the day. This happens to overlap with a lot of it. So one of the focuses that I'm really honing on is practicing how to explain motivation, thinking, the things that I do, right, out loud and visibly. And I'm trying to think of clever new ways to demonstrate that the sky's the limit when it comes to intellectual pursuits. And if I have to virtual slap you with figurative ideas, I'm going to. Indirectly, obviously. I don't know who you might be. Hopefully you didn't take it personally, Kimchi. I'm just going to virtual slap you with some ideas. The idea is be excited. It's like, oh, wait, you know what? I have a better idea of how to make this more fun and functional. Do it. And you know what's even cooler? If you happen to be someone who has $1 million, really good at coding, go make a game on it. Go make an app. Do better than Duolingo. If you're really, really upset about how Duolingo does things and like you don't agree with SRS and you're like this talented person, you don't really have to be talented, but you're just passionate, right? Go make it. And I see this quite often. Like WaniKani has spawned many alternatives in which they like kind of bank off each other, and that's cool. I think that's one of the wonderful things about this day and age of technology. It's so fast. Like if I blink, there's another, like every second there's another idea about to come up. And if someone can capture this, I'm not a programmer, or someone didn't ask me like, hey, I'll fund you for 5 years to make whatever I'm doing a reality. Hold on to your hats. Maybe 5 years down the line, I might try to collaborate with something. But in the meantime, for those who are like already competent and already learning well on their journey, you can make whatever you're doing a reality. And that is, in my opinion, another routine you can add to the pile of routines to keep one engaged in language learning. It's not about you versus them, who's better. It's how can I make something that is another way for someone to love to learn a language on top of everything else. Make language learning. I sound like this is like a campaign or something. But I would say if I had a hashtag, make language learning non-competitive. You are not trying to compete with each other. You are trying to make it non-competitive. If Duolingo is doing something, do something different. When you do something different, it means when someone is tired of Duolingo, like if they do 10 minutes of Duolingo, they're going to go 10 minutes on your thing. Learning is uncapped. So when you have a new idea, just because you disagree with someone, go make your product and then say, this is what Duolingo doesn't do, and this is what my product do. Use Duolingo, then use my product. Use that, and then this. That, and this. And in my opinion, if there's any way that there's a win-win situation for this, it's that. Non-competitive practices. Not anti-competitive practices. There is a very big distinction between non-competitive and anti-competitive. What does a non-competitive process look like? Apple, Microsoft, and Google. Or Nintendo versus Sony and Xbox. Like, Nintendo is a non-competitor. I mean, they innovate on things, but it's a non-competitor. Like, when you get more like, what I mean is the degree of non-competitiveness means that you have a carved niche. And I think language learning is incredibly robust to the point where someone already did this, by the way. There are people who created a platform. So they created a platform where you access the different methods all together. And they're growing. They're growing. The new types of things are you get the person to do many dimensions of routine. So when they say, "Oh, hey, come to the one-stop shop," it's not a one-stop shop. It's a collection of tools that you're engaging so they complement each other. Why is this very, very important in my opinion? What you gain from SRS is not the same as what you practice in graded readers. So what happens is eventually what you do in graded readers is complemented by the routine of SRS, which is complemented with the routine of immersion or whatever type of immersion you want. The idea is then you can intuit what is missing in something and what is not missing in another, and vice versa. Then you mitigate the drawbacks of convenience. Because you have become more well-rounded. You no longer depend on any ideal specific condition. You can read a story in a paragraph and connect them. You can also look at one word and say, I'll tell you a story about this one word. I mean, it can be fantastical, or I can tell you how these 4 seemingly unrelated vocabulary words are connected in some way. And then immersion is like, I can tell you about this one person's story that will help me remember like 50 different vocabulary words. That is the power of routine while having limited content. So one thing that people talk about that is very uncomfortable at first is, how do you get someone to talk? Or how do you talk as a kid when you're so limited in content? They find every possible way to make use of the content that they have. Right? They become creative. Like, for example, it's raining outside. 下雨 would be the phrase. But if you know 下 and you know 雨, you might not even know rain. Like 雨, you can just say, oh, 水下, right? So or 下水, where it's going down and it's water. Water is coming down. And eventually you replace it with 下雨. But when you go ask someone, it's like, oh, what is this 水? 水, 空に水の shita? Shita? So then you're like, you just said in the sky, water, down, or below. And you're like, are you talking about ame? Which is rain. So, but what happened is, yes, you didn't know rain. And yes, maybe you not have constructed a full sentence like I didn't construct a full sentence, and it's not even correct because I need to make the action go down. But I know shita, right? Shita, mizu, and sora. And I know that sorani is in the sky. So I'm practicing those things. You end up practicing associating those things regardless. So these things, they compensate for each other. Like, for example, graded readers don't have schedules. SRS has schedules. So when you start using SOS in a graded reader, what happens when you use a graded reader? You start scheduling. So when an SRS comes with a review, whenever you're done with SRS, you tend to remember that, oh yeah, I need to practice graded reading. Right? When you only stick with graded reading, are you going to schedule them? Are you going to be consistent with it like SRS? And then when you think of SRS, it's like, oh, I get this wrong a lot. Maybe I should double the amount of exposure. So now you're on graded reader and you're like, what happens if I take the graded reader stuff that I need to re-emphasize and take those vocabulary words and slam them into my SRS? Now you're working with two things that complement each other. So now not only do you have the essence of the newer next generation of language learning apps, you're watching even in real time that the apps are integrating more and more routines. The downside of seeing all the routines in one thing is the idea that you're not going to practice all of them. But if you're going around practicing things while certain things are missing, you'll understand why they're missing. You'll be able to notice that they're missing. Duolingo is missing paragraphs. It's missing conversation because you know that you can find it elsewhere. Duolingo is missing explicit grammar instructions for a lot of things. You know that the Genki textbook has grammar, right? But what does the Genki textbook not have? Well, first of all, it's not on your phone. That's some obvious things. So comparing and contrasting can be very you don't have to be analytical. You can intuit these things. And I think that's incredibly transformative. So in the end of the run, I would say the vast majority of people who have successfully reached a satisfactory level of language learning or any type of discipline, they would often say, it's the journey, not the destination. Because oftentimes you're gonna end up getting it depends. But at the same time, it's like, why don't you just do all of that? Eventually you'll just come to the realization that all that stimulation and all that stuff is because you like doing the thing. The nuance is the idea. But trying to balance the stuff is probably a tough situation. Anyways, that's what I wanted to leave up on, right? Go out, do things. You're gonna hear the pedantic nature, like, start somewhere and do it. If you don't think that's interesting, you know where to find me. You can challenge me and tell me how you can find this interesting, and I will try. I'll give it a good, like, if you tell me, hey, I don't like this word. This word is incredibly boring and stuff. It's like, do I got a tale for you? I probably have something to say about it. And that should be something you're doing yourself, in my opinion. Because if the thing you want to do and choose to do, it's got to be interesting. Otherwise, why are you choosing to do it in the first place? It's a lot to take in one setting, but thank you for it. I say this nearly every day in some way, shape, or form. So You're perfectly welcome, and I would love to hear your insights too. Like, let's, if this isn't a one-way exchange, you owe me happy dollars, okay? I call them happy dollars. You owe me happy dollars. I want your friend to tell me why. I want you to point out to me everything that like inform me about why anime, like all the particular things that anime conversation is not like real life conversation. I'm genuinely very curious. No obligations though. Just providing a little bit of an extra motivation. You can kill two birds with one stone, you know? Many birds with one stone. Figurative birds. Alright, so I'm gonna head off. It's been great. This is the end of the session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? Arigatou. Again, always feel free. Stop on by every once in a while. Let's not create dependency. Take a week, 2 weeks. Come back in a couple months. Go on vacation. I would love to hear something. Priceless. Stories are priceless. So always feel free. I'm always here to rant, derail my study sessions, because totally worth it. It's a drop in the bucket on the adventure that is language learning. So every moment is worth it when trying to build connections with other people. Isn't that kind of the end game for language learning anyways? Alright, until then, stay safe, stay healthy. 皆さんまたね。バイバイ。